we're ready for quarterfinals in the Aimchess US Rapid with Magnus Carlsen facing a player he had huge trouble with lately. Jan-Christoph Duda knocked the world champion out of the World Cup, and well, Magnus Carlsen, he's hoping the same doesn't happen in the quarterfinals in the Aimchess US Rapid. The 23-year-old from Poland is in the form of his life, and Magnus Carlsen, he needs to be in form. So welcome everyone to the quarterfinals of the Aimchess US Rapid. Wesley, so he's still with us fighting in the quarterfinals in the Aimchess US Rapid. These 8 players are left in the tournament, and this is the last event before the big $300,000 tour final. As always in the studio, Women's Grandmaster and International Master Ivanka Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. And David, this is actually the first day of quarterfinals in the tour this season. The final has a different format. So what are these days usually like?
Yeah, I'm getting nostalgic already, Kaya. These days, they tend to go in different ways, actually. Sometimes it's just the calm before the storm, before tomorrow's deciding day of quarterfinals, but sometimes the players, they come out fighting, and today I expect to see a bit of both. We've got some really exciting matchups.
Yeah. Who are you eager to follow in the quarterfinals, Ivanka?
I have to say I'm looking forward to following Wesley So against Alireza Firouzja. Of course, this is the third time that Alireza has actually been in the quarterfinals, but he's never made it through to the semi-finals, and Wesley has seemed a little bit shaky, if I have to say so, in the preliminaries. He wasn't his usual steady self, so if there's going to be a chance that Alireza can shake things up, today might be the day.
Ooh, could be interesting. And in the preliminaries, it went all the way to the 15th and final round to decide who would go through to these knockout stage. Many players were fighting to qualify, among them Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Anish Giri and Jan-Christoph Duda.
Wow.
Duda's so good in these crazy positions.
As awesome.
He's just brought his queen down, and black can deliver a forced checkmate by bringing his rook across to this square. He plays it, and because of these bishops, this is going to be checkmate. Van Foreest, he's about to resign. Rook takes pawn is unstoppable, and that will trap the white king in the corner. He does resign. A beautiful finish there from Duda.
On the last day of the Aimchess US Rapid preliminaries, Jan-Christoph Duda's fabulous performance got him to the quarterfinals, while a dramatic mistake undermined Vachier-Lagrave's tour standing.
Ivanka, has this blundered a pawn?
Knight takes pawn.
Look at Vachier-Lagrave's face up there. White can take this pawn with his knight, and after the pawn recaptures, bishop takes pawn, check, and next move the black rook drops off in the corner. This looks like a beginner error. Look at the evaluation bar, +8. And it was only, 5 moves ago, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he was still playing instantly. And it's just one big blunder and it's game over. Vachier-Lagrave just resigns. He's a whole rook down, and blink and you miss it. He lost in 10 minutes.
Fan favourite Anish Giri faced a must-win situation against prodigy Alireza Firouzja.
He did.
OK, that is not good news for Anish Giri fans already at this early stage. An exchange variation of the Slav defence. This has a reputation as the most drawish line in chess, pretty much. How is Firouzja going to deal with this? Giri maybe has tricked his young rival.
Oh, good news for Anish Giri.
It's a draw. It looks like Giri might be out of the tournament.
He is out of the tournament.
No, I just thought at some point that I'm winning, and I missed that he goes back with the knight where he came from. And I spent all my time calculating the other knight move, and I just figured out the win. And I was so focused, and then when he went with the knight back, I think I still have chances there. But I just, what I did was not good enough.
And Giri, he ended up outside top 8 together with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was Lenia Dominguez-Perez who grabbed that crucial and final place in the knockout stage with his 8th place. But Jan-Christoph Duda in 7th, he was almost at the bottom of the table after day 1, David. So what did he do to climb to 7th?
Duda simply caught fire. After a disastrous day one, he started putting together loads and loads of wins. And not only that, but he was defending difficult positions. We saw that actually yesterday in the final game of prelims against Magnus Carlsen. Duda was on the ropes, but he survived, and he's looking good.
And Ivanka, are we allowed to say that it's a little bit surprising to see Wesley So all the way down on 5th place with only 9 points?
It is a slightly surprising because we're so used to Wesley So just finishing near the top. So, I mean, we've also rarely seen Wesley So lose games, but in this preliminaries, things haven't been so smooth sailing for him.
And then Alireza Firouzja, the fantastic 18-year-old, he has struggled a little bit in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Is he really starting to show his skills now, David?
Firouzja looked fantastic in the prelims. He looked untroubled. He was taking his chances when they came. But in the Champions Chess Tour, he's actually finished, well, he's got through to the quarterfinals 3 times, and he's lost in the quarterfinals 3 times. So I think this is the acid test for him.
And then we see in 2nd place, Magnus Carlsen. Ivanka, did he have a great few days of preliminaries?
Well, he actually did. I mean, he had one terrible loss against Alireza Firouzja, but the rest of the time he was okay. You know, he managed to withstand his opponent's attacks, and he was, again, very powerful with the white pieces.
And then all the way on top of the table, Vladislav Artemiev. It's only his 3rd tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. David, how impressed are you with the Russian?
He's one of the new superstars of world chess, especially in this rapid time format. It seems to suit all of his strengths, his endgame skills, his tenacity, his resourcefulness, everything. And Artemiev rightfully belonged at the top of the table. He was by far the best player in the prelims, and he's going to be difficult to stop now.
And we also have to take a look at the overall standings in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, you guys, because points have been given out after the preliminaries. Artemiev scoring 10 points. He's now 2 points behind Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in that crucial 8th place. We know top 8 qualifies directly for the tour final. So what does this basically mean? MVL, could he now be knocked out?
Yes, there is a very big danger for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. First of all, his biggest threat is Vladislav Artemiev, who, of course, is really within biting distance. If he reaches the semi-finals, that's it. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is knocked out. But he's not the only threat on the standings, because we also have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Now, if Vladislav Artemiev does not go through to the semi-finals and Shakhriyar manages to win the competition, well, there he will be gaining 40 bonus points, and he overtakes Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. So it will not be very restful days in the ahead for Maxim.
Wow, Maxim, he will be sitting at home following this, and all the way on top of the table, Magnus, he got 8 points for his 2nd place, and Wesley 4 points for his 5th place. So we do know all the points matter when we get into the tour finals, where players will start out with bonus points according to the tour standings. But now, you guys, let's focus on the quarterfinals in the Aimchess US Rapid. First, David, how will the quarterfinals be decided?
So the quarterfinals will be played over 2 days. It's the best of 2 matches, each match comprising of 4 games. It's the same rapid time format that we've had throughout the tour. It's 1 win for 1 point for a win, half point for a draw. And if after these 2 matches, these 2 days, the scores are tied, then we go down to tie breaks, and those will be decided by Blitz and Armageddon Chess.
And it's always a lot of fun and always a lot of drama in this quarterfinals. Now let's take a look at the matchups in the quarterfinals. Vladislav Artemiev, he's going to be a big favorite against Lenia Dominguez-Perez, but then Aronian Mamedyarov, David, with these playing styles, what do you expect from this one?
I think there's going to be fire on the board. It's going to be a lot of drama, a lot of decisive chess, because these two, they've actually played each other twice in the tour, and they bring out the best in each other. A lot of wins, a lot of crazy tactics, crazy traps, a lot of direct attacks as well. It's going to be fun to watch.
And then Firouzja against Wesley. So, I mean, I almost feel a little bit sorry for Firouzja, you know, ending up in fantastic 4th place in the preliminaries, only to find Wesley So having a bad tournament, ending up in 5th.
I know. I mean, but having said that, now is probably the best time to actually play Wesley, especially when Wesley has all that pressure on him to get as many tour points as possible.
And then, David, Magnus Carlsen against Jan-Christoph Duda. Magnus, probably a favorite, but what is the recent history with these two?
Recent history is all in Duda's favour, actually. If we rewind to last year, just before the tour started, Magnus Carlsen, he was on an unbeaten run of 125 games in classical chess, and that run was put to an end by Duda. Duda beat him in Norway chess, and just last month as well, in the World Cup semi-finals, Duda knocked out Magnus. Duda won that tournament in the end.
It was a fantastic tournament for Jan Krzysztof Duda, winning the World Cup. Now, the Polish 23-year-old has to deal with a lot more pressure from his home country, Poland, and is looking forward to facing Magnus here in the quarterfinals.
Actually, I was kind of surprised to win it. Like, I think everyone was, like the entire chess world. Honestly, I have no idea to this day why I won it. It was just my time, you know.
His great performance in the World Cup not only gave Jan Krzysztof Duda his biggest tournament win so far, but also a spot in the next candidates tournament with a possibility to qualify for the World Championship match.
Well, now obviously the candidates tournament is like the most important tournament in my life. Also, I have like no experience, so I'm preparing to such serious tournament. So it will be a very interesting challenge for me.
Along the way, he will have to deal with a lot more attention than before after becoming a big sports star in Poland.
Yeah, in general, it's like kind of tricky moment for me because, as said, it's difficult to study chess because there are so many interviews and people, you know, like want many things.
On his way to World Cup victory, Duda knocked out Magnus Carlsen in the semi-final. After this victory, Duda is becoming a bit of a nemesis to the world champion.
Yeah, nemesis, such a strong word. You know, it's also nice to play against Magnus in terms of that you don't have any pressure. My supporters from Poland, it's like when I play against Magnus, even if I make like boring draw with white, you know, it's like a big success because you made a draw against the world champion and so on.
Well, he's had great success against Magnus Carlsen and Jan Krzysztof Duda, and maybe it's because he's wearing his lucky underwear. What do I know? It's going to be about superstitions in the question of today.
Yeah, us chess players are superstitious bunch. And we are asking, do you have any superstitions that you swear by? And the prize for one lucky winner is 3 months of Aimchess Premium and 1 year of Chess24 Premium membership. As always, you can tweet your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps, or you can go onto the Champions Chess Tour Instagram page and post your answer there. Looking forward to hearing exactly what your superstitions are.
Yeah.
Lucky mascots, lucky underwear.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, maybe players in the tournament are putting on their lucky underwear right now. 2 minutes until the quarterfinals start. Let's head into the play zone. 8 players are left in the Aimchess US Rapid. They're sitting all over the world. Lenya Dominguez Perez and Wesley So over in the US. And we have Magnus Carlsen in Oslo playing Jan Krzysztof Duda in Poland. And David, what is Jan Krzysztof Duda's style that makes him so successful against Magnus?
He's very resourceful, that's one thing. As we saw yesterday, actually, Magnus, even when he gets the advantage, struggles to break the defenses of Jan Krzysztof Duda, but also his calculation skills are just fantastic. If the position is a bit wild, a bit crazy, a bit imbalanced, then he tends to feel the nuances of the position better than most in the world. His openings, maybe not at the level of Magnus Carlsen's, but everything else, I think, stacks up in his favour.
So let's take a look at their Aimchess head-to-head score. Magnus Carlsen against Jan Krzysztof Duda. These are from the games played on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And what are we seeing, David?
Yeah, some interesting numbers, actually. Magnus has played throughout the tour. Jan Krzysztof Duda, a lower game pool, so slightly fewer games to analyse here. But Magnus, slightly better in the opening, slightly better advantage capitalisation. I'm very surprised, actually, at the resourcefulness for both players. It's actually quite low compared to other players of their same ratings. Magnus only down at 19%, Jan Krzysztof Duda down at 12%. But we might see those numbers corrected throughout the rest of this tournament. Accuracy and time management also in Magnus's favour, and also the endgame.
All right, so what do you expect from these games, Ivanka, when Magnus faces Jan Krzysztof?
I think Magnus will be looking for one thing and one thing only, revenge, Kaya.
Yeah, that's the word too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think he will be looking to unsettle Duda. He will be looking to take Duda into his own territory, perhaps grind out some of those wins in the end games, and just restrain Duda's dynamism.
And when we see their head-to-head scores in rapid chess, a lot of the games end up with a winner.
Yeah, that's right. And Magnus is slightly ahead throughout this tour with 3 wins to 2. It's a small advantage, but I think Magnus, he'll be remembering those big, big moments in the crunch games when it really matters. Duda has taken the lead.
These 8 players, you guys, are ready for quarterfinals in the Aimchess US Rapid. Only 4 of them will go through to the semi-finals. Jan-Christoph Duda is ready to fight it out with world champion Magnus Carlsen. Look at him getting ready. Wesley So is waiting for Alireza Firouzja in that quarterfinal, and it's going to be a fun one between Levon Aronian and Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. We are expecting fireworks in this one, but then Vladislav Artemiev should be the big favorite against Lenya Dominguez Perez. But you know, anything can happen. And as always, we are waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive for the quarterfinals, and it's going to have the white pieces in the first game. Or should we expect?
I think Magnus will try to apply pressure, but he won't take too many risks. If you start with a loss with white, it can be devastating for the confidence. And Magnus knows the last time he played Duda last month in the World Cup, he did lose. He'll just want to play this game. If it's a draw, that's fine, but he will want to test Duda in a risk-free scenario.
And incidentally, I was just going to say that the game that Magnus Carlsen lost against Duda, well, Magnus was playing white.
That's true.
In a tie-break. It was just one loss.
Yeah, and it went down to a bishop endgame. It was also in the rapid time format, right? So Duda, Duda winning that endgame. His endgame stats we saw early on, according to Aimchess, slightly lower, but he can fight. He can fight. And if he gets an advantage, actually, Duda, I've noticed he's extremely potent. He normally finishes those off. So, okay, Magnus keeping us waiting, keeping Duda waiting. Maybe
keeping everyone waiting, yeah. And I did see Mamdyarov pull up his phone there, having a conversation with someone before it all starts. Magnus, there he is, the world champion, ready for the quarterfinals. He's going to make the first move in these quarterfinals.
Prediction for opening, Jovanka?
I suspect he's going to open with his king's pawn.
Okay.
I suspect that he doesn't feel necessarily confident that he's actually will be able to get an advantage if he opens up with the queen's pawn.
Yeah, actually, in the World Cup where Duda won, nearly everyone was opening up with the queen's pawn, and they were just finding themselves neutralized very quickly in the game. Actually, I remember 3 times, 3 of his opponents played exactly the same opening variation against him, but Duda had all the answers. So I agree with Jovanka. Okay, not the queen's pawn, not the king's pawn either. It is the knight developing itself first. So the Reti opening, named after the Hungarian Grandmaster Richard Reti. And how will black react? This is a really flexible move. It's a bit rare compared to some of the pawn pushers, but white still has the option on the next turn of pushing several different pawns forward, depending on how black reacts. It's actually my favorite move as well, bringing the white knight out. And okay, black reacts by just pushing a pawn in the center. White just pushes a pawn himself at the side there, creating a square for his bishop to develop to. This is consistent stuff. Actually, the strategy here with white is to play as if you're playing against the queen's pawn opening with black, so pretty much reverse colours. But because you're white, you have an extra move. And as black, I love playing the Grunfeld against reverse pawn structures. Here, you're pretty much playing the same opening, but with that extra tempo, since you are white. And that sometimes gives a bit of a dilemma to black. You always compare openings, you compare certain positions, but you're always that one move down, and that can be a crucial difference. And okay, Duda pretty much plays copycat there, pushing a pawn himself in order to develop the black bishop to its longest diagonal. And I expect Magnus to bring that bishop out. That would be consistent. He can also push a pawn, maybe, to challenge black's centre. This is still very well-known stuff. Okay, the bishop does develop. Black will do the same. Duda maybe just pouring himself some tea there.
Yes.
Maybe that's part of his routine, his superstitions.
Yeah. I was just going to ask you, David, I was going to ask you to look ahead a few moves. And do you think that Magnus will challenge the black pawn in the centre immediately with like the C2, the C pawn, move it up 2 squares? Or do you think he's just going to wait a while and see what happens before he takes that commitment?
I was going to say he would wait a while. I've seen him play many, many online games, Magnus Carlsen, against Hikaru Nakamura, actually, in this exact opening, and he tends to wait until black has decided whether to occupy the centre with pawns or to bring his knight out. And we've seen a couple of moves. White's king castling. White did challenge black's central pawn there, and black could have taken a pawn for free, but that pawn would have dropped off later on in the game. So black just keeping everything solid, defending all his pawns. OK, and now
what do you think about this turn of events? He's pushed the B pawn forward just to support the pawns, but at the same time, this has allowed black to hop in with the knight into the centre.
Yep, this is still well-known stuff. I've had this position many times, countless times with white and with black. And it's actually probably the opening I have the most experience in. It's just very solid for both sides. There's not going to be any trades necessarily anytime soon. It's about manoeuvring. Here, Black's bishop has found a really nice square on the last turn. Black's knight, as you mentioned, Jovanka, super strong in the centre of the board. So White will try and play around that knight. If White aims for trades too soon, if White, for example, brings his knight out and challenges the Black knight in the centre, then actually Black would just be happy to make some trades because he's rock solid, and the more pieces that come off the board, the closer he gets to neutralising White's slight spatial advantage, which is because White has these two central pawns on that fourth rank.
And I'm smiling because I'm just checking my database and I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen David play this position with the black pieces. And lo and behold, Fabiano Caruana against David Howell.
London 2013.
It was a draw.
I was completely winning.
Oh, okay,
I was
bad
two
memories.
pawns up in a queen endgame, sorry. And then actually Caruana, he called the arbiter. He said the position's repeated 3 times. And it hadn't. It had been repeated twice. Oh. So I even got 2 extra minutes given to me on the clock in a rapid game. But I still couldn't finish him off.
Oh, dear. Sorry, David.
Fabiano Caruana, though.
Yeah.
Caruana.
OK, that's cool.
OK.
Yeah, but I've played this position from the white side as well in rapid games, in blitz games. And this is my favourite move, just pushing a pawn forward 1 square, solidifying White's centre. The one thing Magnus doesn't want to do is actually trade off a set of pawns in the centre. That would free up Black's position. White wants to keep the tension as long as possible. And this last pawn push, as well as defending the centre, also creates a square for the White queen to go to behind this pawn, a nice kind of safe haven for it. White's going to move the queen. White's going to bring the rook to the centre.
Yeah.
And very simple plans.
And just as I was going to ask you to predict the next move for Black, we have it on the board. And I know that you're very fond of this pawn move, actually.
Yeah. I think most of the top players are quite fond of this pawn move these days. Magnus, meanwhile, snacking on those noodles.
It's so fun.
I'm never very sure when Magnus brings out the noodles because it looks like he does well and then suddenly blunder on the board.
It's probably better to eat earlier in the game while you're still in familiar territory.
That's true.
Even if you make a small slip or if you lose focus for a moment, it won't determine the result too much. OK, Magnus just bringing his knight out there. And also, Jovanka, you mentioned Black's pawn push. So the Black pawn on the A-line pushing forward. That's to try and undermine White's structure on that left flank. Black really would love to open up his rook on the A-line to create some counterplay because Black doesn't necessarily feel able to create any threats soon unless he can get that rook into the game. And that's why Magnus has actually brought his knight out. He's saying, yes, a trade isn't necessarily great for White, but at least the White knight is stopping Black's A-pawn there from marching further down the board. And again, this is going to transpose to some of my games from the White side if Black reacts in a certain way.
Yep.
Still well-known territory.
Yeah, I have it here. My statistics are telling me that if Black were to capture the knight, then we would be following David Howell against Jordan van Foreest, Mr. Dodgy Online Invitational.
Yes.
And you won there, so maybe fond memories.
Fond memories. I managed to grind down Van Foreest in this position, and OK, Black brings his other knight out instead, and I expect White to just maintain the status quo, just bring the queen across 1 square, and this will eventually transpose to Howell against Fressinet.
Wow.
Played this too many times, this opening. That would be from an Olympiad a few years back.
OK, well, Fressinet, one of the seconds to Magnus Carlsen, so...
Yeah. And actually one of the experts as well in this opening from both colours. So Fressinet, quite likely in the course of preparing Magnus for these World Championship matches, he's probably gone through this type of position with Magnus and said, these are the ideas, this is where I think White's pieces belong, this is how Black should react to stay solid, and how maybe you test Black's solid structure. So for sure, Magnus, he's in his comfort zone. He's probably just taking his time, getting into the rhythm. He had a long day yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, both of these guys, they had that late finish.
Yeah.
So they're just both feeling their way into the game. Notice there've been no trades. They're just happy to slowly develop their pieces.
Yeah, so let's remember what happened yesterday. These two faced each other in round 15. Magnus was about to win that game. It lasted for a long time. What happened?
Yeah, actually, Magnus in a queen endgame, so just queens and pawns left on the board. He had a queen and 2 pawns against a lone queen, and it's tricky with best play. It should be a draw, but the final position was actually winning for Magnus. Yeah. The problem was he repeated that same position 3 times by accident, and it was declared a draw.
So he was annoyed afterwards.
Fair play to Duda. Duda defended great, but yeah, missed opportunity for Magnus.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we see David's move just developing with the queen, connecting the rooks on the board. And according to my databases, the most popular move here is actually to play knight takes knight. And once the knights have been traded off, the light square bishop will actually centralise itself on the square that the black knight originally stood. And everything looks to be quite solid.
Yeah, so if we do see a knight trade, as we have just done, we're expecting black's bishop to plant itself on this square. And that's because in these types of pawn structures, the two most important pieces are actually these fianchettoed bishops. So these bishops sitting in front of their kings as defenders, but also long-term, they will come to life. This bishop has a lot of potential targets on this diagonal. So you want to neutralise it if possible. And this is why I expect the bishop to plant itself here. And if the white knight ever moves, you at least trade off white's best piece.
And you slightly weaken the squares around the white king. And I do have to say, I do believe that the time to plant the bishop into the centre is now. If it doesn't happen, then white is now given an opportunity to start chasing away the light square bishop with the knight.
And actually, it has happened, Jovanka. You have predicted it. The black bishop trying to neutralise white's piece here. And OK, white has a lot of choice. One of the moves I remember analysing and thinking was the critical test of black setup is this one, pawn takes pawn. And normally you don't want to trade these set of pawns because here it's just completely symmetrical, the pawn structure, pretty much no chance of passed pawns. But you have created a square for your queen to use. Me and my lines there going a bit fuzzy. But OK, the queen wants to jump into black's half. And the queen does have a nice outpost. It's actually hard to evict her from this square because the black pawns have no control. Magnus does it. And you are also starting to finally create some threats with white. And this is actually very annoying to deal with. The black knight unable to find a safe square. It's also eyed up by the white queen. And if you ever have to take a time out and push your own pawn, then this white queen is hard to evict. White will simply swing over the rooks and try to dominate this open line before black gets the chance to fight back. This one is still not too much to write home about, but a small, steady advantage for white.
And just checking the statistics. OK, there haven't been too many games, roughly 15 games. But I have to say the win rate for white is quite high.
Yeah.
White hasn't actually lost a game in this variation, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah. White's solid. I mentioned before the game, probably Magnus just wants a position with minimal risk, just especially against an opponent who's given him trouble before. And that's why I'm so attracted to this type of opening with white. You can just slowly probe away here. White's creating a threat of using his queen and taking a pawn. Black is the one answering questions. And despite the fact the computer says 0.3 in white's favour, it's not too much. Once you look at the stats, you realise white's position is much easier to play. That's why white has such great results historically.
And whilst the players are thinking, I do have to read out some of your answers to Quiz of the Day. We're asking, do you have any superstitions you swear by? And Hisham says, if I don't drink my special smoothie before any chess match, I feel like my brain is going to punish me and forget my whole preparation. Actually, I can relate to that one on many levels. And Biazemir from Instagram says, eating noodles. That seems to be certainly someone's superstitious there. And As if Frudnik on Instagram also says, if you say something bad, then knock on wood, it won't happen. So, that's a very common one there.
I had that for some time. Yeah, I would go crazy if I couldn't find anywhere to knock on wood.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I've always just said it and then, like,
if it's not knocked on wood. Yeah. This is wood. We can use this.
OK. Well, if you two want to share your superstitions with us, then you can enter our quiz of the day by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps or going onto the Champions Chess Tour Instagram page and posting your answer there.
And I want to see pictures of very, torn up underwear, socks, whatever you use.
I want to see a picture of that smoothie that was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, or maybe the recipe.
David, I have to say, I'm maybe not letting... Oh, OK, we do have a move. The queen has developed to the C line, and I'm fully expecting a rook to actually appear on that line quite quickly.
So black's queen defending the pawn next to it and also trying to counterattack against white's bishop, but that bishop has been protected now by white's rook on an open line. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's offered that queen trade, so we're now heading towards an endgame. All the pieces are getting traded, but there is an imbalance, finally, because if you look at this C-line, white's rook nicely placed, and black has a backward pawn on that line, unable to push forward. So a big target potentially for Magnus Carlsen. And it's now down to those stats we mentioned earlier. Who's better in the endgame? Yeah. And who is able to capitalise on a potential advantage?
Yeah. And I was just going to let everyone know, tell some secrets that chess players are really superstitious. Yeah. And I remember David was famous for having these chess bands.
I used to wear it, not here anymore at the moment. I have some back at my flat.
Oh, really?
Yes, some chess wristbands. I think I wore them for, what, 10 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
They were a gift from my mum and my sister, and I think the next tournament I played, when I was wearing these checkered wristbands, I won. So I just thought, OK, I have to wear them forever now.
Ah.
When you become a bit older, you think, oh, can I get away with a wristband? Is that...
It must be kind of hard, though, the first game you then decide to play without it.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
It's a bit nervy.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I think I turned up to one game against a really strong grandmaster, and I was late. I was running to the tournament hall, and halfway there, I thought, oh no, I forgot to wear it. So I had to run back to my hotel room and back, and I turned up like 15 minutes late, but all because of that wristband.
There you go.
We love our routines, chess players, right?
Yes.
We see patterns on the chessboard, and therefore we see patterns in life, and we try to replicate those.
Yeah. I have to say, I did quite like the quote of, I can't remember the grandmaster, who says, when asked whether he was superstitious, he said no. He believed he was unlucky to be superstitious. But I am. Yeah. My kind of chosen thing is pens. I have my lucky pens.
And when you go to over-the-board tournaments,
yes,
you have the same pen every time.
Always the same pen, and I also
throw them away if you lose a game. Or?
No. That's an expensive habit because my pens are quite expensive, and so what I've done, or what I've been forced to do, rather than throw away these unlucky pens, I just buy new ones. So I have a collection of about 10, and I take about 3 or 4 of them in my handbag. And I have my little...
The lucky pens. Well, exactly. That's not that. It's doable, and it's it's nice to have as well when you're playing over the board. Well, you need a pen.
Unfortunately, though, I mean, I've been very successful with my lucky pin whole routine, except now that there's been new kind of rules that the FIDE, the Chess Federation, has introduced, and that they kind of want to prevent cheating, and so they forced us to use these cheap, horrible pens, and they don't work.
They're worried that if you bring your own pen, there'll be like a microchip installed.
Exactly, of course.
And, OK, just a pawn push there from Duda. He's actually allowing a trade of bishops on white's terms, which is slightly surprising. Just before we move on from pens as well, I used to have that habit, but then my opponent once arrived at the board and he said, oh, I forgot my pen, can I borrow one of yours? Because he saw I had 2. I lent him my pen, and then he crushed me.
No!
So no more pen habits.
No.
But OK, big moment now in the game. Magnus needs to come up with a plan. And actually, if we look at the clock times as well, Duda spent a lot of time on that last move, and it's a risky one. Magnus needs to try and find a way to punish it.
So, this game looks like it's a nice build-up from Magnus, but I just kind of wanted to mention, I think that Wesley So is in big trouble against Alireza Firouzja.
Wow. OK, a crazy game in that one.
And if I'll get there. If Alireza actually finds a killer blow, he might even lose.
OK, so we'll check out... we'll keep an eye on that game. Maybe we'll show a bit later if it does heat up and if Firouzja is able to find that knockout punch.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Magnus snacking on those needles, just taking his time. The queens are off, so the game has taken a bit of a slower nature. The big question here is whether white should trade off the light-squared bishops. Now, black would recapture with a pawn and actually have doubled pawns, but white knight would lose a bit of scope. Maybe if we just show this on the board. The one question Magnus has to answer is to take or not to take. And if he does capture, yes, black has these kind of 2 bad doubled pawns, but look at the white knight. It's a bit stuck in now because of the presence of this pawn. There's 2 squares it wants to jump to. This one and this one are both controlled by black's pawn, and that's what is causing Magnus Carlsen to hesitate. If he doesn't want to trade these bishops, however, in the current position, maybe he could kick black's bishop away. He could push a pawn. No, he does trade, and, OK, now he lifts up his rook instead. The plan is to bring the other rook across, move the bishop away, and use the rooks on this line against the black pawn.
OK.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for Magnus, but black is still solid. there are no immediate threats, so black has a bit of time to improve his pieces.
Yeah, the white position looks more attacking, I have to say, and the black position looks like defending. It's like, you know, Manchester United versus what would be a lower-rated team.
Brighton.
Manchester United attacking, Brighton defending.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Kaya. That's going to be the course of the next 5-10 moves at least. White's going to create those threats, especially with his rooks in the next few turns, and black is going to just try and cling on, or maybe he'll go in the counter-attack. Maybe black will push some pawns forward to try and just cause some disharmony.
So who's going to be Magnus's Ronaldo now joining Manchester United as the most important player, probably? So meaning what would be the most important piece there? Attacking piece?
It's going to be one of the two white rooks.
OK.
Pretty much you have two Ronaldos. Maybe you have a Cavani and a Ronaldo. Yeah. And for black, I'm not sure who the star player will be yet. It feels like maybe the black knight has the potential to be a strong piece, but at the moment it's not playing in the right position. So it's kind of being used at centre-back when it wants to be up in midfield somewhere.
Yeah, I have to say, the more I look at this position, the more I really dislike Duda's game. I mean, when it comes to the pieces, it looks great, but I mean, it's the pawns that worry me. I mean, especially those pawns there on the left. You kind of highlighted that backward pawn that is lined up against the white rook. Can't move. And it will be a big target. And then let's have a look at the other pawn on the A line. It's on a dark square. Look at the bishop. It's eyeing it up. And normally I quickly do in my head some maths. I'm like, that bishop is 3. That pawn is worth 1. But it's been the black rook, which is worth 5, is being forced to defend. So if 3 holds back 6, that's a good kind of trade. And I'm just OK, white has a bad night, but that's not the be-all and end-all. And I'm just really worried about the fact that Duda will be forced into just defending his weak pawns. And that is going to be very unpleasant because this is just a dream for Magnus, who excels in these type of positions.
Yeah, that's not Duda's style as well, to just kind of sit passively and defend. When Duda knocked out Magnus of the World Cup last month, in an endgame, it was because Duda had an active endgame where he could bring his king into the position, he could create threats with his bishops, he could push his pawns forward. That's not really the case here with black. If you push forward too soon, then that would only help white. And, yeah, I don't see any way to get the black rooks creating threats. I don't see any way for the black knight to find itself on too strong a square anytime soon. So, yeah, Duda in an endgame, which is OK, but it's not his type of endgame right now. Yeah. That's why he's burning time. He's not fully comfortable. The clock could play a big factor.
Yeah, right, look at that. He's under 5 minutes. I mean, let's kind of like do a deep dive into this position because Duda is an active player. I'm sure he'll be looking at resolving everything by active means. You know, is there anything he can do apart from just passively defend?
I'm not so sure, Jovanka.
I'm just thinking, so first of all, I'm just thinking, hey, I maybe like to put a rook on an open line and maybe try to push a pawn.
You want to bring it here?
Yes.
OK. And
just because.
If I continue the strategy of white's rooks teaming up?
Yes. And I'm hoping that you could help me out with an answer here.
Sorry. Yeah, I guess the pawn you wanted to push is this one.
Yes,
but undermine
I mean,
white's structure. And if you can open up the 2 black rooks, then that would be fantastic.
Exactly.
But white will shut you down, right?
I know.
White will block things up. And that's why the white bishop's actually quite well placed here. It looks boxed in. It looks like it's blocked by its own pawns, but it supports the advance of these pawns. And next move, if black just kind of passes and waits, the white bishop will drop back and suddenly big danger.
Totally. I totally agree with that. That was a huge kind of problem. Can we kind of do an operation activate, trade off the pawns? OK, it's on the board.
Wow, OK, nice. You predicted it. And maybe, maybe you can bring the knight now into the centre of the board. Maybe this is one strategy.
Oh, David.
Wow, I was surprised. I thought this would never happen in a million years, but it's actually on the board. And now a big moment for Duda. He needs to activate this knight, I feel. OK, no, he pushes a pawn first, but this allows white's bishop to drop back. And how are you defending this pawn?
I think
maybe you have to counterattack.
Right, that's what I was just going to say. Hang on, you've got to counterattack. So you've got to open up diagonals. So I'm just thinking, you know, that bishop there next to the king is biting on a granite wall, needs to be broken down. I'm going to push my pawn forward and challenge it.
You want to break down white's stronghold in the centre. And the good thing here for black is if white takes a pawn, black takes a pawn. But if white tries to capture this pawn first, then suddenly the knight does come to life. And not only is this knight super strong, trying to jump into white's half, but it also defends a pawn. So this is Duda's idea. It's up to Magnus now to try and refute it.
OK, and how can Magnus...
I think in this position, once you drop the bishop back, I think Magnus should not allow the black knight to get active. I would just take this pawn, to be honest. And if we do see a trade, then there is still a lot to calculate. For example, if the bishop takes this pawn, white has a choice. You can try and double attack against black pieces. You can try, for example, to bring your rook up. It's kind of a bit of X-ray vision, attack the bishop and attack the pawn next to it. Also, this guy at the right moment might be hanging, might be loose. It feels to me as if it's strong for white, and the evaluation bar seems to agree, but a lot of calculation to be done. Magnus needs to evaluate this correctly. Otherwise, black's bishop is just going to get very active.
Totally. So, OK, he has retreated the bishop, just as you indicated.
OK, and Duda just pushing his pawn forward one square.
Oh, OK, he has a different plan in mind. It didn't even occur to me.
Maybe we can keep an eye on the players while we show this, but that's surprising to me. Is Magnus frowning now? I would be frowning, because after white has just won a pawn for free, black's bishop has stepped back. Attacking this pawn, yes, but you can defend it simply, no?
Yeah.
I mean, for example, you can just bring your rook across to defend this pawn. You can even bring your knight across, maybe, to defend it. It looks like a clear pawn, an extra pawn advantage now for Magnus Carlsen.
He's used the knight to defend the pawn.
Yeah. Also, maybe later on, eyeing up this guy.
Right.
A bit of an invader in white's camp, but it's a weak pawn, tying down one of the black rooks. Magnus working his endgame magic, and he has the advantage for sure right now.
Well, we could end up with some one games here in the first round. Furuzia, Wesley saw the bar was all the way over to Furuzia's side, but now it's in the middle. But in the game between Artemiev and Dominguez Perez, the bar shockingly has gone over to Dominguez Perez's side. Interesting. And this one, it's all the way over to Magnus's side, but only slightly.
Yeah. It's not the end of the game. Yes, it's a pawn up, but at the moment, the black rooks are doing a good job of stopping white's extra pawn on the B line, marching forward. And the black knight finally is heading towards the centre. I mentioned it wanted to become a central midfielder, no more playing at centre-back, and that black knight now is going to plant itself on actually the D5 square, which is a really nice, juicy outpost for it. So Magnus, he's done the hard work, he's won a pawn, he's got his piece on decent squares, but still making progress. That's actually going to be the hardest step. That's going to be the next task for the world champion. I'm looking at the pieces. I think it's hard to improve the white knight and white bishop. They're pretty much stuck where they are. But this one is a nice move.
That's a nice move. Rook's behind the pawns. OK, now the knight centralises itself. That is a beautiful knight. There's no denying it. But
is that enough, though? Black has one good piece.
No.
And, yeah, it shouldn't be enough, probably. And Magnus, he's getting greedy now. He's going after black's pawn there. Black's A pawn, that intruder. He's trying to eliminate it if he can, or at least hint that he'll eliminate it, tying down the black pieces. I just don't see how black's going to continue improving. It feels like black's maximised the knight now. Black's knight, perfect. You don't want to move that. The black bishop, how do you improve that piece? I don't see it. The black rooks, pretty much nicely placed where they are.
Yeah, it's not easy, David. And the move that I really want to play is just not possible. I mean, I kind of wanted to stop this white B pawn from advancing further because, you know, past pawns, hey, you should push them. But if I do that, then there's just going to be knight takes pawn, and that's not going to be a great scenario. So the big issue is what to do next. And I don't see it, I'll be honest there.
Yeah, I think black just has to wait. I think black should maybe just push a pawn on the right side, or maybe move the black king forward one square, just kind of sit and still maintain that question to Magnus. What are you doing next? It's still not entirely clear, because if white ever takes that black A pawn, then his own pawn will drop off on the B line.
But I have to say, waiting is one of the hardest things to do in chess.
I can imagine.
Especially when the adrenaline is starting to pump, when you've got less than 3 minutes left on the clock.
Right.
To just make a quiet move. It's not human nature.
It's human nature to do something. You know, you kind of feel like the fate of you control your own fate. It's in your hands, so therefore do something. But I would be very impressed with Duda if he just picked up a pawn on the right and did something there.
He's done it.
He did it.
He's a cool customer.
Yeah, I admire his patience.
Yeah, and that's good strategy long-term as well, because now black's pawn's there, especially that black pawn that has just pushed, it's locked down white structure on the right side. So white is never going to get any activity on that side of the board. Also, note how black's put his pawns on light squares, forcing white's bishop now on dark squares to be locked in. White's bishop is a bit of a prisoner behind its own pawn structure. And the white bishop, I think long-term, if it becomes strong, then that's going to guarantee white a win. But if Duda can maybe trade off the rest of the pieces and leave white with that bad bishop against black's strong knight in the centre, then black has decent chances to save this game. Then the extra pawn for white might not be the biggest issue. So I like that move from Duda. And again, Magnus has to answer this question: when to take that black pawn on the a3 square, when to go for that, or maybe he has the luxury of building up first. Maybe the white king wants to move towards the centre.
Yeah, that looks very natural to me. Run with the king, get the king into the centre, and then capture the pawn at the right time.
Yeah, Duda's last move has showed that, OK, he's locking down one side of the board, but he's not really threatening anything. He doesn't have any direct action to take, so maybe white does have that luxury of a few moves to slowly improve, slowly build up.
I mean, is there even going to be an option of just pushing forward?
Okay.
And not caring about anything. You're just saying, hey, I have a... Whoa.
Magnus has done it, Ivanka. The top players in the world, they tend to take their opportunities to push if they can, especially with pawns in endgames, and white has pushed this pawn forward. OK, that's a nice move. The reason I was reluctant is because I thought it could happen at any time, and now it's harder to take this pawn because it's defended by black's bishop. But maybe Magnus is not being greedy. He doesn't care about this black pawn. It's not running away, and it's fine if black defends it. OK, this is actually Magnus's idea. He drops his bishop back. Look at all the pieces now eyeing up this pawn. Yeah, this guy's doomed. There's no other way about it. This pawn is doomed. What Duda now has to do in return is to try and at least win white's pawn once his own pawn drops. So I would expect black to play a move such as maybe retreating the knight, trying to attack this pawn, maybe to bring his own rook across to attack this pawn. I mean, if this guy drops for free, it's just two connected pass pawns for white. Yeah. No chance for black. Two pawns is game over in an endgame, pretty much. You have to... One pawn down, you might save the game, but two pawns down, it's impossible. So you have to strike back. Maybe you can go for this pawn in a different angle as well. A few things to consider here for Duda. Yeah. He has to attack that white pawn, though.
I think the most natural move would be, in my opinion, would just be to double the rooks. Just double them and then just put pressure.
Yeah. I think maybe Magnus's idea, actually, the more I looked at it, is to just take this pawn with his bishop. And the problem is, if black trades on this square, the knight actually protects this pawn. Yeah. So you're still two pawns up. And if you don't trade with the bishops, if you take the pawn first, then, OK, just a small variation here, but this is the danger facing Duda. Then after a trade of rooks, the white rook actually goes up and, oh dear, that's a pin. And this black bishop is actually lost because it's attacked by white's rook and by white's bishop. So, OK, these 2-3 move variations, those are running through Duda's mind, but he only has 1 minute left to solve this big, big problem. So it looks like maybe he can't bring his rook across. Probably the same issue arises if you bring your rook to this square. So what else? Let's go back to the players. Duda must be panicking inside right now. He tends to have a poker face these days, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. When he was younger, he was more expressive, I noticed. But, OK, it's going to be difficult to maintain your cool when you've got less than a minute, you're a pawn down, about to go 2 pawns down, and you're facing an endgame genius like Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. Probably what you need to do, having noticed that those rook moves don't work, is probably actually just step forward with the king, make some improving move, so that these tactical points don't work.
Yeah, we saw in one variation, right, that black was suffering on the 8th row.
OK. Not quite sure I like Duda's last move. It just seems very, very defensive. You know, that he's lined up both his rooks in the defence of that black pawn on a3.
Yeah, right now, that's just one pawn, right? But look at how many pieces are tied down defending it. You were talking about numbers earlier, Ivanka, but right now, black has 2 rooks. That's 5 each. That's 10, plus a bishop, 13. 13 points are defending just 1 point. So he has all of his army, all of his forces tied down defending a mere foot soldier, a mere pawn. Yeah, it's desperate times now for Duda. Also, again, it's not his style to just kind of passively defend. He wants to be counterattacking. He wants to be threatening things of his own accord.
Yeah. So is now the time just to simply improve the king? The king isn't working.
Yeah. All of black's pieces are tied down, pretty much paralysed. So white's king is the only piece that's not doing anything. like you say, Jovanka, maybe you can step it forward one square, maybe you can even relocate that white king, bring it towards the centre, just in case later on it's needed to support some pawns or cover some squares. White's, I mean, both sides are playing without their king right now, and since the queens are off, the kings feel pretty safe playing an active role. So that makes sense.
But if Magnus moved his king forwards, then he couldn't move it.
Yeah,
True.
I was thinking of moving it to the side.
Yeah, so
Just
maybe
dash to the centre.
The reason I was thinking about maybe moving forwards is to just support a pawn push Harry the h-pawn one square to destabilise black's pawns.
David, we have something called an exchange sacrifice on the board, and it's a meanie.
That is. Look at Duda's face as well. He shook his head and kind of raised his eyebrows in appreciation.
It's a great move.
Yeah, and OK, we have to show this, but Duda is down to 10 seconds, so we have to keep an eye on him as well, because this move, giving up his rook on this square, most humans would never even dream of it. Bishop takes rook. It looks like you've just lost material with white, but after the pawn recaptures, look at these guys. They're simply going to march forward.
Wow.
They're going to push and become a new queen, or at least force black to give up one of his rooks or knights to stop them. Also, next move, no matter what, you'll take a pawn yourself as white, and this one will soon join its fellows, and too many pawns. It would be a pawn storm. So Duda doesn't take the bait. But what a classy move by Magnus, putting his rook on this square, cutting out this bishop from the game as well.
But I mean, I have to say fair credit to Duda, because he instantly responded with moving his rook up to the 4th row. And then the point is, after bishop takes rook, the rook can actually swing it. Yeah.
Oh, you mean bishop takes rook here?
Yeah, bishop takes rook here,
sure.
yes.
Okay.
So the whole point is that after pawn takes bishop, then the rook can swing itself over 2 squares and hit the knight.
OK, so Duda trying to get active with his rooks makes a lot of sense. OK, so maybe Magnus won't play bishop takes pawn in this position. Maybe this pawn, maybe taking it is poisoned. Maybe you shouldn't get greedy right now. OK, what else is Magnus going to do, though? Because that threat exists to capture this rook and then activate the black rook later on. OK, he does take this pawn. This is the most natural move. And, OK, we're headed straight for this position. But no, he doesn't bring his rook across, because that would allow white's knight to get active to a really nice centralised square. Instead, he shuts down the activity of his opponent's knight, covering this square and menacing this idea on the next turn. OK, it's a race now. Are these pawns strong enough, or is black's rook going to get active in time? OK, Magnus, I praised his decision, giving up the rook for bishop, getting all these really strong, powerful pawns, but he needs to back up that idea. He needs to back up and be really accurate now. Is it time to push some pawns? Is it time to, I don't know, even maybe now bring the king into the game? Maybe he can even try and trade off some pieces.
Oh, it's really complicated. I know the computer loves this for the white, but it's not that easy. No. I mean, if you push a pawn, isn't there just going to be the rook swinging across?
Possibly, yeah.
To attack the knight?
Yep, so black has one idea. That's to bring the black rook across on the 4th rank.
That's it. It's a one-trick pony, but it's an effective one.
I wouldn't be panicking here for... OK, he does offer a trade of knights. And note how, if black gets greedy with the black rook and takes the white bishop, after a couple of trades, we will see white's knight capture the black knight in the centre of the board. So he's not hanging his bishop. He's just counter-attacking against black's knight. And we do see a trade.
Bishop takes. And something that did worry me is this rook takes pawn, because I was seeing some threats here for black. I was like, if black could somehow organise it, that the 2 rooks be there on the bottom row, it might be a bit of an ask. Then white's king could be in big danger, because I'm just looking at those 2 black pawns in light squares. They kind of really nicely restrain the white king. But OK.
I don't think black has time to create too many threats against the white king, though. White's pawns are just running forward. Magnus now maybe just choosing which pawn to push. If you want to play really safe chess, maybe you could retreat the white bishop, but why not just push a pawn?
OK.
The white king has one safe square in front of it. I don't think the black rooks have time to trap it there.
No, there's just no time. That pawn is 2 squares away from queening. Ooh, it's good to be objective about chess.
Yeah.
And not
it's nice to see the ideas, but yeah.
Exactly, and just not give in to your emotions, because I was just thinking, whoa, danger.
Yeah, but Magnus, he's really good at that kind of cold-blooded, just pure calculation. And, OK, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he puts his rook behind one of the pawns, stopping that from advancing. But white can even just block off that rook.
I mean, that's what I
drop
was...
the bishop back now.
Exactly.
Block the rook's access to the white pawns.
I was thinking, actually, he could try to do it in more forcing ways, actually attack the rook first with the advanced b-pawn and then No, that would be inaccurate.
Looks good too to me, but
then
White
rooks can give themselves up.
Yeah.
Step
he
back.
does drop his bishop back.
Precise till the end, yeah.
And, okay. Jan Christoph, he's frowning there, but he's got 15 seconds. He needs a move quickly. I just don't see a move for black. The white pawns are simply unstoppable. They're just going to hold hands together and march each other up the board.
Maybe you just have to
make a move.
Step your rook. Okay. Now you can just walk your pawns through to the destination, and he's done it. Okay, the rook is under attack, needs to move sideways.
And as soon as that rook moves, the other pawn will step forward. It's just game over. Those pawns are too strong.
1 second.
And therefore, Duda just resigns, about to lose.
Wow. In the first game in the quarterfinal, win for Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. Look at Jan Christoph. He is not happy. Magnus not giving anything away but this game, David. Where did Magnus win it?
So Magnus, I have to go back and praise this one decision of giving up his rook for a bishop. And we mentioned that Magnus was 1 pawn up. White was doing really well in this position, but it's not actually hard to find that killer blow. We were advocating here in the studio, just slowly bringing the white king across, but Magnus thought, there's no reason to be slow. Why delay? And he brought his rook back 1 square, blocking off this black bishop. And a couple of moves later, after the black rook stepped forward, we did see a trade here, and these pawns just proved too strong. These pawns won the game for Magnus. In the final position, the reason Duda resigned is because these pawns did end up marching forward after the rook moved. White's pawn would be simply destined to win the black rook, but also probably become a new queen. A really nice technique there in the endgame by Magnus.
Wow. And it's up by 1 point in the quarterfinal first match against Jan Christoph Duda. We're heading into game 1 between Firouzja and So. And the bar is to the middle, but it's been swinging in this game. What are we seeing?
Yeah, it's been swinging. The black king has been a huge target for the whole game. Firouzja has been trying to play purely on that right side of the board. But look at the other side. Black is about to make a new queen. Black's pawn is only 1 square away. And look at those 2 black knights now. They're dancing around, creating threats. One of the black knights attacking White's bishop. Okay, Firouzja, he's just brought his queen across to attack both of the black knights at the same time. It's actually level material, but it's one of the craziest positions we've seen so far this tournament.
But so many pieces are on prise here. I'm just thinking both of black knights are under attack. And then you have one of the knights is attacking the bishop. And if that bishop drops, the white knight on the edge of the board is under attack. Gosh, this position just requires an awful lot of calculation. Knight takes, bishop on the plate, queen takes knight, and a very calm move from Wesley, just moving his king over just to protect the rook. Now, Firouzja has to do something with his knight that's stranded on the edge of the board.
Yep. We should mention White's knight. It was not possible to take it on the last go with the black queen because Black's queen was required to defend the rook behind it. White's queen as well was eyeing up that black rook. That's why Black took a time out and moved the king. And as Jovanka mentioned, White's knight was finally under fire from the black queen, so he stepped it back, offering a knight trade. And if these knights come off the board, then it comes down to whose pawns are stronger. Black still with this really scary passed pawn. Black only 1 square away from making a new queen, but maybe there's no backup for that pawn. Maybe that pawn will drop. And if that pawn drops, White might be winning. So actually, Wesley still has to be super careful right now, super accurate.
Yeah, this position is totally wild. You know, like you said, Wesley has a pawn 1 square away from queening. And the big problem I see for him is that if he tries to reinforce that pawn, well, Black's king is under threat. I mean, just take a look at that white pawn there on f6. You can imagine that if the white queen finds herself on the 7th row, it's going to be close to a checkmate. OK, we have a...
So we've seen a trade of knights, and then Black's queen gave a check and now has dived into the position. So Black's queen is defending her pawn on that 2nd row. The black pawn's still alive. But as Jovanka mentioned, as soon as the black queen goes away from the defence of the black king, it feels like there are going to be threats against it. And the evaluation bars got very excited. That means White should have a knockout blow here. White is going for that black king. That's a check, a really nasty check on the diagonal. And how is Wesley So going to stop that?
I think he has to intercept with his rook.
So Black's king, if it moves, there will be danger. He does block with his rook instead. And now White's queen, if it wants, can go up to the top of the board, deliver another check. What else can White try here? Maybe White can even bring his rook across and start bringing that piece into the attack. Okay, he brings his rook just to attack Black's pawn.
That's also quite nice. I mean, I was thinking of checking and grabbing some material where possible, and I don't know. Everything is wild now.
Okay, so white is going after black's most dangerous pawn. That makes sense. Also, when you're down to 20 seconds like Firouzja, you need to get rid of your opponent's only potential winning threat, and that's the black pawn. Meanwhile, okay, the black queen drops back. Now, actually, the black queen's going after white's pawn. That's a nice defensive move by Wesley. How is Firouzja going to keep his own pawn alive? If white wants to win the game, he needs to keep that pawn going. But, okay, no, he's taking black's pawn, but offering a trade of queens.
I would snap that queen off the board faster than anything in the world. Queen takes queen, and then rook takes pawn, and I will breathe a huge sigh of relief. Okay.
Wesley maybe playing for more than just a draw. If he wanted the draw, he could have traded queens, and, like Jovanka said, no more danger, but he's kept the queens on.
No, I don't like this, David, at all, because it's all to do with piece activity and queen safety.
OK, white had a winning move. White could have just shuffled the queen across one square to use the white queen on a diagonal to try and get to the black king, but he didn't find it, Firouzja. We can't fault him. 20 seconds on his clock. It was a difficult move to find, but he centralised his queen, and this still looks pretty good for white.
This looks really dangerous for Wesley here. I mean, the immediate threat that I'm looking at is the rook will go all the way to the top of the board and deliver a check. So that's why Wesley retreats the queen to cover those critical squares.
OK, so Wesley is hanging by a thread for black. The black king super open right now and a huge target. OK, he's found the right idea, but this move, this idea on the last turn would have been winning. Is it still winning for Alireza Firouzja? The white queen is threatening to infiltrate on the diagonal. It wants to go up to the G6 square and deliver a deadly check. That would be fatal to the black king.
OK, and the big question is, can black get greedy and capture a pawn?
OK, so black's rook does take this pawn. He needed to. There was simply nothing else to do. But now white's rook's entered the 7th rank, 7th heaven, attacking the black queen. The white rook's protected by his queen as well. And
4 seconds for Wesley to take a decision with his queen, because there's checkmate in the air. Queen takes...
1 second.
He could do it. He didn't find it.
He's just given up his queen, Wesley. So he panicked. He thought he was getting checkmated, and he's given up his queen. Now the question is this a fortress? White is a whole queen up for just a rook and a pawn. But you still need a breakthrough. And maybe it's hard for the white king to break into the position. So let's ignore the evaluation for now. White is the only one who can win, but there's still no clear way forward. The white king needs to participate. The white queen on her own won't win this game.
You know, David, I don't think it is a fortress.
You think the white king can sneak its way in?
I think that the white king will snake its way around this particular route. Yeah. And the big question is just how to organise it so that black doesn't lock down any position. OK, and Firouzja is actually just going for it.
Yeah,
he's just introducing his king. Can black step up with his pawns to cover any entry points?
Yeah, so right now the white king wants to come in further. If black stepped a pawn forward, those pawns would have been huge targets. So, OK, Wesley deciding not to push any pawns, instead attacking the white queen. It's a check. I agree with you, Jovanka. I think this is not a fortress. The white king and white queen together will break down the doors of that fortress. And finally, black's pawns basically on the right side. They want to be further back. They're just too weak, too vulnerable.
Exactly. I mean, it would be ideal, actually, if the black pawn on the G line was 2 squares. 2 squares behind, but it's not. OK, queen check. OK.
The black king will move now.
It has to move.
Step back.
And now Alireza's king can just come in 1 square forward. The king is... Oh, we have a result.
Whoa. Yeah. Wesley gave up.
He gave up, unable to defend any longer. If the black king steps back, white king starts entering the position, and slowly, surely, the white queen would mop up all the black pawns.
Wow, 18-year-old Alireza Firouzja getting the first point here in the quarterfinal against the fantastic Wesley. So, David, what happened in this game?
Yeah, so much drama. And actually, Wesley, he only had a few seconds left when he made the decisive mistake. It was in this position, white's rook and queen teaming up. It looks like this is a deadly attack now. And that is what forced black to give up his queen, or what kind of persuaded Wesley to give up his queen for a rook. But as we saw later on, the white queen just too strong, and the white king had a path into the position. So instead of this, though, Wesley, if he had more time, he would have realised he didn't need to give up his queen. There was only one saving move, one saving idea. It was difficult, though. It was to give a check along the diagonal, checking the white king, and when the king moves, to actually use the black queen as a defender. But again, there's only one square that saves the game. That's to bring it across and offer a trade, cutting off the white queen's access on this diagonal. And note how if the queen comes up and gives check, then black can defend by blocking with his rook. Here, Wesley would have saved the draw, but it was incredibly difficult to find.
6 minutes. Game 2 between Jan-Christoph Duda and Magnus Carlsen. Duda has to make a comeback. Magnus Carlsen, he won the first game.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly up my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Aimchess is such a great tool you can use to improve your chess, and every day in the show, David is analyzing a performance by one of the viewers live in the studio. And who are we analyzing today, David?
Today is the turn of Espresso Bold 64 from the US. And Espresso Bold, this is the most recent 40 Blitz games on Chess24, on the Chess24 platform. And here are some of the stats. As we see, this is the graph we've been comparing for all of the players throughout the week. And in the opening stage, Espresso Bold, very strong, 98%. That's almost Grandmaster level. In other areas as well, decent time management, resourcefulness, 83% compared to the usual 31% average for players of Espresso's rating. So this shows Espresso for sure underrated in this area. Advantage capitalization as well, 90%. This is fantastic. Endgames, 74%, much higher than the average for the rating. And tactics, maybe can be worked on, but still slightly higher than the average. Espresso Bold, I think, is going to shoot up hundreds of rating points the more games that are played. So this is just the general overview. Let's scroll down. Let's check out more stats. The win rate, you can see 80% with white, actually 100% with black in the last 40 games. Espresso's black opening repertoire, for sure, one of his or her strongest areas. Here we can go into specific openings, especially if we click on the popular openings tab, we can see Espresso, maybe the one area, the only area that needs to be worked on in the opening is the Kramnik variation of the Sicilian. And okay, more opening stats here. Let's check out advantage capitalization. 93% when he or she has a +4 advantage compared to 85% of players at this similar rating. Again, as you see, +3 advantage, still doing pretty well. +2 advantage and +1 advantage. These are some really fascinating stats. I definitely recommend all of our viewers at home check out these personalized lessons as well. Review the games, find out where you made these mistakes and where you can improve. Resourcefulness, also incredibly impressive. And tactics, this is the only area I recommend Espresso Bold to focus on for the next time you check out Aimchess. And meanwhile, my favorite stat, the win rate per weekday. Check this out. Espresso Bold, probably busy on Tuesdays, maybe working on Tuesdays, but every other day of the week, Espresso Bold doing extremely well, winning 100% of games on Monday and also doing very well throughout the week.
Wow, I love that stat. I love it. Looks like every day of the week is Espresso Bold's a good day. And if you as well want to be analyzed live here in the studio by David, your performance online, you can head over to Chess24 community, leave a comment, and every day we choose one of you to be analyzed. Your performance online, if you play on Chess24 or other online platforms, David will analyze here in the studio. All right, I think one game actually is still going on. One of the first games in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the results. When players have finished one game. Okay, Levon Aroni and Shakhriyar Mamdiaro still playing game one. Magnus Carlsen, as we know, he won the first game with the white pieces against Duda. Alireza Firouzja, an impressive win with the white pieces against So. And Vladislav Artemyev and Lenya Dominguez, they ended up playing a draw in the first game. Lenya Dominguez will have the white pieces in game two. All right, Magnus Carlsen now. He's going to have the black pieces in the next game against Jan-Christoph Duda. What do you think Duda is going to come up with when he has to make a comeback at some point?
Well, he has to start to put the world champion under pressure, and he has to take lessons from someone like Wesley. So, you know, Wesley has that great comeback ability. Duda just has to begin by playing his own game, maybe taking the world champion into something a little bit unexpected and seeing what happens next.
It was such a cool and calm start by Magnus Carlsen. He seemed to be in full control.
Yeah, he was in his comfort zone. It was a great opening. We mentioned that maybe he'd worked on it with some of his seconds like Fressinet in the past. He was in his comfort zone. He got it to an endgame quite quickly where there was no risk at all. So Duda, he has to avoid an endgame and avoid Magnus playing really safe chess. He needs to up the stakes as early as possible.
All right. 14 seconds to go before game 2. In the quarterfinals, the players, they have 15 minutes in between each game. So we have games going on all the time here. We're going to follow as much drama as we possibly can. And we're going to follow now the second game with Jan-Christoph Duda and Magnus Carlsen. All right, they should be starting any second now. We are waiting for it to start. Magnus Carlsen in the lead. Duda, however, he knows exactly how to beat Magnus Carlsen. He has done that. And in the World Cup, it was in the Rapid, right? That he did win that semi-final.
Yeah, it was in the Rapid, and it was actually with the black pieces. With white, he was very solid, Duda. So this time, maybe solidity isn't going to be enough. He needs to win. He needs to get those wins. And I do expect maybe just a very, very direct attacking opening from him. Rapid chess he seems to love, but in the first game here today, he was just a bit too slow, Duda. So he needs to speed up and get on the front foot.
And the first game between Levon Aronian and Shakhriyar Mamdiyaro just finished as well. Levon got a win in that first game. So in 3 out of 4 quarterfinals, we had the first games ending up with a winner, and that means it's going to be some drama and some fun chess throughout the rest of the day. This first day of quarterfinals, they play 2 matches. Today we're following the first matches and heading into game 2 between Duda and Carlsen. Both of them still missing. There we are, Magnus.
Okay, this might be the first time ever on the tour we've seen Magnus arrive before his opponent. Maybe Jan-Christoph just attending to those last-minute superstitions, those last-minute routines. When he arrives, I'm going to predict he's going to push his king's pawn forward. What do you think, Jovanka?
I'm going to go queen's pawn.
Okay. Good. Okay, I'm sensing a bet, but I'm not brave enough to initiate it. So, okay, Magnus just stepping away as well.
Yeah.
Looks like he's finished his noodles. He, as you mentioned, Kaya, he was super relaxed. That's when Magnus plays best, I think. Also, he tends to do really well on day 1 of these knockout stages. On day 2, he sometimes has real blips, some real misfires for Magnus Carlsen. Maybe on day 2, the nerves are increased and he's unable to keep his equilibrium. But here, so far, he looks undisturbed. Yeah. Okay, no, the noodles are back.
That is just the bottomless box of noodles.
It's like Mary Poppins' bag.
Well, maybe he's got a new box. Very hungry today and hungry for success, Magnus Carlsen. Jan-Christoph Duda keeping him waiting. And you mentioned Fressinet, the second for Magnus Carlsen. We heard in the interview with Duda before the game started that he's going to now spend some time to find a team of seconds before the candidates. Do we know anything about who he's working with at the moment?
Yeah, so Jan-Christoph, I think he's just been working with one coach for the last, 10 years almost. That's Kamil Mitton, another Polish grandmaster, and he's just been kind of his confidant, traveling with him to all these tournaments. They work on fitness together, they work on chess together. But yeah, when you're playing a tournament like the candidates up against the best players in the world, you need a bigger team. You need different players with different types of strengths. I mean, there's so much research to be done on opponents. You need specialized coaches. That's what Magnus has. And Duda, he doesn't have experience maybe at that elite level in the candidates tournaments where it's every single game counts. It's so close to the World Championship, so that's going to be his priority. Yeah. I think the candidates next year might be in the first half of 2022, so he's got about 6 months, maybe 9 months to prepare for the candidates tournament. So it's all about openings, all about building that team around you, that support network, and if he gets that, then Duda will be one of the favourites maybe for the world, for the candidates.
Yeah. Who do we know are ready for the candidates still? It's him. It's Rajabov has been given a wild card.
And it's either Magnus or Nepomniachtchi, depending on who doesn't win the match, the World Championship match later this year. Other than that, place is yet to be decided.
All right.
They will be decided. There's going to be a Grand Prix series at the beginning of next year, I think held in Berlin, where all of the top players, some of the qualifiers from the World Cup, they'll be battling out for those remaining places. And also in Latvia later this year, there'll be 2 places decided in a grand Swiss tournament, in a big tournament at the end of October. I'll play, but I don't think I'll be one of the qualifiers.
Well,
he came very close last time.
Yeah, right.
2019 Grand Swiss.
There was only 1 place up for grabs this time. Last time, now there's 2. So it's a long shot, but I'll try my best.
Wow! Oh, so many people will be rooting for you, David. Wow.
Yeah. No seconds for me, though. I need to build my team.
We can be your team, David.
Apply on Twitter. Yeah, you guys can be my team.
Yes. I'll help you push those pawns.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Sicilian Najdov, Kaya?
Yeah, well, I'll remind you about the bar.
Okay, deal. And okay, it is a king's pawn opening. Oh, I should have made that bet. The white knight's now jumping forward, black replying in kind, also developing his knight. And the Spanish opening, white's bishop putting some pressure on the black knight. Magnus tries to play the Berlin defense, but this is an anti-Berlin. So white just with that last pawn push, defending his central pawn, meaning that there won't be any quick early trades. And the game will take a bit of a slower nature now. White getting castled. Black's about to develop as well. Both kings now have found safety, and the next few moves will decide who gets maybe a space advantage, who will control the center first. White will be aiming to push a pawn in the middle, black likewise. But first, it's just about developing pieces. This is sensible stuff. Magnus is actually the world's leading expert on these positions with black and with white. So it'll be interesting to see how Duda handles this type of scenario, where it is just about slower manoeuvring, but more tension than the last game. That's maybe Duda's strategy. All of the pieces still on the board, all of the pawns on the board, no trades imminent.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the database, and like you say, Magnus has played this many times. The bishop retreats to clear the defence for the rook, and well, Duda says that he too is going to be able to play a manoeuvring game, and there he's quickly moved his knight to the right side of the board, and Magnus doing his favourite thing, which is to take as much space as possible on the left side. And we have the break here, David. And now comes decision time. The main move is actually to capture the pawn in the centre. Another move is actually to reinforce white's pawn in the middle of the board by moving the queen diagonally across. Another potential move is actually to pick up the pawn on the H-line. Okay. And instead, we have pawn takes pawn, which is the most popular move, most committal move as well. And 2 options, queen takes pawn or the knight takes the pawn.
Yeah, so 2 very sensible options here. I was going to say most likely Duda will trade these pawns. He's been playing super quickly up to this point, which means he studied this position beforehand. He's predicted it in this game. And also, he does have quite a direct style in general. So the slow manoeuvring that I mentioned, it wasn't going to continue forever. And I do think Duda, by trading this first set of pawns in the game, he's aiming to open up the position. He's aiming to go on the attack if he can. And, OK, black has captured with the knight. And Jovanka, white's most common move here?
Well, white's most common move here is actually to pick up the dark square bishop and move it 1 square. And it does look a little bit mysterious to me, that kind of move. But another potential option is actually to be a bit more direct, and that is to pick up the d-pawn and challenge in the centre. So I was going to ask you, we have a third option, as Duda has highlighted, and that is to challenge black's space there on the left.
Yeah, so just trying to open up this white rook, actually. This white rook would take an age to get to the centre of the board, so you need to activate it somehow. Why not open up a line if possible? And I don't think black will allow this. I think black probably will just try and shut down this line. Maybe you could bring the bishop to one side also to defend your rook. So if we see a trade of pawns, then at least the black bishop would be able to recapture on this square. This would be sensible too, but Magnus, just knowing him as well, he'll probably try and shut down any potential activity that Duda can try and muster. And by pushing a pawn forward, you mean that you ensure that the white rook cannot get active yet. So this would be probably my bet with black. And now I would expect Duda to play the move you mentioned earlier on. Just developing a piece. These guys still at home, so why not develop a bishop, protect this pawn, and yeah, the game will go on. It will be a bit cagey for a while. Both sides developing pieces. Maybe black will develop as well. But it will come down, I think, the big fight to whether this central pawn is a strength or a weakness. When I've had this type of structure myself, especially as from the black side, I'm always terrified that this pawn will just drop off. It's hard to protect it, actually. It's only defended by pieces, and you never, ever want to push a pawn to defend it because suddenly there's so many weak squares around the black king, especially those light squares. And if you can't push a pawn to defend it, it means that this will be a target.
Yeah. I like the way that you explained that, David, because to me, visually, this position looks great for black. You know, after all, black has the space, and I love playing with extra space, but it's those small things, such as the pawn in the middle, can only be defended by pieces. That's a little nugget of information there.
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility for black because, especially on the side that Duda's playing on right now, that left flank, and especially in the centre, you've pushed so many things forward. But the question is, what next? You can't really continue pushing pawns forward. You just weaken yourself. You need to find really accurate squares for your pieces as black.
So sometimes the eyes will lie. But we actually have a move, a different type of move.
Yeah.
And that's just simply to sidestep the threat with the rook.
Mysterious. The idea is pretty obvious in itself. Black's rook was just undefended and White's rook was potentially going to attack it. But by sliding across with the black rook, you're potentially just going to give White an open line. That open A line, once we see a trade of pawns on the left flank, which we will sooner or later, surely White's going to profit from that. Black's rook, not necessarily great where it stands right now, and Duda instantly replying by just developing his bishop. I'm slightly surprised by that decision by Magnus.
And Duda just developing the pawn, just developing the dark squared bishop. And yeah, so whilst Magnus is thinking about his position, I just first of all, OK, the knight has actually retreated backwards.
This is a common idea in this type of structure. Black's knight was nicely placed in the centre, but it wasn't necessarily jumping forward, so you need to use that piece as a defender at some point. I'm slightly surprised he rushed with it. Maybe there were other priorities to go for, but Black's knight stationed there is going to defend the black king from any potential threats, any incursions, and also look at the black queen. She was blocked by her knight. Now she has far more control on this D line. So a multi-purpose move there by Magnus, and Duda says, you step backwards, I'm going to start pushing some pawns forwards. And he just gains a bit of space on the other side of the board. Yeah, still a few moves, I think, of manoeuvring before the real action starts, before things explode open in the centre.
Still really cagey, tense position. And, well, whilst the players are considering their moves, we do have a quiz of the day where we're asking, do you have any superstitions you swear by? And before I read out some answers, I did want to highlight Veranda Savant's tweet, who actually shows us a photo of David with his lucky wristband. Whilst they bring that one up, I will read out. There you go. And you can see...
Oh, it's on the other hand. Where is it? That's just my watch.
That is just his watch, yes, that's true. And you're wearing a vest.
Yeah, and those are the days when I used to just think, OK, let's wear a white shirt, a black top. It's a chessboard. It's all about the chess.
Yeah, it's all about those.
How old are you in this picture, David?
Probably my early 20s, I think.
OK.
So it was a while ago when I was a few kilos lighter.
There we have it.
There we go. And yeah, you can see on my right wrist, the checkered wristband.
Very cool.
I used to go nowhere without it.
And, well, I also like Evie.Freedbird's answer on Instagram, who says, if you tell the moon about it, it's going to happen. So go tell the moon how you're going to win your next chess match, and you're going to win.
Ooh, I like that.
I like that one. I've never heard that one before, but I'm...
And try not only say to the moon, I'm going to win, but tell the moon how you're going to win your next game. And then you sort of remember that, maybe.
Yeah.
Especially for the night owls who are up late at night.
Yeah. Well, I know Olympic athletes do that. They plan out how they're going to win. They're going to plan out this scenario. They're going to do it. Yeah. It's something to be said about visualization.
Yeah.
And Aaron Baglietto says that he's starting young. Look at him with his.
So cute.
It is very cute.
Yeah.
He's playing chess, getting lucky with his hat.
Maybe this is one of those moments in 20 years we bring up this moment when he's fighting for the World Championship title.
Yep. That would be cool, actually. And EW says eating Chinese lo mein noodle during chess champs is the kryptonite superstitious for one of the world famous chess players. Food for thought.
And, well, but actually, I think Magnus had some bad luck when eating those noodles. But it's about eating it at the right moment in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's broken that streak. Maybe you just didn't need to do it enough until you break the streak, and now it will bring Magnus good luck. These noodles.
Yep, and the Queen moves forward. And if you do want to enter the quiz of the day, you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag ChessChamps or by going on to the Champions Chess Tour Instagram page and posting your answer there. So, still cagey position. But I'll be honest with you.
Queen move?
I really struggle. You know, I like certain chess positions, and I've always struggled with this type of position because I feel like it's a bit like baseline tennis. You know, all the shots are occurring from a distance, and both sides are manoeuvring, and I don't get a grip of what either side is doing because it's not entirely clear.
Yeah, I tend to find this type of position, the best players they are actually the best calculators. So it doesn't look like there are many kind of tactics. There's no real threats going on, but they're players. They're just thinking, OK, this is my plan. It's going to take 3 or 4 moves. This is my opponent's plan. It's going to take 3 or 4 moves as well. And they'll work out. They'll go into calculation mode. This is quicker than, OK, this is how my opponent will reply to my threat. This is how my opponent will reply. And they can work out lines because, as you mentioned, it's hard to just feel the essence of it. It's hard to just say, OK, this piece belongs there, because it might belong on a certain square, but that might change next move.
So this is the reason why Magnus has delayed developing his light square bishop. Because I must admit, before developing my queen, I would be choosing a square from that one.
It's all move by move here. The player's plans, the player's intentions, they might all just change according to which move the opponent chooses. And that's not too common in chess. Usually you have a long-term plan, then you stick to it, you're consistent, and you're rewarded eventually if your plan is superior to your opponent's. But no, that's not the case here.
And Duda was telling us his plan, actually, by moving his knight to the edge of the board. Now, this move I like because it has a very clear-cut idea, which is to hop in with one of the knights to the f5 square. In fact, Kaya coined a little phrase saying, you know, a knight on f5 will thrive. It's a very aggressive place for a knight. So, OK, so how is Black going to handle that? I mean, is the time right to actually pick up a pawn and dominate that square? No.
That would have been very tempting. So the white knight trying to jump into f5, both white knights trying to jump into f5, but Black didn't prevent that first. He counterattacks against the white queen. Magnus quickly bringing his bishop out. He's actually asking the white queen to make a decision. Does she move away to maybe a lesser square, to a worse square? Or does white block this threat against the white queen by pushing a pawn forward to hit that bishop? No, he just moves the queen. If he pushed a pawn forward to hit that bishop, Black's bishop would actually happily have retreated. And although white has gained a move, white, if you push the f-pawn forward, the white king becomes quite vulnerable. So Magnus, he's found a bit of a sneaky way to deal with the threats. And look at this, the black queen stepping back. The black queen losing a bit of time. She'd moved just 2 turns ago. But now the black queen and the black light-squared bishop, they team up together to control that magical f5 square. So the white knights are unable to leap forward. I mean, I really like it from Magnus Carlsen, his last couple of moves. I just think, OK, he's going to frustrate Duda. He saw his plan. He said, nope, I've shut the door on that one. And now Duda has to go back to square one.
Yeah. And I just wanted to ask one big question, David.
Okay.
If Dudas is like, hey, look at your light square bishop, doesn't have too many squares, maybe I attack it, it's on my side of the board. Will Magnus kind of go, ooh, is that a sacrifice I see on the board, and capture that pawn?
Ooh, so if the white pawn pushes forward, attacking this bishop, so maybe in a blitz game or a 1-minute game, you think, oh, let's go for the white king. Let's attack, let's sacrifice. But after bishop takes pawn, the pawn recaptures. Yes, you get active with the black queen, but I don't know. I think the white knight might just step back. I don't really see any attack incoming. You're only really attacking with one piece. Maybe you can back it up with another, but it takes a while to create threats.
OK.
It's tempting. It's very, very tempting. Maybe that's why Jan-Krzysztof Duda is thinking right now, because in the current position, he's just debating whether he can push this pawn forward. He does eventually go for it, but Magnus does have a safe move, and he doesn't even consider the sacrifice. He actually just drops back with his bishop. So that idea is in the air, though, Ivanka, as you mentioned. Later on, white always has to worry about black's bishop sacrificing and exploding open the white king position. Meanwhile, the white queen has come back where it came from, and now it wants to actually get active on this diagonal. So, OK, interesting stuff. A bit of back and forth there. And now black just improving his rook. Actually, all of the black pieces really well placed now. And the question is whether white can get active with the queen and eventually use this f5 square for the white knight. For example, you could bring your queen out now and hope that at some point you can use this square for your knight as a launching pad for an attack against the black king later on.
You know that move, David? Is there any spectacular possibilities after that queen move?
OK, for example, you would have to calculate a pawn pushing forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there are consequences to the queen leaving that line, and it can just visually just take a look at that D line. The queen and the rook lined up against the loose bishop on D2.
Yeah, so for example, if the pawn steps forward, white would not for sure be able to capture with this pawn because this would be a loose piece. Loose pieces drop off, that white bishop undefended. So, yeah, maybe that's causing Jan Krzysztof to hesitate. Bringing his queen out would lead to some really complicated consequences, and you have to be 100% sure before you choose a move like that one.
I peeked.
OK.
It works.
It works for black. So actually, this would the most natural move in the position, probably the plan that he initiated with this last move to bring this queen to an active square. It would backfire, and black would have a great position after the pawn pushes forward. So, OK, Magnus setting a bit of a trap. Will Jan Krzysztof fall into it? Will we see another move? Maybe the queen doesn't have to step 2 squares. Maybe it can step 1 square, for example. I'm trying to think of other moves. Maybe this bishop can move. Maybe white's knight can return where it came from. Probably that's not going to happen because chess players, we're proud. We don't want to retreat pieces unless we really have to. But either way, difficult decision now for Jan Krzysztof. The computer gives him a tiny advantage, but I think it's just chances for both sides.
Yeah, it's a really, really cagey position. And like you say, it's like the shots are coming from such a distance that it's difficult to evaluate. And I was just wondering, you know, if the queen does move to the square that you highlighted, it's the most natural move on the board. After all, you connect the 2 rooks. I mean, how realistic is it that Magnus will see a pawn moving forward, putting itself on prise?
Very realistic. Yeah.
Very realistic, OK.
Yeah, Magnus, that's what makes him so good. He's opportunistic and he's happy to change his plans on the fly. The number of times I've played him, I thought he's going in one direction, then suddenly, whoops, there's a one-move trick, a one-move blunder. So Magnus, he'll be very aware if the white queen does step forward of this blow by black.
So in light of this, is it maybe a good idea just to develop the dark square bishop, move it to a different square?
Possibly.
Because after all, the queen move is the most optimum move on the board.
Maybe white's dark square bishop, though, will be tied down defending some pawns later on. So I'm not so sure.
Ooh, tense.
It's difficult for white to choose a plan. And again, Jan Krzysztof, 3 minutes now on this last move. He was playing quickly up to this point, but it's not easy at all.
No.
How do you improve white's pieces? It's not clear.
I suddenly have an idea.
OK.
Step 1, open a line.
OK.
Pawn takes pawn.
OK.
When in doubt, open a line for my rook.
So, yeah, so white can open up the A line for the rook. I'm slightly surprised Duda hasn't done that already, to be honest. What would the next plan be? We might see a trade of pawns on this left flank. And what then, Ivanka?
So, after trading pawns, my idea was, don't be shocked, David.
I won't judge. No judgment here.
I was going to move my rook all the way to the 6th row.
OK, that crossed my mind as well, don't worry. Confidence, Ivanka. Trust your instincts. Trust those instincts. So.
Yeah, the reason why I said it, because I realised that the rook isn't really doing too much. It was just because I'm quite persistent with that, getting my queen to that desirable square. So I thought, hey, if she can get there.
So you want the queen to come and team up with the rook
at some stage, or
knight.
maybe I want to control the lines. I haven't quite made up my mind. I feel like I should be quite versatile here with my plans. And I just thought this looks like it's a really active move.
Yeah, this rook is quite well placed.
Yeah.
It ties down the black queen, at least to the defence of this knight. OK, he doesn't go for this. We saw a couple of moves instead. But if this had happened, maybe Magnus would have just tried to eliminate the active white rook, and we would have seen a trade. So, for example, rook come across and just rook takes rook. And it's not clear who this trade favours because suddenly black has access of the open line. So Jan Krzysztof, he decided not to open things up yet. And in the previous position, in this position, he did actually just retreat his knight, attacking the central pawn twice now. It's only defended once. So Magnus brought his bishop forward, defending it now with the rook, and white brought his bishop forward. OK, just manoeuvring here. Maybe white wants to retreat his knight and bring it back to the center, but it's a lot of maneuvering. Now the question is actually on black's side. How do you improve? And that's not clear either. How does black improve his pieces? It looks like these rooks are perfect in the center of the board. The queen's perfect in the center. The knights are perfect, just guarding the center. It's as if both sides have pretty much achieved the maximum, and it's just a standoff. It's like two armies just looking at each other saying, OK, I'm not ready to launch the first blow, but...
We have a more sophisticated move, David, stepping back with the queen, just keeping an eye on the open, well, the potential open A-line, and also getting the rook in the eye. Look at the white queen. Yeah, I didn't have that move on my radar, I must admit. I thought the queen was quite well placed. It's a complicated position.
Yeah, very, very complicated. I guess queens are long-range pieces, so even retreating them doesn't necessarily worsen their placing. Maybe it was just more important to open up the scope for the black rooks. And yeah, again, every turn it's like, oh, what am I doing? I don't know. Let's just retreat a piece. Now, what are you doing? And maybe Duda will say, oh, I don't know. Maybe Duda will now retreat a piece, for example, himself, and the game will just go on. So we're still waiting for that army, both the armies, to finally, just someone needs to go berserk and just start attacking. And
or just to clarify the situation, you know, open a line and to say, OK, right now we have clear-cut plans, because here it's a lot of intelligent manoeuvring, maybe even excessive manoeuvring. Nothing is direct here.
Yeah, so both these two pawns, actually, this is the only imbalance in the position. There's only been one trade of pawns. Long-term, white would love to open things up, but only at the right moment. And long-term, actually, black wants to open things up, but only at the right moment. And right now, neither side can do that. So, yeah, it's really, really tense.
I must admit, when I play positions like this, I get a little bit stressed. Because it's not, you know, it's not really clear-cut what the plans are. There's a lot of possibilities. White still retains a lot of flexibility, as does black. And you just have to consider all the options at every single turn, and you use up so much mental power that in the end, someone cracks.
Yeah. It reminds me of one of those phrases, I can't remember who told me, he was like, don't stress, play chess.
I like
so,
that.
Yeah, even these difficult positions, it's, I guess it's just a learning to love them, right? Just learning to enjoy the kind of peaceful nature, but being ready all the time to focus and to start calculating.
But Magnus, with the black pieces, winning the first game, will be happy with a draw in this game, right?
Yeah. He would love a draw, I think.
So is it more enjoyable for him then, playing this game now?
Yeah, it's less pressure at least.
Yeah.
And personally, I love that, those kind of scenarios where, especially when I was young, kind of building my way through the ranks, if you're playing a higher ranked opponent, or even if you're strong yourself, but you're just in a situation where you only need a draw, you just relax and say, OK, my opponent's got to do the work.
Yeah.
They've got to break me down. And sometimes they'll go crazy trying to break you down or trying to create something, and then you counter-strike.
Yeah, yeah. And I like that philosophy, David. It's not all about you, it's about your opponent.
Yeah, actually, I get told I think about my opponent too much. I should focus on what my own plans are. But, yeah, for example, I mean, a few months ago when I played Artemiev, who's also in the quarterfinals, when I played him online, I just thought, OK, I'm just going to be solid, defend everything, trade some pieces. He was white. He wanted to beat me. I mean, he sees my rating, it's a bit lower. And as soon as he started taking some active kind of operations, it just backfired. He just chose the wrong moment. He got frustrated because I was just too solid. And that's maybe the approach Magnus is going for. Just solid, defend everything, piece on good squares. And if Duda breaks out at the wrong moment, it will backfire.
I got a tip when I started learning chess, when I started working with it. When playing over-the-board chess, I would sort of lean back and only see my own pieces. So someone told me, lean forward so you'll also see your opponent's pieces, so you can, you know, spot the plans for your opponents as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, one of the moves I mentioned, the knight retreating, has been played. Nothing too much has been changed by that move. Another trick, Kaya, that I was taught when I was young is, okay, if you're thinking, if it's a long game, maybe, if you're sitting at the board, if your opponent's thinking for a long time, just get up, walk behind, just look at your opponent, look at the position from your opponent's point of view, and maybe you'll come up with some new ideas. Maybe you'll see what they're looking for.
Ooh, I love that.
So there's a few tips and tricks that you can use.
That is a great tip for all the young people out there starting to get, you know, great at chess.
Yes, that's a great one.
Yeah.
And I have to say, one word of warning about your looking forward. I mean, I once played a game where my opponent was looking really forward like this, that he forgot about his back row.
And they all fell over?
No. There was a checkmate. I was threatening checkmate and he was like, I was like, you got to look here. The danger's here. And then suddenly when the checkmate come, he was like, ooh, whoops-a-daisy. So, I mean, look, check the whole board.
Yeah.
Full board awareness, that's, it's a difficult skill, but it's the essential one.
Yeah. Well, online chess is different, of course. You have the entire board up in your face. Yeah. And Magnus Carlsen is now taking, I think, down to 6 minutes here. The clocks got a little bit decisive in the last one. Jan-Christoph Duda was very low on the clock.
Yeah, and Magnus played a great game, but Duda, he was unable to defend in the most kind of resolute way because of the time situation. And he's played a bit quicker in this game, especially because it's so tense. It's not surprising that both players are struggling to come up with moves and plans and ideas. But yeah, if Duda stays ahead of Magnus on the clock for the rest of this quarterfinal, today and tomorrow, then I think he's got a great chance of taking down the world champion. Yeah. But if it's the other way around, I think Magnus is going to be a massive, massive favourite if Magnus is always ahead on the clock. That's why Duda, he's up the speed now, and he'll try and continue that pattern.
And OK, we have a move.
OK, Black's knight rerouting itself. Maybe that Black knight wants to swing over, sit in front of the Black king, act as a defender. I like it. I think that Black knight wasn't well placed where it stood anyway. It wasn't doing too much. So quite a classical manoeuvre. This is typical in lots of king pawn openings.
Yeah. And does Black have any kind of aggressive intentions with that knight? So I'm thinking, hey, it can reroute itself to the g6 square, and then from there, it's eyeing up 2 critical squares. And especially if Black can get a knight to attack the pawn there on g2, that's in front of the king. Yeah,
so for example, if White just kind of makes a slow move, a nothing move, then the Black knight comes forward, as you mentioned. Firstly, we should clarify, these knights, amazing defensive pieces. White will never break through. But also, as Jovanka mentions, they do have attacking ideas as well. The Black knights, for example, could start teaming up against this weak pawn with some of Black's other pieces. And actually, these Black knights, they're great attackers as well. And that's why, in the current position, Jan-Christoph decided, OK, I don't want to see Black having enough time to go on the attack against the White king, so I'm going to stop that and initiate some trades. And he's brought his knight to the centre. He's actually asking Magnus, he's hoping Magnus maybe trades in the centre, because now after knight takes knight, we'll see a pawn recapture, and now at least it's completely symmetrical, the pawn structure. Once the Black bishop retreats, then the only difference... OK, he's actually gone for it, Magnus. I'm surprised. OK, I predicted it, but I was just showing a sample variation. And now I think White has the advantage, because look at this. There's tension against this pawn. White is the one who holds the key to that left side of the board. He can open it anytime he wants. Black is on the defensive on that flank, and White still has ways to manoeuvre as well. Maybe bringing the White knight into the game to outposts. Temporarily, at least, this Black knight is passive on a bad square.
Yeah, totally. And I agree with you. There are some juicy squares for the White pieces to occupy, especially the ones on A5 and C5. Yeah. And, I mean, this game, it doesn't look like it's a fiery game, so to speak, but it's definitely an important one to have in your memory bank, because the way that both players have conducted their manoeuvring operations and how they've managed to breathe some kind of plan into the position from something that's a pawn structure that is very tense and very nervy, important. Yeah. But I agree with you here, David. I really like Duda's position. The smoke is kind of cleared, and suddenly Magnus is on the back foot.
If you can somehow pick up this knight and plant it on this square, I think White is doing fantastic. For example, if Black just, again, makes a move, then the knight is going to be dominant, attacking some pawns, maybe trying to get rid of Black's bishops as well. You can never kick it away. How are you ever going to get rid of this knight? It's just on a fantastic post. And, OK, I think Duda, this is the type of position I'm used to seeing from Magnus Carlsen, with White just squeezing away and grinding the opponents down with a tiny advantage. But this time it's Duda. And it's still with best play. Black should defend. If the White knight goes to the side, maybe the Black knight will try and get active as well. But yeah, it feels to me as if Black is the one fighting the pressure right now.
Wow. All right, that would be so interesting if Jan-Christoph Duda was able to already make that comeback, win this game, and tie the match.
Yeah. This game, it's just so sophisticated. It's kind of, I mean, these 2 amazing world-class players, and they're just, the game's kind of happening in their mind. It's all mind games, and it will take books and books like we could write about just this one game and still not get to the truth of all the deep ideas.
When you said the brains and the minds, I suddenly had this vision of, have you seen that film Mars Attacks, where, these aliens with these amazing brains and they start throbbing? And I just imagine that this is like two highly intelligent people with their thinking
with their big
light
brains.
years ahead. No, but I mean, certainly it's just all about pattern recognition. It's all about storing those patterns and recognising when to apply them. And, OK, we have a move on the board. The bishop has gone to attack the rook.
OK, so white's bishop's jumped in. It's on a decent square, just a one-move threat for now. Black's rook will move. There's 2 safe squares it can use. This is one of them. And now the white knight goes in the other direction.
Wow.
I'm surprised. I'm shocked by that, to be honest. I thought the knight was definitely destined for the left flank. But black's pawn in the centre was under fire, so black's defended it with his knight, and now the white queen stepping forward.
The bar has shifted sides.
Yeah, I just think the white's knight, I mean, that was inconsistent from Duda. Just, what was it, 5 or 6 moves ago, he brought his knight back from where it's at now towards the centre. He was aiming to relocate it to the left, but now it's gone back where it came from. Sometimes inconsistency will come back to haunt you.
But maybe he's kind of just saying, hey, I want world domination here. I'm kind of better on the left. Didn't expect that move. I actually thought that he would begin active operations in the centre, but it seems like before he does even thinks about that, he's going to take a timeout and grab space on the right. But that pawn move concedes a square, and I'm thinking about that bishop on e6 that will suddenly be able to jump to the g4.
Yeah, I guess the bishop will just get kicked away from that square.
Yes, but still, it's a square that cannot be challenged.
Yeah, so white's plan is actually to dislodge the black knight. The black knight, not completely secure where it stands, and it is potentially a good defender. So if it gets kicked away later on, then Magnus might come under fire. The black king might be a bit of a target. I've noticed that's Duda. If he has a choice between 2 options, he'll always go for the opponent's king. And you're not so sure, Jovanka, but I really like that move.
Yeah, no, the more I look at it, the more I really like it, about how, he's just trying to control the whole board.
OK, and the black knight's jumped forward. But white's pawn can attack that knight.
I will definitely step forward and kick that knight away.
Yeah, so we're expecting to see the pawn in front of the white king. Just move forward. There we go. The black knight, where's it going to run to? It can place itself on the edge of the board, but it's just going to be really, really
I'm thinking, David,
clumsy there. Superficial.
Can Magnus use tactics to keep that knight there? So the move that I'm thinking about is actually just diving in with the bishop. Okay, he's kind of doing it.
OK, let's keep an eye on the players because I want to see Duda's reaction. He's just given up his knight, Magnus Carlsen, and Duda is frowning. So Magnus, instead of moving this knight, it is under attack from just the pawn. Magnus has just defended it. He's pushed a pawn forward, saying, OK, you can eat my knight, you can take it off the board, but now I'm going to recapture with my pawn. And the white queen's attacked, she'll have to move. Suddenly the black rook will swing across, and maybe the white king will come under fire. So, OK, this is still completely unclear. If the white queen moves, for example, and then the black rook swinging across, where's the checkmate? I don't see it. The black queen needs to get into the game, but she's blocked by her own bishop. OK, Duda, he doesn't take the bait, though. He doesn't want to take the risk of getting under attack. Maybe Magnus there would be able to find some threats. And, OK, so much action here. So black defending his knight, white's offering a trade of rooks, and black saying, no trade for you, bringing the rook across. And now you definitely cannot capture this knight anymore. If you take this knight, then pawn takes is actually discovered check, and you attack the queen on the next go. So you'll win the queen once white deals with the threat. So Magnus, he only sacrificed a piece for one move, but this kind of tension, will it continue? Will black be able to use his knight as an attacking piece later on if it continues to live? Suddenly, Duda, he was the one who initiated play on this right side of the board, and now maybe white is going to be the one actually under fire.
OK,
I like this idea, putting a rook
I love it.
on the same line as the white king.
I totally agree with Magnus's philosophy there, that, he needed to sacrifice material in order not to get pushed back. OK, but this is the kind of position that demands calculation. And the first move that I will be thinking about is, first of all, look after the white king, because there seems to be a lot of pieces hovering around there. Is there any way that the white king can move to a safe square? So I was thinking, hey, just move it to the edge of the board, right?
Yeah, so here Black is almost actually delivering checkmate. If you could somehow kind of cough and pick up this bishop and just move it away anywhere, for example, just a suicide mission, just give that bishop away, then if the bishop gets captured, look at this, the queen gets opened up and can deliver a deadly check. The queen and knight combo actually trapping this white king, and this would be checkmate on the next turn. So this is close to checkmate, so it's scary to play a move like that. But maybe you're right, Jovanka. Actually, if the king goes to the side of the board, no matter where the bishop moves to, for example, if the black bishop just moves, you can actually step back with the white knight and cover the square that the black queen wants to use. So yes, I think you can get away with it, but it is scary.
Yeah.
It's really, really scary. And once the black queen enters the action on this diagonal, then, yeah, Magnus is going to have a lot of threats. Also, look at the clock situation.
Right, but to be honest, the position is pretty scary for white. I mean, that rook has lined itself up against the white king. There's pawn takes pawn in the air. There's just going to be absolutely chaos on the board. And
he's played your move, Jovanka.
He's played my move, OK.
And I'm expecting this bishop to move. I'm not sure where, but I'm expecting it to move out of the diagonal of the black queen to open up that black queen's kind of potency. And, yeah, I mean, this looks like the safer square. It's an outpost. Maybe you could make an argument for retreating it this direction to try and bring it around this way. Who knows? But either way, the bishop should move because the queen is the most dangerous attacking piece and she needs to join the action.
Well, it's dramatic for Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So as well. Well, it's dramatic for Wesley So. He lost the first game, and the bar in that game, the second game, all the way over to Firouzja's side again. And in the game with Mamjarov and Aronian as well. Mamjarov could be making a comeback. Aronian won the first game in that one. And in this one, do you think Magnus is winning this game, or is so many pieces still?
I don't know. I feel that the momentum has really gone into Magnus's favour. I feel that this position is just terrifying for Duda right now. And, you know, he doesn't really want to capture the knight because suddenly there's a whole lot of open lines against the white king. The line that David highlighted, I feel that Kate is on the board. The bishop has cleared the way, so now there is a deadly threat of the black queen diving into the board and giving the white king a check. Duda has to step.
Only one move. He has to find this.
And he can't be tempted by capturing the knight.
No, I think taking the black knight off and allowing the black rook to open up on this G-line, it would just be...
suicide mission, right?
It would be self-destruct mode. So the white knight has had to step back to its start square, actually, to a really bad square, but it is covering the vital H3 square in front of the white king. So black's queen cannot infiltrate yet. And again, the question goes back to Magnus. How do you continue creating threats? How do you continue the momentum? Actually, if black starts retreating, for example, with black's knight, the one under attack, does step back, then suddenly white will feel much more comfortable. The threats will dry up, and white might be the one who starts to push forward. So despite the fact the evaluation bar is slightly on... OK, he does step back. Maybe that's OK. Maybe that's OK. I'm glad it went in that direction. I think it should go towards the centre. But, yeah, I was going to say, despite the fact the evaluation bar slightly prefers black, it's the type of position, it could go the whole way to white side, it could go the whole way to black side in just one move. The stakes are huge right now.
And especially with little time on the clocks as well.
OK, and the pawn has stepped forward.
OK.
It looks a little bit lonesome out there.
Yeah, that white pawn undefended.
I'm just thinking you can step forward with your... Can you do that?
Possibly.
Possibly.
So black here needs to maybe try and find a way towards that white pawn that has just moved in.
And he's actually stepped forward with his pawn.
Yeah.
So
this is the move you predicted, Jovanka, because now you've actually cleared the square where that pawn used to stand for a black knight, for a black rook, the G5 square. Black's rook actually could come down 2 squares and then take the white pawn, check the white king on that H-line. And some big threats now from Magnus Carlsen.
I know, and just from a positional kind of point of view, that pawn that has just moved forward, it controls the white knight.
Nice strategy.
OK, he moves his rook 1 square.
OK.
I really
feels slow.
It does feel slow. I mean, I wasn't thinking necessarily about a good move for white, but...
there was a nice queen trap variation in that last position. If white's queen went and got greedy and took the black pawn on the H6 square, white's queen would have actually got trapped where it stood. So white's queen... avoiding that idea. But now, look at this. Black's about to win a pawn. That's a guaranteed pawn grab on the next turn. Black, I mean, you can take it now, right?
Yeah.
Take that white H pawn off the line, off the board. And, Okay, white's aiming to trade bishops, but even if the bishops come off, even if those light square bishops come off, does that improve white's position drastically? I don't think it does. I think black's extra pawn and potential attack against the white king is going to be the most important factor.
Right, but there is kind of one long-term danger that Magnus has to be aware of, which is that if his kingside attack isn't successful, and if he allows Duda complete control over the one open line in the centre, then an endgame would actually be really nice for Duda. So that's the hope that I would have if I were playing with the white pieces. Other than that, I would be in survival mode.
Fair enough. No, I would agree completely. The black bishop now maybe is going to make a decision. The reason Magnus hasn't just hurried to snap off that pawn, white's h-pawn, is because it's not running away. Maybe just keeping it in your mind for later is more effective. Every turn, Duda's got to worry about that pawn dropping off. So maybe Magnus will trade bishops here. That black light square bishop, it can just move away. It doesn't necessarily have to trade. Okay, big decision here for Magnus Carlsen. He's actually below on the clock now. Both sides just over a minute.
And we have a huge result in another game. Lenia Dominguez-Perez, he won here the second game against Artemiev, taking the lead in that match. That is a big surprise. Artemiev, a big favourite in that one. OK, more moves.
Yeah, more moves. So black has traded bishops and now gone a pawn up. So black did take a pawn with check. The white king had to sidestep. And now, Jovanka mentioned, black has to keep the momentum going. You can't just slowly retreat and sit on your extra pawn advantage, because white's pieces, especially the white queen and rook in the middle there, fantastic. The other white rook is going to team up behind them.
Yeah, there's an immediate threat in the position for white, and that's just to dive in with the queen to the 7th row and say, hey, let's swap queens. So you have to deal with that. I mean, how to do that, though?
Don't know if you can deal with that, Jovanka.
But maybe you can make some... Well, you can step forward with your rook.
Okay.
Looks a bit clumsy. Okay, so
Magnus.
he's moved his rook to the side.
So he's allowing your idea of white bringing the queen up to the 7th rank, offering a trade of queens supported by her rook. Will we see that from Duda? I think it's quite likely. Okay, we see a trade of pawns first.
Okay, so his
we were expecting this 20 moves ago, right?
Right. Well, it's finally made an appearance.
The difference is now, though, that the white rook in the corner there, it hasn't found an open line, but Magnus has had to capture away from the centre with a black pawn. So normally you don't want to do that. It weakens your pawn structure. On the A line, white is going to target a pawn later on. Maybe white can try and trade queens now and try and pick off some of those weak black pawns on the left flank. Yeah, the evaluation bar's gone crazy with that last decision by Magnus. I thought that was the most natural move for him. OK, and now the white rooks have teamed up together. OK, he's really flexible, really agile there, Duda, with the white rooks. Looks like he's about to win his pawn back. And if those white rooks infiltrate into black's half...
It'll be white who's be dominant, and black's position that's collapsing, because white's king is now safe as houses. It just... there's nothing attacking it. Okay, now that is why Magnus just steps back, but suddenly the white rook just captures the pawn. And now it's Magnus, ironically, who's actually begging for trade of queens.
Yeah. Actually, that black rook went on a journey on the right side to win a pawn, but it cost 4 or 5 moves. He had to take that, move forward, take a pawn, go back, and now begging for this queen trade, as you mentioned. And Duda says, yes, you can trade queens, but on my terms. And that last queen push. Now, if black takes the white queen off the board, white will recapture with a pawn. Suddenly, white has a passed pawn on the D line. That looks super scary. Really nice move there from Duda. Passing the move back to Magnus, especially under a 1 minute. This is going to be difficult for the world champion to defend. Duda, the last 10 moves, he's played perfectly. Yeah.
It's like the tables have totally turned. And I'm just thinking maybe it's actually difficult to think of a move. OK, so he has actually taken the queens off the board and now moved his knight. Wow.
Yeah, we did see Magnus slightly shake his head there. He knows that the momentum is all on white's side. And white, I mean, that d-pawn, white's d-pawn, is just a runner. It's blockaded right now. Black's bishop stops it from advancing, but sooner or later, it will start to march forward. Maybe white can move the bishop right now. Just on the 6th rank, you have some threats. White's rooks can go for black's lone pawn over on that left flank.
I was thinking maybe the bishop can move itself 1 square backwards.
OK.
And then try to get... OK.
Predict to the future, Jovanka. I was looking at maybe the whole way backwards, but this is even more powerful.
I also considered that one as well. OK, so the rook now moves to attack the pawn. Magnus now in survival mode. And
OK, so White's strong pawn under fire. White does have the opportunity to use the white rook actually on the 6th rank. You can go and capture one of black's pawns with your rook. That's slightly tempting. You could trade bishops first just to ask that question. Worst comes to worst, you could always bring your rook in the corner, which isn't doing too much. You can bring the white rook back towards the D-line just to defend your pawn in the centre of the board. Rooks do belong behind passed pawns after all.
And Mamedyarov, he won game 2 against Levon Aronian, so that means they are tied in that match. Levon, he won the first game, Mamedyarov the second here, so they are tied in the first quarterfinal match. Dominguez Perez, he is up by 1 point in the match against Artemiev. Firouzja, he won the first game against Wesley So, and he could be about to win the second game as well here. Wow.
Some huge developments. We could have all 4 games decisive in this round.
Wow.
OK, White's rook did go and take a pawn. But yeah, Dominguez inflicting Artemiev's first defeat of the tournament, right? Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, Mamedyarov and Aronian, this kind of Armenian-Azerbaijan rivalry always brings out all these decisive results.
Yeah. Oh, that's so
They
cool.
nearly never draw when they play.
I know.
Especially in the knockouts.
I'll never forget the first time that they met. It was like win with the black pieces in 20 moves. The other one has struck back with another win with the black pieces in 20 moves.
7 out of 8 games were decisive in that quarterfinal, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Most of them by black.
OK, so he captured the pawn and Magnus now attacking the rook. OK, I didn't expect that one, actually. I just thought there might be rook takes pawn in the air. But why is Magnus allowing Duda to be a pawn up?
I guess next move, the white pawn most likely will drop. I don't see any way for white to defend his central pawn right now.
He can move his rook 2 squares to the left.
OK, then we would see a trade of rooks, and black's other rook would come to the D-line.
OK,
he goes after black's lone remaining pawn. The black knight now getting active. Duda slightly frowning, yeah. Maybe it's because of the clock situation, 10 seconds for him. Magnus, he's not playing the most obvious move on every turn. That's sneaky. It's forcing Duda to recalculate.
OK, now rook takes pawn on the board.
Black's rook's finally getting active. Duda, look at his body language, puffing his cheeks out. Maybe he thinks this is turning against him, but white's still in control because of the 2 active white rooks. There's a huge threat, actually. White's rook on the 6th rank is threatening to come all the way across to g6 to pin black's bishop to the black king. That's a killer threat. If he gets to play it, Magnus needs to deal with it. Those 2 white rooks are too powerful right now. How do you do that, though? Maybe you can
20 seconds.
Maybe you can take off white's bishop first.
I would take off the bishop with the knight and then... OK.
Black's rook's teaming up.
He ignores it.
So black's rooks now, they do have the ability to challenge white's rook on the 7th row. One of the black rooks can drop back and challenge white's rook.
But, David, the rook can actually step forward. Both rooks can align on the 7th row. Isn't that what we're taught? 7th heaven. OK, instead we have the bishop retreating. So, I mean, the threat is still very much in the air. Bishop takes pawn was threatened. And now Magnus plays a crafty move, retreating the knight, covering the all-important square on the 7th row.
Yeah, there's also a deadly threat, actually, for black this time. Black's knight is threatening to jump even further back and fork the 2 white rooks at the same time. So now the white rooks have broken their connection, which is good, actually, because now they can't both be attacked by the black knight. So he's going for your plan, Jovanka, to try and lift both of the white rooks onto the 7th row. Maybe it was a missed opportunity that you mentioned.
Yeah, and the knight now comes... Well, knight's a defender, so it's moved to the right. And overprotecting the bishop and also threatening knight takes bishop. So this is why Duda starts retreating, but...
Once white starts retreating, it feels like the wrong direction.
Totally the wrong direction. But this also looks to me very, very odd as well, because black's pieces were beautifully placed.
5 seconds for Duda, sorry.
Yeah.
OK, he went down to 3 seconds there when he made that move. You mentioned the black rook's really well placed, but maybe you just needed to get rid of white's rook. Just kill all the counterplay, kill all the fun. And now black's king is participating. Duda, he's taking risks to win this game now. Look how he's just retreated all of his pieces. White's rook coming back, white's bishop coming back, just to keep pieces on the board. But he's worsened his position. Yeah,
and talking about risks, he's now pushed a pawn. So we've seen a pawn trade, and Magnus pushing a pawn there on the right. Maybe he's got even plans of pushing that pawn 1 square further. OK, rook behind pawn.
Yeah. So right now, white has a 1 versus 0 advantage in terms of pawns on the left flank. Black has a 3 versus 2 on the other side. So it's clear which side both players want to play on. Right now, though, you do ideally want to stop white's pawn from running forward. Maybe you can stop that with a black knight, with a black rook. Lots of choice here for Magnus. This is actually his type of endgame, but with 30 seconds left, it's anyone's. It's up for grabs. And, OK, he does stop white's pawn from marching forward. The two black rooks are keeping an eye on that white pawn on the square it wants to march forward to.
And one thing that I've noticed about Magnus's position, it's a long way ahead, but there is a potential mating net there on the right.
You're looking 30 moves into the future.
I know, but you've got to always have hope. And so, OK, the bishop now develops itself. So the moves that I'm thinking is that if the black rook could occupy the bottom row, and maybe the black knight could transplant itself to the f3 square, well, we're not going to see it at all because knight takes bishop has been played.
Yep, so the black knight has traded itself off for a bishop, and now, because there are pawns on both sides of the board, usually that favours the bishop. The bishop has this long-range ability, and the white knight will take a long time to re-manoeuvre itself. And OK, big decision by Duda. He's just given up a pawn. The black rook can take a pawn if it wanted to, but the white now, Duda, he's gambling everything on his remaining pass pawn on that b-line.
But Magnus hasn't captured that pawn. Instead, he's introduced his king into the action.
Sensible stuff, but
I'm asking, why not?
Why not bring the king in?
Yeah, but I would have grabbed material, you know me. Why not?
Maybe that white pawn...
Yeah, maybe.
OK, it is advancing forward, so it was quite an important pawn after all. And actually, that white pawn, having stepped forward, is controlling the centre, controlling the light squares, enabling the white knight to jump into a nice outpost maybe later on the light squares.
Exactly. And also, I'm just thinking, Duda can even use his rook on the second row and move it all the way right next to the king and control some squares.
OK, now?
Yep, do it now.
OK.
The time, OK, and it's on the board.
Yep.
And I have some ideas of using my rook to create some problems.
Yeah, we talk about kings in the centre of the board in an endgame, but black's king here, not fully safe yet. Still feeling a bit uncomfortable. It can get checked around by the white rooks. The white knight might join the action. Oh, yeah, Magnus, he's lost control. He was doing great just a few moves ago, but despite the fact the evaluation bar is still roughly in the middle, it's hard for black to find a move. And under 10 seconds now for Carlsen, he needs to...
And he has to deal with a threat, David.
Retreat his bishop.
Yeah, but there's a threat in the position. Maybe he can actually come forward with his knight.
Yeah, that might well happen, but... Is that a threat? Maybe black can just get greedy and ignore it, just take white's pawn. OK. White knight is trapped, not trapped, but stuck where it is, defending a pawn right now.
But you can time it, and this is what Duda is trying to do. He's improved his rook, and it was a big threat to jump in with the knight, so that's why Magnus moves his rook across.
Yeah, this is scary, though, for the world champion. If we do see a trade of rooks, which we most likely will, then white's pawn, it's a runner. It's going to continue marching forward.
And it's on its way, David.
Yep, it's only 2 squares away from making a new queen now. And black's bishop does control the promotion square of that white pawn, but white will have the ability at some point to eliminate that black bishop, maybe. Give up a rook for that black bishop in order to get his pawn running. OK. It's holding together by a thread for the world champion. He's going to hope that Duda, under 10 seconds, is not able to find a way to push that pawn forward any further. I
mean, is there a way? It's not looking...
We see a check. The black king will sidestep that check.
He'll march towards the centre, attacks the rook, and now Duda retreats his rook.
Yeah, and Magnus, good endgame technique from black. Keeping that white pawn under lock and key. White's b-pawn was about to promote, so black rook. Always put your rooks behind passed pawns.
But Duda is a tricky customer, David. He's playing on both sides of the board. OK, but there's some serious threats against the white king. Once black's king moves as well, out of this check, you've got to be careful where you put it. It's run away towards the white pawn. That makes a lot of sense. The white rook gives check. The black king will simply step to the side, defending its bishop still. And Duda pushes his pawn forward, and Magnus controls the queening square.
Wow, OK, that's super calm by Magnus Carlsen. And look how much time he's built up. He was under 10 seconds just a few turns ago. And now black is ready to give some annoying checks to the white king, maybe. But no, Magnus is going active with his king. He's just giving up his pawns. Black's just forgetting about his pawns, but look at the king. The black king's entering white's half.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking... Does Magnus have any sneaky ideas of checkmating?
He wants to win for sure.
Checkmating the white king, because the white king is, look at it, it's caged in by this very important pawn on g4. And if white takes the time out to capture a pawn, the king will just step forward. And will soon be followed by the rook giving check to the white king, and then the king will step forward again.
If Magnus wants to eliminate all danger as well. If White's rook ever moves away from the 7th rank, he can just take White's pawn. White's pawn is the only potential winner for him.
OK, so very good move from Duda, moving his rook to the D line, just saying to Black, hey, you can't step your king any further because there will be check.
Yeah, but that shows that Duda, he's suddenly afraid. He went down to 5 seconds on his last move, now back to 15 seconds.
Wow, Magnus does it anyhow. OK, so...
He's done it before. He did it against Firouzja in the group stage. He's not afraid of discovered checks. And by discovered checks, we mean White's knight moving out of the way. As we've seen there, check. This White rook now attacking the Black king.
OK, he's coming forward. Wow, this is getting really ropey right now. OK. White king on the verge of getting checkmated.
Yeah,
but White, on the other hand, on the verge of promoting...
3 seconds.
OK.
Gives another check, but
He's
Duda's lost
control.
control completely. OK, Black's king now can do anything at once, pretty much. He can even just take a pawn.
He's going to do that, David.
Yeah.
Take the pawn in the middle.
Duda's body language means he's actually... Is he resigned to the fact that he's under big pressure now? He should still draw this game, but he still needs to work hard to draw. I don't understand why he's leaning back. This is the moment to calculate still.
It's the emotion. He feels like, you know, he was pushing for the win, and then suddenly Magnus has launched a counterattack that's almost deadly.
White's on the ropes. OK, you have to be careful where you put the White king. The White king isn't checkmated, it isn't trapped yet, but Black's king, if it can get active, will try and close... There we go. Yep. It will try and close a checkmating net around the White king. The Black rook, Black king and Black bishop from afar are going after that White monarch. It's scary times for Duda still. Under 20 seconds.
Exactly. And
he has to give a check with his White knight, I think.
Yeah.
Even that looks...
But that looks really scary because the Black king will step forward and together the king and the rook will threaten
what else, Ivanka, though?
Boxmate.
OK, he runs away with his king. Oh, yeah. Now the Black king can continue its journey.
Okay.
First, Magnus plants his bishop on a dominant square. Really nice technique from the world champion. And he's still... Look at this. He's cut the connection with White's rook from coming back to defend its king.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. OK, and he just decides to run away with his king. Sometimes you just have to do those things. OK,
yeah,
but step forward with the king.
OK, but then the White king is moving towards the Black rook. This is the only way to save the game, I think, from... the only potential way to save the game from Duda. That last move, I think it was a key move. Otherwise, he was just dead lost. So nice defence from Duda, but he's still shaking his head. He's still emotional. How can Magnus find this threat? Just find this last trick. According to the evaluation bar, it should be a draw. So maybe that the win doesn't exist for Black, but he's on the brink and he needs to force Duda to continue being accurate with less than 20 seconds on his clock.
OK,
threatening checkmate now with the Black rook.
OK, that's why White escapes with the king and...
We're about to see a draw, a repetition of moves, maybe.
I'm not sure, David. You might as well play, especially with the clock situation. No, maybe I spoke too soon. OK,
another check. And if Magnus gives a check with this rook, this is the 3rd time we've seen the position. And, whoa, so much drama, but it ends in a draw.
Wow, what a game. That was swinging back and forth. Jan-Christoph Duda was fighting for a win. Eventually, though, this is a draw. Magnus Carlsen is still up by 1 point and will have the white pieces in the next game starting in 15 minutes. This one is still going on. Wesley So could be about to lose the 2nd game. Alireza Firouzja, is he about to go up by 2 points?
We've joined it at a moment that Firouzja can actually win on the spot. All Black needs to do is move the Black king out of the way. Black is about to make a new queen with that F-pawn. There we go, the king moves. We might see a few checks, but Black is about to make a new queen. And, OK, Wesley doesn't even try to check the Black king. He resigns. 2-0 now for Firouzja.
This is dramatic for Wesley So. He's been one of the top players so far in the Meltwater, the Champions Chess Tour. Played fantastic. He's in huge trouble here against 18-year-old Alireza Firouzja. Look at him. Just looking over this. What's happening with Wesley?
I mean, we haven't seen the like, actually. We're so used to Wesley being such a powerful performer on the tour. You know, he comes into these matches with very impressive style. He's almost always managed to counter-strike whenever he's had those blips. And here, it just seems like Firouzja has got the better of him. Maybe Wesley is a little bit chest out. His calendar has been very, very full. Yeah. Maybe that's a problem. Or maybe... something has stirred in Wesley and we'll see a big fight back.
Yeah, all right, we'll have to talk to Wesley afterwards to hear what's going on this game, David. What happened?
Some strange stuff, actually, in this game. It was really, really imbalanced. And we saw at the end there where Firouzja was able to win with a couple of extra pawns as black. But the reason he was given these extra pawns was because Wesley just offered them up for free. And if we rewind to the middle game, white here is Wesley So, black Firouzja, and white just gave up some pawns. He moved his knight towards the centre. It's a move he wants to play, but this just allowed black to gobble up a pawn for free. And white's knight stepped back, and black could take another pawn. And black's a pawn up. Black has 2 bishops against 2 knights as well in a really open position. That's where bishops thrive. That's where bishops are best. And Firouzja, he comfortably guided this position through to victory. He never let it slip. But Wesley, if we rewind, he could have kept his pawns instead of bringing his knight to the centre. Instead of giving up these guys for nothing, he could have brought his rook up the board, defended everything, kicked away the black queen, and when the black queen retreats, maybe back home, then now the white knights can enter the centre of the board, and white has a pretty decent position. You have 2 pawns extra compared to what happened in the game. Strange play by Wesley So.
Wow, dramatic times for Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja, Ivanka. What can we say about the 18-year-old? Because he has not been able to go through from quarterfinals before in the tour. What is different with Alireza now?
Well, he's just playing fantastic chess.
Yeah.
You know, he seems to have the measure of Wesley and just seems to be playing in a way that's very unsettling. And that's what he needs to do. He needs to continue doing more of the same.
And it could all be decided in now the next game. If he only gets to draw Alireza Firouzja, he will win the first match.
Yeah, with the white pieces as well, it's not impossible he'll get that draw. And he knows as well, if he just keeps things solid, then Wesley, he's been making uncharacteristic mistakes throughout the tournament, some small one-move blunders here and there. And Firouzja, he knows that at least today, he's the man in better shape. So I expect a solid game from him, and Wesley needs to gamble at some point. It's going to be difficult, though, uphill task.
All right, the drama is still going on here, of course, in the first day of quarterfinals. So Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Christoph Duda, they have finished 2 games. Magnus up by 1 point. So if Magnus wins the next game, this as well will be over. We have the results here. So Vladislav Artemiev and Lenia Dominguez, they have just started game 3. Lenia Dominguez, a big surprise. He is in the lead, winning game 2. And then Alireza Firouzja, as we mentioned, 2 wins can decide it when game 3 starts in about 12 minutes. Levon Aronian, 1 game 1 against Shakhriyar Mamdjarov, but Mamdjarov, he struck back with a win. So they are tied after 2 games. And then Magnus Carlsen, as mentioned, up by 1 point. He can decide it in game 3 if he wins that one. Jan-Christoph Duda. He needs at least a draw to take it to a 4th game, and he needs to win one of the last 2 games to tie that match. But we're going to head into, because it started, I think, like 5 minutes ago, Vladislav Artemiev, Lenia Dominguez, game 3. And if Lenia Dominguez wins this one, he's going to be the winner of the first match. And this is a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely not have called a result like that. I mean, Artemiev was so impressive throughout the preliminaries, undefeated. He won 6 games. What can I say? And Dominguez, he kind of like snuck into that critical 8th spot on the brink. And, well, he just seems to be playing very well. Sometimes it's just about playing yourself into form and just being given the opportunities to get through to those qualifying stages. And, of course, Dominguez is a world-class player.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that.
Of course. And the game has started. What are we seeing on the board, David?
Yeah, so far, it's just a relatively balanced position. It's quite blocked, especially Dominguez with his last move. He's completely blocked up that left side of the board now. If we look at the pawn structures, no transfer activity for the pieces. And black is actually the one with more space. So black's pawns are further advanced, further into the board compared to white's. And that means it's going to be easier for his pieces to maneuver behind the pawns. And I don't like this from Artemiev too much. I think it's going to be very difficult for white to create anything. And he does need that win to strike back at some point today. Dominguez, he's such a classical player as well. Unless you can kind of really disturb him with some crazy tactics, he's like almost impossible to beat sometimes. And I don't see this position really turning in white's favour anytime soon. White needs to castle the king away at some point. White needs to open up the centre. That's the only activity that white can hope for, is to push white's e-pawn forward at some point. But if that happens at the moment, it just leads to a bunch of trades at the maximum. And again, not an Artemiev type of position, really. He has less space, it's blocked, and no fun to be had.
Yeah, I have to say one thing about the position is that you kind of nailed it there when you kind of described about White's only active plan is actually to break in the centre. And sometimes this is why pushing forward with the c-pawn, like Black has done, can be a little bit risky, because if White is ready to hit out in the centre, then they're going to have problems. And here, if you try to do it now, then as David mentioned, what's going to happen is pawn takes pawn, and after just say knight takes pawn, then you can just simply keep on capturing. Knight takes knight, and bishop takes knight, and then just move the rook away. Yep. No problems whatsoever.
No problems.
And ideally, White would be liking to do something immediate, but it's just nothing.
Yeah, so for example, some players might get excited by something we call a Greek gift sacrifice, which means giving up your bishop on this square, forcing the Black king out into the open. But the problem is, it's only a sacrifice, it's only a piece, and once the White queen comes to try and deliver checkmate, Black is easily able to guard this. Black can utilise his knight as a defender, attacking the queen and defending against, well, covering all the weak squares. So if White doesn't have anything direct, if White can't go for this without just being forced to sacrifice or being forced to retreat later on, then how are you going to ever get this pawn pushed forward? Black's bishop is actually going to come and try and make this even harder to achieve. And, OK, Artemiev, he decides to push on the other side. So he's trying to challenge Black's kind of strengths on this side. But I think you can even just take this pawn. I think you can capture. And if White ever recaptures at the right moment, you can start pushing forward your own strengths with Black. And because Black has this kind of pawn advantage, Black has more space because they're pushed further forward. Playing on this side of the board only helps Black. That's the side he's stronger. If you look at the pawns, Black's pawns are pointing in this direction. That means the left side is where Black should be playing. And by pushing for his own pawns with White, I think he's actually helping Black speed up his play, especially while the White king is stuck in the centre. It feels like Artemiev is just frustrated with how today's going, and this opening, at least, has not been a success for him. This is one of the worst London system positions I've seen from the opening in a long, long time.
Yeah, me too. And I really enjoy that pawn structure that Black has, just because it controls so much space, and I often call it the big clamp.
The big clamp.
Yeah, because it's all just about pushing those pawns on the left side. OK, so he doesn't capture the pawn. Instead, he kind of responds in the most principled way, which is just simply to support the pawn. Now here, if I were Artemiev, I would have to just strike out in the centre.
Yeah.
I mean,
for better or worse.
Exactly, because now is the only time to do it. If you just may take a time out and castle the king, then Black will simply develop the light squared bishop, and it's going to be very, very, very difficult to ever think about attacking on that side of the board. So instead, do it now and see what happens.
Yeah, hope for the best. And yeah, you mentioned it, Jovanka. This is the only opportunity because this is White's only active plan. If you can't push this pawn forward, this knight makes no sense. It's cramped, has no active moves. This bishop makes no sense, and White's position struggles for meaning. So, yeah, this is the opportunity for Artemiev to push forward, but it's just completely balanced.
Yeah.
I think Dominguez will be happy to see pieces exchanged, because if he gets a draw in this game with White, he's very solid, and he'll only need a draw to clinch today's match.
Yeah.
Yeah, impressive from Dominguez so far.
Yes. So whilst Artemiev is considering his response, well, we have a quiz of the day where we're asking, do you have any superstitions you swear by? And Petter Iran says, perhaps not a superstition, but at least a ritual. There is a flight of stairs on the way to my chess club. When I'm on my way to my chess club, I sprint up with all my might, at least 3 steps at a time. I then barely manage to catch my breath before I arrive. That is an impressive set of stairs to leap up.
Yeah.
And I can relate to that when it comes to rituals. And do you have certain rituals before games or in certain situations? So take Artemiev. He's in a must-win situation. Yeah. Would you tell yourself something?
Stand in front of the mirror and just kind of do that dance from
You're
Friends.
the man.
You're the man. I can't believe I did that. I wish I could say I did that. Actually, when I was younger, I used to talk to myself just like, come on, Dave, you can do this. Yeah. This is your time. But the older I get, the more I just think, OK, it's chess. Let's just play.
And that pawn has made its break in the centre. And, yeah, Peter Schneider says, do you have any superstitions you swear by? I have a weird superstitious mannerism when I play chess. Over the board, the heads of my knights and the slits in my Staunton-type bishops must always look to the left. Oh. And...
Actually, that's really interesting because just a few days ago I was hanging out with Magnus and he said his knights have to be pointed towards the centre at all times.
Yeah.
And my knights always have to be pointed forwards.
Yeah.
And
Mine
my
as
bishops
well.
as well. My bishops, the slits have to be pointing towards my opponent's king.
And would it confuse you if your opponents turned your knights to face backwards and then adjusted your knights?
If they touch my knights, I'll just slap their hands away. No chance of
Do
that.
not touch my knights.
Exactly. Yeah, actually, I've never really thought about where my opponent's knights are. I think you get used to it, but everyone has their preferences, right?
Yeah, mine face forward.
But how
Attack.
about the bishops then? Do you have a preference with them as well, like Peter here did?
Yeah, the slits. Okay, not always to the left, but always forward for me.
Okay.
So I don't even want to see the the kind of the slits and the bishops.
The bishops I'm not so pedantic over.
Yeah.
It's just the knights.
Yeah, I've noticed that with Magnus. When he sits down at a over-the-board tournament, he always just turns the knights inwards, facing each other. Yeah.
But then when they cross over each other, or does he turn them again? Or... we need to ask. We need to find out.
Yeah,
We need to study the over-the-board mannerisms.
Yeah.
Chess players, we're a superstitious lot. And if you two want to share your superstitions, even your general superstitions, then you can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, or you can go onto the Champions Chess Tour Instagram page and post your answer there. Love to see pictures of your lucky mascots.
Yeah. And I don't think it's a good idea to have too many superstitions. As a sports journalist, I met many athletes who maybe have too many, and I met a few where it's actually been sort of ruining the whole day for them because they just have too many. And then if they don't do it, they get too nervous.
Yeah.
And then they can't perform.
Yeah.
What kind of things would they do?
Yeah, like I interviewed some skaters and they would have to get up at a certain time, eat the same thing every day, put on the shoes in some order, wear the same kind of underwear, get in the door twice and go back. And then, it's just a bunch of things. And the list gets too long and...
Debilitating.
Yeah.
It is true. But I can totally sympathise with that because, normally what happens is you start the day, you play your chess game, your first chess game, and say you win. And you're like, oh, I was onto a winning routine there.
Yeah.
And so you try to emulate that routine every single day. So it turns out into eating the same food again and again.
Yeah.
And, but we just have to take this position because we were just looking at pawn takes pawn and all this mass trades and elimination. But... Dominguez, he's feeling feisty because he's like, hey, I'm going to step forward with my pawn in the centre and I'm going to blast the position open.
Yeah, so right now it's maximum tension with those pawns. Look at that pawn structure right now. Everything's about to be eliminated in the centre, but the question is, which pawn do you capture or do you leave it temporarily? And let's investigate what Dominguez has in mind. He could have kept things simple, but maybe he's feeling more ambitious. And with this last pawn push by Black, pushing his pawn forward, he's saying to White, OK, whichever pawn you take, I'll probably take the other one. And if White takes this way, for example, then Black would capture in the centre and open up line towards the White king. And maybe this was just too scary. So Artemiev thought, OK, rather than go into this chaotic lines, then I will just castle my king. And we've seen castling and the Black bishop stepping to the side. And still maximum tension with the pawns. Black, however, is defending his pawn with his bishop, with his knight. And he's also defending the other pawn with his knight as well, and with the bishop. So everything is OK for Black. It's all defended. That does, however, ask the question of what happens if White forcefully breaks things open. We'll see a trade. We could see another trade. And here, maybe rather than taking the knights, maybe White just takes a timeout. Maybe White can take this pawn and go after some weak pawns on the other flank. I mean, there's so many options. It will take me an hour to go through all of them. But for me, at least, it looks like Artemiev does have some tempting options. He has to be accurate, though. Otherwise, if he just trades everything off, if he takes everything off in the centre, all the captures, then I think Black is completely fine. If anyone's better, it's probably Black, because the Black Queen is so active. So he's got to be careful, really careful, which pieces he trades.
And Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Christoph Duda just started game 3. Magnus is up by 1 point with a win. And this one, he's going to be the winner of the first match. Duda needs at least a draw, preferably a win, to take it to a 4th game and a comeback.
Yes, and okay, early days in that one. We'll keep people updated.
Yeah.
And yeah, right now, do you like this decision, Jovanka, to explode open the centre with pawns? Or I think Black could have kept things simple, as we showed.
Exactly. I think sometimes it's the simple moves that are the best. You don't have to be flashy. And I agree. I feel like Artemiev now has a whole load of options that he didn't have before. Okay, we see a trade of pawns now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this could still transpose to one of the variations I showed previously, where White later on uses his knight, goes towards the centre and goes towards that left side. So very sensible play there from Artemiev. I expect Dominguez, meanwhile, just to recapture. I mentioned he's got this really classical style. Normally, especially with Black, he just doesn't want to take any risks, just shut the game down. Maybe if the opponent gets too excited, he will just use his nicely developed pieces, his nice centre, just to kind of suffocate them, to slowly press forward. But he doesn't like to take too many risks with Black. With White, he's very dangerous, well prepared. And as we've mentioned before, that's why he's the coach of Fabiano Caruana, because his openings are so good. That's why Caruana hired him. Of course, from Cuba originally, Dominguez, but recently living in the US, playing for the US. And when he was the Cuba #1, yeah, I remember England, when we were playing them, our England #1, Michael Adams, he used to hate playing Dominguez because he just said, where are the chinks in his armour? There are none. His openings are just too strong. He's just too solid. He never blunders. You have to be really, really creative and really sneaky in order to beat him. Okay, meanwhile, we're expecting Dominguez just to recapture that pawn. He's also got a choice of pawns in the centre. It's like this one, it's like a menu. You've got three different dishes to choose from. So there's 3 different pawns Black can actually capture right now. And
I would just capture the one on the left.
Yep.
Simple is the best. I don't want to calculate anything else. Just
it's like a vanilla dessert, right? That's just, it's simple, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You know it will taste good, and the others, it's more risky.
Yeah.
The others, you might end up eating something that you don't like. And
yeah. So like those sweets that Harry Potter. Every flavour or something.
Yeah.
Some of them good, some of them not so good.
Yeah.
No, but I just think pawn takes pawn is it's the most logical move, because otherwise you'd have to start calculating what's going to happen if White actually captures the pawn right there on the left that attacks the bishop. And
too much to work out.
Exactly. And you've got to be practical. So, I mean, actually just taking a note on their clock times, Dominguez has less time on the clock and is ticking down.
But the reason he has less time on the clock is because of this long think now.
Right.
2.5 minutes when he has an automatic move if he wants it. So, yeah, I think time management-wise, if we look at the Aimchess stats, this move right now would lower those stats. And yeah, it's really fascinating looking at those Aimchess stats. It shows as well how long you think on a certain move and whether you find the best move after that long think. And when I was studying my own games on Aimchess, the longer I thought, actually, the less accurate my moves became. And that's another reason I think all the top players can benefit from those kind of stats.
Have you kind of noticed that the moves that you think of instinctively are often the best moves?
Yes. I think 90 to 95% of the time, but you need to often back them up with calculation. Yeah. It's impossible to just play on instinct all the time, because that 5% that you make, the 5% mistakes, they might just be big blunders. And
yes. Yeah, we saw that actually in the Champions Chess Tour, that this was a case in point with Eric Hansen. He was playing good moves. He was taking him too long, and then suddenly his instinct would let him down and there would be a big blunder on the board.
For example, the player with the best time management, according to Aimchess, Maxime Vachier-Degrave, he would play instantly and 90% of his moves are great, but those 5 to 10% that weren't great, they tended to be big, decisive mistakes. So instinct is great. You have to learn to trust it, but you need to back it up with calculation.
Yeah. But I'm still a bit puzzled by this long think, because, you know, I don't think the situation changes by just capturing the pawn.
Yeah, I've been there myself. You kind of get drawn into, you get really attracted to a specific idea, and you stay stubborn and you think, OK, I'm going to make this work, I'm going to make it work. But then you spend 5 minutes and you realise, why didn't I just play the obvious move and keep things safe? And yeah, I've regretted that so many times in my career. And maybe Dominguez will regret spending half his time now, 4.5 minutes, on this one move when he could simply recapture a pawn and nothing will have changed, really.
That's actually happened to me so many times.
Yeah.
But it usually happens when I'm calculating a sacrifice. So I spend all this energy working on sacrifice. OK, finally we see pawn takes pawn. And now there's a capture in the centre.
So Artemiev, he was given a lot of time to think while Dominguez was pondering his last move. And Dominguez, he spent 4.5 minutes and then he played the most obvious move, pretty much the forced move. So, yeah, not great time management there.
But now I actually really like what Artemiev's done with that knight move. I mean, for starters, it's threatening knight takes pawn. I'm a materialist. That's going to make me happy. And also that knight in the centre is so well placed because it actually can jump to the f5 square, which, as you see, is kind of like the birthplace of a potential attack. Other kind of potential attacking moves, well, bishop pawn forward to attack the black knight.
Lots of threats, actually, for black to deal with.
I know. And first of all, how are you going to how are you going to deal with all of them? I mean...
I think the most pressing matter is how to defend black's pawn on that b5 square. As you mentioned, white's knight threatening to go over to the left side and take it. Defend it with a queen, I think you have to. And at least that's the first move you calculate and you try and work out, OK, if I play this move, can white punish me? Maybe, probably, but I just don't see any other option. If you just let white take a pawn for free, you're going to suffer. And I'd rather kind of suffer tactically for one move and hope that I survive rather than just give up a pawn for free and know that the end is, that you're doomed long term.
I don't know, David. I'm really worried. I'm just thinking that if you do defend the pawn...
But what else, Jovanka? It's just you can resign if you don't give up the pawn.
You have to do that. Yeah, I'm just really worried. Yeah, I didn't have a solution.
I don't see a knockout blow for white.
It's so pawn on. So let's dive in while he's thinking. So I'll show you my fears here for Dominguez. So I'm just thinking, so you step forward with a queen.
Yep, to defend this pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And now I'm just thinking the most brutal move in this position is just to pick up the f2 pawn, move it 2 squares forward, attack the knight. Now, you've got to be super careful where you put the knight, because if you just make any old retreat, the pawn in the middle on the e4 square is going to go forward and hit 2 pieces at once. You don't want that. So you just have to go forward, I guess.
Yep.
OK, we're actually probably going to see it on the board.
We're going to see this on the board.
OK, it's been happening.
Yeah, but here we're expecting the black knight to actually jump into the position. And the reason this square is better than all of the others is because now if you push for your pawn forward with white, yes, you're attacking these 2 pieces, but black can maybe aim to go for a kind of pseudo-sacrifice and give up his bishop and try to destabilize this pawn. If this pawn actually moves now and takes, then the white knight in the centre drops off. And suddenly you give a check, suddenly black is alive, and black's probably even just winning. So white has to be careful in this scenario. After the knight jumps forward, you could make an argument for capturing this knight, getting rid of it first, but then black does have options. Maybe you can take, but maybe you can even give up a piece in a different way. Maybe you can take this way, and the white bishop under fire twice. White temporarily a piece up, but if you move it to the wrong direction, then suddenly the black pawn is going to push forward. Black's rook might come in and attack some pawns. OK, Dominguez didn't find this.
He didn't play it, so...
Is he going to get punished now? Because look at this, white's pawn is attacking 2 pieces at once, and his idea must be to jump in with the knight to attack the white queen, but the white queen just moves. And even if you grab this rook with black, then white just recaptures, right? I'm not sure whether with the knight or the queen, probably they're both good, but now you are down a rook for a piece, but next move you win a piece back, so you will have a material advantage with white. You'll have a bishop and a knight for a rook, and you have a big advantage, especially because this knight is dominant.
Right, and when it comes to 2 pieces versus a rook, OK, we're probably going to see it on the board.
Let's go back to the players.
Yeah, and when you do have this situation when it's 2 pieces against a rook, the 2 pieces are actually superior in a middle game. Why? Because those 2 pieces can be used to attack a weakness. And so you're going to see the bishop and the knights coordinate and provoke a pawn to come forward, and then black can easily be helpless.
Yeah, the black rooks aren't that great right now.
No, they're great in endgames, basically.
Yeah, so having 2 minor pieces, a bishop and a knight, or 2 bishops or 2 knights, are usually superior to just a rook in any middle game, pretty much.
And Artemiev, OK, he needs a win in this match, and it's looking good for him. We do have Aimchess stats for these two players as well. And in this situation, are we seeing something interesting?
Wow, look at Lenio Dominguez's advantage capitalization stats. 100% of games won when he has a big advantage. That is impressive.
Of course, few games analysed.
Fewer games analysed, but still at this level with elite players, it's a big number. Meanwhile, resourcefulness, Artemiev is ahead, 23% to only 11. And also, endgame stats at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's a big discrepancy. So endgames will probably favour Artemiev.
Yeah, and in this situation as well, I guess.
This position, yeah. Advantage capitalisation, I guess this will go down as for White, whether White can convert here, because as you see on the evaluation bar, plus 2.5 advantage. He has moved the queen away to safety, as we predict. And White, due to this far advanced pawn, forking 2 pieces with this double attack, is likely to gain a significant advantage. And, OK, Black's just said, you can take one of my knights. He's dropped back with his bishop. I expect White to just say, yes, please. I will take a knight.
Take the knight.
If you guys... OK, so we have teamed up with Aimchess this tournament. We're loving Aimchess as a tool. And there's also a Kahoot quiz today about Aimchess. And, I mean, there's some puzzles that's going to test you, and you can discover your strengths and weaknesses. If you head over to kahoot.it, and you put in this game pin, and then you can test your strengths and weaknesses when it comes to chess. It's a very cool quiz. So go ahead, go in there and test yourselves.
Wow, I know what I'm doing later this evening.
Quiz.
Actually, a few weeks ago, I spent an hour or two just on Kahoot, just quiz, just testing my knowledge about chess history.
It's so much fun.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
He's in training to play against me in Kahoot.
I need to up my knowledge in order to catch up with you, Jovanka.
Yeah.
OK, so right now, White is thinking, but simple move here, I think. Just take off that black knight, use the pawn, capture that black knight. It won't be on offer forever.
Yeah, and he's played it. And bishop takes... Oh, actually, I just said that by automatic, bishop takes pawn, but suddenly it just dawned on me, there is the potential that Artemiev will just be a piece up.
Yep, so actually right now, White has an extra knight for just a pawn. The problem for White is, though, that the rook is still attacked, so Black's knight there doing a great job. It's attacking a rook. If you move that rook, then White's knight in the centre of the board will get captured, and Black will get a couple of pawns for the piece. So maybe you don't want to allow Black to get pawns starting to roll forward. I wouldn't even hesitate here. The first move that came to my mind, just defend White's knight in the centre with its other knight. Maintain that stronghold. As long as the White knight sits on the d4 square, it completely paralyses all of Black's pawns in the centre and on the left, and it paralyses the Black light-squared bishop, which is blocked in behind its own pawns. So I would just team up the 2 knights together. I would say, OK, you can take my rook for a knight, but that's far less important than maintaining control. So
yeah,
that's the type of move Artemiev, I think, is likely to play as well.
Yes, and he has all the time in the world. He has over 5.5 minutes to do that. I agree. It's the most natural move as well, because you improve your worst placed piece and you build your position for that attack on the right side.
Yeah, the Black rooks will struggle for entry squares into White's camp as well. Yes, one of Black's rooks looks great on the empty A line, but where's it actually going from there? It can jump in, it might get attacked, it might get kicked back.
Yeah.
I think White just needs to defend his knights. Artemiev, maybe he's looking for something even cleverer. Maybe something even better exists, but why not keep things simple?
Yeah, simplicity is the name of the game. I'm a big fan of that. And whilst Artemiev is thinking about his response, I'd just like to share some few more answers for our quiz of the day, where we're asking, do you have any superstitions you swear by? Ambu says, never listening to the classical music during a chess match. It never brings good luck.
Really?
Yes.
I thought maybe it could be the other way around. I know, like Levon Aronian, for example, who loves listening to classical music.
Yeah, you can kind of... music has a real... what's the word? An effect on the biological system. OK, wait 1 second here, because we were talking about keeping things simple, but Artemiev is like, no.
He's being materialistic.
Gonna grab that extra material on offer, and I've worked out the consequences. OK, so let's be constructive about it. Now we just have to think about what Black is going to do. So presumably, knight takes bishop.
OK, so Black has a choice here. The knight is under fire. You could go and take white's bishop, white's light-squared bishop with that knight, or you could start by taking white's knight in the centre of the board with your bishop. Probably they're both the same thing. They will lead to the same thing. You need to do those two moves in some kind of order, but I hate this decision from white. Yes, you're still better. You still have a piece for a pawn, probably a piece for 2 pawns, so you'll be up in terms of points, but I don't know, you've just lost control. Black's pawns now will start rolling. In a few moves, we'll show this, but Black's pawns are going to start marching forward, and I'm not so sure anymore.
OK, knight takes bishop, queen takes, and now bishop takes knight.
Lots of trades.
Exactly. And the bishop moves itself to the f2 square. And so this is an interesting decision. He's given up another pawn in order to get control over the dark squares.
Yeah,
and now I'm expecting the knight to relocate itself to the f3 square.
Yeah, huge threat, actually, strategically at least. Black, if he can push his d-pawn forward and unleash the power of Black's light-squared bishop, then I think Black's simply going to win. But if white can blockade those black pawns and keep Black's light-squared bishop locked up, but staring at its own pawns, then I think white is in control. So, yeah, key moment now for Artemiev. But this decision actually hasn't led to a material advantage for white, because if we do a count, white has an extra knight, but Black has 3 pawns in return. So a knight versus 3 pawns. Usually you want a knight in a middle game, but they are worth the same. And in an endgame, the pawns might well become the deciding factor. So, yeah, materialistically, it's not even that great for white. And I'm surprised to see him think right now.
Do you know, I learned a little rule when it comes to a piece versus 3 pawns. When it comes to, I always thought that, hey, it's equal, you know, 3 pawns, 3, knight is 3. But according to a book by John Nunn, he's like, well, 3 pawns are never enough. You need to have something more. So it could be 3 pawns and an unsafe king, 3 pawns and the pawns are far advanced. You just have to have that little bit more to kind of compensate for the extra piece, because that extra piece, it just means that you have an extra point to attack.
Yeah. So, for example, if white's knight does manage to kind of manoeuvre itself, reroute itself and blockade Black's extra pawns there in the centre, then white's knight is far better than the black pawns. The black pawns can never advance, and white's pretty much playing with an extra piece. But if the black pawns can advance, then they will be superior to the knight. So really critical moments, these next few moves. And it's going to be hard for Dominguez to handle that with 30 seconds left. Dominguez now, he has to move his queen. It's under fire from the white bishop. And once the queen steps back, white is going to try and blockade those black central pawns. Yeah, I still prefer white's position, but I think he could have had a risk-free version of this.
15 seconds, David. The clock is ticking, and it's not an easy position for Dominguez to play. He has to move his queen, and
OK, the queen gets hit again.
Exactly, and this is a really nice move, actually. He's trying to relocate his bishop to the centre of the board and to establish dominance over the dark squares. And crucially, stop Black from advancing his d5 pawn 1 square forward. Because if that happens, the light square bishop gets released and there will be problems. You don't want that. Block it.
So we were expecting white's bishop to actually just go to d4, block. Yeah, there we go. It does block all of the black pawns, and now the black pawns actually trap Black's bishop. And suddenly, white is the only one who will fight for the dark squares. Black has no influence over any dark squares at all. The black pawns don't control dark squares. Black has no pieces to control them. So white's knight will slowly start to reroute itself, and maybe white eventually will start going for an attack against the black king, because white does, after all, have an extra knight. I don't think Black's pawns are sufficient compensation here for that knight.
No.
All right, so Lenia Dominguez, if he wins this game, then it's going to be over. He's going to be a winner of this first match, but it's looking good for Artemiev to make that comeback. And in the other quarterfinal matches, Magnus Carlsen, if he wins game 3, he will be the winner of the match against Duda, but the bar is slightly over to Jan-Christoph Duda's side in that game. Furuzia, with only a draw, will be the winner of the first match against Wesley So, and the bar is in the middle in that game. Aronian and Mamdiarov, they are tied before game 3. Bar is slightly over to Levon's side in game 3. They will definitely play 4 games, though. And it looks like these two will as well,
yes,
right now.
And in the meantime, you know, we just saw Lenia Dominguez's clock just keep ticking down, and now we see a trade of rooks. OK, and Lenia offers another trade.
Yeah, he's just hoping that maybe in an endgame it will be difficult for white's pieces to mop up all the black pawns, but I don't know. Even if white keeps the rooks on here, it's going to be an uphill struggle for black. What do you think? To take those rooks off the board or
I would
not?
be tempted to take.
Okay, and then the queen's off the board as well?
And then the queen's off the board, and
Everything
then
off.
I will be able to use this extra knight to win material. Okay, he decides no. He's going to keep the knight on the board, which also makes sense because, remember, white has an extra knight to attack black's king. And, OK, White's
knight could jump in right
exactly,
now.
I would just jump in right now. It's a dream square, the f5 square, and it's also making some threats. You know, the knight is threatening to jump into d6 from where it will attack the rook and the queen simultaneously. So let's do it.
Yeah, white's knight is the only piece that really can do damage to black right now, so why not leap it forward? Yeah, I'm struggling to find a defence for black, simply. It looks like he's on the brink now. Those black pawns, no compensation at all for white's knight.
Okay.
Okay, he doesn't bring it in yet, but he just improves the white queen first. That's nice, just putting as many pieces as possible on dark squares. I expect black's bishop now, which is staring at a wall of its own pawns, to relocate. There we go. And now it's less attractive for white to jump in with a knight, which you definitely don't want to allow the black bishop to trade itself off for white's knight. You want to leave black saddled with this bad bishop.
And I really like the way that Artemiev is handling this position because, yes, it doesn't look like white's doing too much by just advancing his queen one square forward. But what it does do is it's just simply controlling all the squares. Now, the queen is getting ready to potentially go over to the left, but also keeping an eye on black's pawn on c4.
Yeah, and yeah, the problem for black is there's literally nothing active to do. You just have to wait, and he pushes a pawn, creating some breathing space for the black king.
And now I would be tempted to actually move my rook all the way to the left side.
Nice. Full board awareness.
Yes.
That white rook looks nice and pretty, but you can swing it across to an open line, to that A line. You're definitely going to infiltrate into black's camp at on one of those few squares.
Yeah.
And black's still stuck. Black's still got no active plans.
Exactly. The black queen can't move because the pawn is under fire.
Everywhere the black rook wants to enter into white's half as well. All those squares, they're covered by the white knight, by the white bishop. Yeah, it's almost the end now. You just need to find that final attack, utilising all of the white pieces, coordinating to get them together in harmony in order to go for the black king. Still takes a little bit of work, but Artemiev, with 2 minutes, he should be able to do that. OK, will he just take a time out, maybe move the white king, just wait and say to black, OK, you're paralysed anyway, you can't do anything active, anything productive. But I love your move, Jovanka. Just bring that white rook the whole way across to A1 and then swing it up, try and get it to the 7th rank and utilise it there.
Yeah. And from there, you know, once it gets to the 7th row, then a knight can join in the attack, the bishop can join. You know, black has big problems. Why is Artemiev?
He's got too much choice, I think that's the issue. He's got too many pretty moves.
Do you think he's thinking about jumping in with a knight?
There we go. You've called it, Jovanka. He did jump in with the knight. He's gone in this direction because if he went towards the centre, he might have been eliminated by black's bishop. The knight is, again, the one that's going to deliver the killer blow, the final checkmate. And, OK, Dominguez just moving his rook away.
With 2 seconds on the clock.
2 seconds on the clock as well. He's kept his rook on a safe square, but look at that rook. It's just staring at a pawn. So he's kept it safe, but shouldn't be enough. Now, all white needs to do is improve the white rook.
Yep.
You could think about some sacrifices of the white pieces, the white knight, the white bishop, of the black pawns in front of the black king, but why work things out? Why stop to calculate here with 1 minute on the clock? You can just slowly... You can win in simple way, in a simple manner.
Exactly. I totally agree. You've got to be practical. You've got to play simple chess. And also, if you think about the margin of error, if you make a mistake, then, hey, you sacrifice material. Maybe black will be OK. This way, the win will happen. It might take 50 moves, but it will for sure happen.
Yeah, nice move actually by white. I liked it, just the idea behind it, just putting the king in the corner.
OK, now we have a sacrifice. OK, let's calculate, David, because king takes knight, doesn't work because bishop takes pawn, and then the rook falls off. Queen takes knight, and then bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, so
and the rook falls off.
The black pawn on the f6 square is doomed, and once it drops, as we're about to see now, white's bishop double attacks against the queen and rook, and black can't save both of them. OK, he tries. OK, nice move actually there, pinning the white bishop. Okay, maybe we wrote off Dominguez too soon. Has Artemiev missed this last move? He must have done, because now if you take the black queen, if the white bishop takes the black queen, then black's rook takes the white queen, and it's not clear. Suddenly we'll reach an endgame where black has a lot of pawns. So white takes a pawn with check. But Artemiev, we saw it on his camera there, he's not happy. Suddenly there's a bit of work to be done. It's level material now, and white doesn't have his knight. With a knight, you're always going to checkmate. Without it, that's opposite colour bishops as well. If the queens come off, black is at least fine.
Yes, and this is what we were talking about, being impractical. And, OK, queen takes pawn is the only move.
Yeah, only move. To try and win the game, you mean?
OK.
OK, he centralises the queen. So white is going for a direct attack against the black king. With opposite colour bishops, it is possible to try and attack and go for the opponent's king. Can that black king, though, just hide in the corner, hide on a light square at some point?
I was thinking also you could step your queen up to this square.
OK, so there is actually a pin on the F line. White's bishop cannot move.
OK, so Artemiev does have a threat in the position to move his rook to pin the queen and rook, but that's why Lenius just tucks his king in the corner.
He's defended heroically.
I mean, like, the star move was that rook move. When the queen was under attack, we had just assumed, hey, the queen moves, but nope.
I trusted Artemiev. I thought he found a winning blow, a really flashy way to finish the game, but sometimes you shouldn't be flashy. And now it's level material, and Dominguez, with best play, he should save this game.
Wow.
The main thing is the clock, though, is still not over because black's king is so open. 5 seconds, 4 seconds.
Okay,
he blocks with his rook. Big decision there. Okay,
it's OK, David.
Yeah, I think that process of elimination, that was the only move to save the game. Everything else lost immediately. So he had to find this move, but he made it with 4 seconds. And now if white's queen goes and takes the black bishop, then black's rook takes the white bishop, and it would just be a trade. White would not win material.
Huge developments. A draw here is great for Lenny Dominguez. Then he's fine with only a draw with the white pieces in the fourth and final game to win the first match.
And I have to point out that Artemiev, who was comfortably ahead on the clock, is now under 10 seconds.
First time in the game he's been low on the clock.
Exactly, and he is now in full focus mode. 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, my God, is he going to lose on time?
Has he lost on time? Has he made a move?
No, he's made a move.
OK, he made a move. It must have been just in time. OK, maybe there was just a bit of a lag there, a bit of a delay. We did see the bishops leave the board, as I mentioned, just that trade of bishops, and now white's given a check with his queen. So now black needs to deal with that check. OK, are you going to block with your queen? Are you going to run away with your king?
Yes.
He blocks with his queen. White has to check. Also, if the rooks come off, black has a decent position. Probably it's still a draw, but look at black's c-pawn. That is a passed pawn. Black has a really strong pawn there, just 3 squares away from promoting. So if the rooks come off, there's no danger at all for Dominguez. So white's only hope is to go for checkmate against the black king, keeping the rooks on the board.
All right, and then the match between Aronian and Mamdjaro, the bar has gone all the way over to Levon Aronian's side. He could be about to go 1 point up in the match against Mamdjaro. They will play a game 4 as well, though, so it's not going to be decided in this one.
Yeah, and it looks like quite a simple win in an endgame over there for Aronian, so he's going to take that point. And look at this, Artemiev, he does keep the rooks on, so that was his only chance to try and win. There's some slight risk involved because maybe black can start going after the white king at some point, but first of all, there's a huge threat. White's rook is trying to go up to the 7th rank, pin the black queen to the black king. That would win material. So Dominguez, the safest move would be just to drop back the black rook. OK, to attack the queen, but I thought maybe it would drop back 1 square. Just to keep the 7th rank nice and protected.
Okay.
Now, big moment for Artemiev. Does he move the queen back to give check, or does he grab a pawn?
He takes the pawn. OK.
So now, OK, Dominguez, he's still not out of danger. White is a pawn up in this endgame now. And black still has a really strong pawn, but if you start pushing it forward too soon, it will drop off.
He gives a check, but, you know, Dominguez has to be careful here, and so he gives another check. But I'm a little bit wary of Dominguez maybe in his quest for checks, doing to somehow discoordinating his pieces.
OK, so white has blocked the check with his rook. So the white had to do that, I think. White had to self-pin his own rook. So white's rook now stuck along this diagonal. It cannot move because the king would be under check behind it. But white has threats of his own. White's queen will try at some point to go and give checks to the black king. Black's king is bare. It doesn't have any real pawn protection around it, especially along some diagonals. The black rook stepping back there. That is nice by Dominguez. He's just going to slide that black rook across one square and attack white's rook, the pinned rook. OK, maybe that's the saving move, because he couldn't advance black's pawn forward there. The black rook would have been under fire from the white queen. So, OK, is he now going to go after that white rook? Can he just push his pawn? No, he shouldn't push his pawn, actually, black now. If he pushes his pawn, there will be a nasty white queen check. So the black rook keeps its king nice and defended and attacks the white rook. He's going to save this game, Dominguez. White's rook is paralysed. It's just stuck.
Yeah.
Just have to move out of this check, retreat the king.
And is Artemiev forced to take the draw by repeating the position with queen checks?
I don't see anything else. White's rook is just under fire twice, and it cannot move. And if you defend the white rook with your queen, then black will happily trade everything off, and black's pawn will promote. So we're going to see the position repeat itself. Perpetual check. Dominguez, this will be a miracle for him, saving it from the jaws of defeat. Artemiev, if he gives check now with his queen in the centre of the board, it's a draw. And he does it. Dominguez survives.
Wow, impressive stuff by Leonid Dominguez. He is still up by 1 point in this first quarterfinal match against big favourite Vladislav Artemiev. That means Artemiev, he has to win the fourth and final game to tie the first quarterfinal match. Pressure is on, and he's going to have the black pieces in that one, the Russian. We're heading into game 3 between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So. Firouzja, the 18-year-old, is up by 2 points. Only a draw here is what he needs to be the winner of the first match. And the bar is actually slightly over to his side.
Yep, he only needs a draw, and it looks like he will get it, at least, if he wants. But still a lot of life in the position. It looks like white's actually dominant because white's rook is so nicely placed. White's far advanced rook there. The only downside for white are these doubled pawns on the D line. Black's knight is jumping around, trying to attack them, trying to just capture those pawns. And everything else in black's position is a bit stinky. It's passive rooks, bad bishop, open king for black. But black's knight is, he's doing quite a good job. So I said Firouzja, probably he can get the draw if he wants. He still has some work to do, and probably the best way is not to go passive, not to just sit back and relax and take your foot off the pedal. Maybe the best way is to actually go after the black king and hope that later on you get an attack, or at least you can force some kind of repetition of moves.
And the big question, though, is how are you going to even defend that pawn that is under attack? And, well, Firouzja, he's a gutsy player. He just captures the pawn with his bishop. So, first of all, this allows Wesley to actually capture the knight. He won't, sorry, not the knight. Use the knight to capture the rook, but unfortunately that doesn't work because after pawn takes knight, then there will be a fork.
A double attack, and in this position, also, as well as not being able to take this rook, you can't take the bishop because it's just too well defended. All of white's major pieces are defending its bishop. And Wesley So, I'm shocked by this one, actually. He's brought his queen so far away from the defence of his king. What's that queen even doing? Maybe it's going after a pawn, but that pawn doesn't really seem relevant. Surely now white can just move his bishop, right?
Take the pawn.
Take this pawn. Yeah, he can take this pawn. And actually, maybe his idea after knight takes here is to go after white's pawn. Maybe this is less clear. Let's check out the player's cameras while we show this, but maybe the move for white is actually to bring, not to take this pawn, not to get greedy, to bring his bishop back in the other direction. And this looks pretty good for white, because now after knight takes rook, pawn takes, suddenly this black rook is almost trapped. It cannot use the square it wanted to use because of the presence of this white bishop. And yeah, suddenly this white pawn, I think, is going to decide the game. No matter where the black rook goes, it's going to march forward. And look at this. This pawn is going to just completely cut the black position in half. And Firouzja finds what I think is the best move. And this queen's going to come in with a check. This was almost game over. Firouzja, maybe he's going to win this game, this match 3-0 today. In the current position, black's rook has dropped back. White's pawn marching forward. This pawn is so well protected and so close to becoming a new queen. Now all he needs to do, I mean, he can take a timeout, protect some pawns if he wants, but all he needs to do is bring his queen up the board. And if black gets greedy and takes this pawn, then I think white is just going to start mopping up everything. All white needs to do is start taking pawns himself. Maybe you can sneak into the position. Everything's hanging for black. It's just... I just don't see how you're ever going to move these two pieces.
OK, he's played the move you've suggested. And, OK.
Two black rooks are stuck.
Yes. I think the only thing that you can do when you're in such a position like this is just grab material.
and pray.
You might as well, right?
So in the current position, you're expecting queen takes pawn or maybe queen takes pawn.
Yeah, one of those pawns. And then, you know, you hope and pray that if the queen manages to snake her way in to attack the black rook, that the black queen is in a position that she can step backwards and protect her rook.
Yeah, so she protects. So it's not over yet, but Wesley, he's on the brink. He knows he needs a bit of a helping hand from Firouzja to save this game. He needs a bit of a miracle again.
And I was just looking at Magnus Carlsen versus Duda game 3, and suddenly the bar just shot up for Magnus. It was all the way in the middle. And Magnus, if he wins this game, will be the winner of the first match.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like Duda, he's taking huge risks to try and win. His last move in that game was a bit wild, a bit crazy. It's not easy, though, for Carlsen. So he's winning, but a lot of hard work needs to be done for the world champion.
Is it easier for Firouzja in this game? Or is it still hard work for him as well?
It's easier than it is for Magnus in that game, I think.
OK. Yeah.
But, I mean, he's done everything right for Firouzja. That's why I'm backing him, and I expect him to win, but...
And he only needs a draw.
Yeah.
Is he definitely getting a draw here without blunders, of course?
Not definite, because he's actually technically material down. He's down a rook for a bishop and a rook for a knight and a pawn. And actually now he's down a rook and a pawn for a knight. So materialistically, he's down. But the problem is that white pawn on e7 is too strong. And surprising from Firouzja. OK, he forces the black queen back and then he gobbles up a pawn. OK, actually, yeah, not surprising. That's just strong. Maybe not as strong as it could have been. I was expecting something else, a bit more direct, but white's still in control. As long as white's pawn exists on that e7 square, that far advanced pawn, shouldn't be too much risk for Firouzja.
Right. I mean, for instance, you can just plant your queen right at the bottom of the board.
And the top of the board?
At the top of the board, sorry. Yeah. And then...
I would trade queens, I think.
You would trade queens?
Yeah, just to be cynical. But, OK, as you mentioned, white's queen can go up and challenge the black rook.
And then your idea now is actually to use the rook to go to the top of the board, d8 square.
Yeah, among other things. I mean, this is maybe a less ambitious way of playing the game, not necessarily trying to win by delivering the knockout blow, but you are going to overpower black's rook there, the one blockader of your strong white pawn. And
yeah, and you have to bear in mind the situation that all Wesley needs, well, all Firouzja needs, this is a very rare circumstance we find ourselves, all Firouzja needs is a draw.
Yeah, and probably black's best bet is that actually just to eliminate that white pawn. It's just too strong. So one of the black rooks can take that pawn, the white bishop at the side of the board will recapture, and we'll see black give back the material that he's ahead. But that would just lead to an endgame where white has no risk at all and can easily secure the draw if he wants. So that's the situation Wesley's in. He knows probably the best bet leads to maximum a draw anyway, and that is the same as a loss for him. So yeah, Firouzja still full control. Not finishing off the game in style like he maybe could have done if he needed that win, but he's just guiding things towards the safer waters.
Stressless chess.
Stressless chess. Yeah. That's really mature, that decision, though, from the youngster, from Firouzja.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of experience at his young age.
Yeah, one of the most experienced 18-year-olds in history.
And David, we have now seen Wesley give up one of his rooks in order to get rid of that powerful pawn. And this is the situation that you were describing. You were saying, here it is. Look at black's pawns. They're just awful.
The ugliest pawns you'll ever see.
Right. And
they're doubled, they're isolated, they're weak. And knights are great at targeting those types of pawns.
Exactly. I mean, if he wants to...
OK. So Firouzja just kept one of his pawns safe on a light square first, so out of the eye line of the black bishop. And now Wesley, he's saying, OK, probably my pawns are going to drop anyway. I'm going to force you to isolate your own pawns in the process of winning mine. So, OK, white now is a pawn ahead, but black's rook is going after white's newly isolated pawns. Those white pawns won't protect each other anymore.
Is there any danger for Firouzja here of maybe playing a little bit too passively and drifting into a worse position? Because after all, the rook and bishop, well, they work fantastically well as a duo.
Yeah, together they have the power of the queen, right?
Yep.
The rook and bishop doing exactly the roles that a queen would. OK, Firouzja's slightly shaking his head. That's not because he has a bad position, but maybe he's realising he still has a little bit of work to do before the draw is secured. Yeah, one move I probably wouldn't play is to bring my white rook across one square and defend the pawn from behind, because then the white rook would be passive, as you mentioned, Jovanka. So there are options, however. You can maybe even go active with your white rook. You can give a check with the white rook, maybe drop your knight back afterwards. What else could we see white do? OK, Firouzja, he does give a check. So black's king, I expect to move right now.
Yeah, I expect it to move to the edge of the board.
And then the white knight, it's on a decent square, but it could drop back to attack the black rook to defend one of its own pawns. Maybe the white rook will actually just go after black's pawn there in the corner, that black A pawn.
But that entails a bit of risk, actually, because black will also win a pawn, and it will be a question of whose passed pawn is better. When it comes to endgames, it's all about promoting your pawns, and it's the quality, not the quantity.
Yeah. The reason I want to get rid of black's pawn in the corner, though, the black A pawn, is because that black A pawn promotes on A1, which is covered by the black bishop. I would far rather give you my C pawn than my A pawn.
And what about this move?
OK, just keeping the white king nice and safe. Also supporting white's knight to go to the edge of the board. Slightly surprising. Wesley raised his eyebrows there.
I mean, first of all, is there a concrete answer to rook takes pawn?
Black's rook taking up.
Yes.
Taking that white pawn. I guess white's idea is to go to this edge of the board with his knight. And so white's knight going to the h4 square and then relocating, trying to gobble up some of black's isolated pawns on that right flank. It's a bit slow, but...
And then use the knight. Just use the knight to give some checks and just say to the black king, hey, you need to defend your bishop, my friend.
Potentially. I think we will probably see Wesley just take that pawn anyway, because I don't know... Well, I don't spot any better options. But Wesley's just in calculation mode. We saw him raise his eyebrows. Probably he's just thinking, I've got more chances than I thought I would get. It's just about whether he can take those chances. He does push a pawn forward instead to a dark square. Probably white will just avoid that trade. He can push a pawn forward. OK, what's Firouzja's idea here? Time, though, isn't on his side.
Can't he play his plan, which is to move the knight to the edge of the board, getting ready to jump in and deliver checks?
Maybe, but then OK, so yeah, that would have been OK too, but white's rook is going after a pawn.
Yeah.
And look at that, Magnus Carlsen. He has won Game 3 against Jan-Christoph Duda. That means Magnus is already the winner of the first match in that quarterfinal. Dominant performance, 2 wins and a draw, winning both of his white games.
Yep. That's where he lost in the World Cup to Duda with white, and it looks like he's tried to put that right today, and he's succeeded. Yeah, Duda fought well. I was really impressed by some of Duda's play, but the world champion, too good today.
Yeah.
And Wesley fighting hard, actually, to generate some play and winning chances. That's the most important thing, because now he's attacking the knight, and his whole point is that if the king steps forward, he will go over to the a3 square and now counter-attack the pawn that is on a2.
OK, so yeah, that's the pawn I mentioned that I didn't want to see drop off for white. If I'm Firouzja, if that white pawn disappears on a2, which it will, black's about to take it soon, then suddenly black has a clear passed pawn, which will be supported by its bishop. That black a pawn in conjunction with the black bishop, they're a deadly duo. Meanwhile, though, Firouzja is going after some of black's other pawns. The only issue for black is that he's running out of pawns. And, OK, he does push, first of all. That white pawn is not going anywhere, so you can take it any time you want. And the reason black hasn't gone and taken that pawn first is because white's king would get active once the black rook leaves the 3rd rank. So Firouzja, he's doing a good job, though. Rooks belong behind passed pawns if you want to stop them. And that white rook is behind black's only winning hope, that black a pawn.
And we're joined by the first player finishing off day 1, Magnus Carlsen, the dominant winner of the first quarterfinal match. Congratulations.
Thank you.
2.5 points to Jan-Christoph's half point here in the first quarterfinal. Do you feel your play, the games as well, was as dominant as the result here?
I don't know. I thought the first game was very good, and then the second was a bit shaky, but I managed to save it, I think, quite nicely. But yeah, the third game, that was I probably King E2 in the opening. That was a bit too much. I mean, I had decided before the third game that I wanted to play for a win to decide the match right there and then. Usually, or many other times, I've gone for a draw in such situations, but not this time. Anyway, I think I think what I did was a bit too much. He could have gotten an advantage, I think, at some point, but still I managed to hold on. And somehow, after he disconnected, he collapsed within a few moves. I mean, I understood that F5 was a desperate winning attempt, but I mean, it didn't make any sense at all. So after that, I was relatively easy to wrap up.
Wow. What a cool day, Magnus. And of course, here we've been talking about getting revenge for World Cup and stuff. Was that at all in your head? And do you feel that you got that revenge now?
No, I don't. I don't get revenge by beating people once.
So what is it about tomorrow then? Because we know, of course, day 2 in these matches, they have been a little bit difficult.
They certainly have. So I'll need to show up with the same kind of energy I did for the first game today.
All right. And well, Magnus, we wish you best of luck tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And as we were talking to Magnus, definitely something happened in the other game. What?
Yeah, it did fizzle out to a draw. Yeah. Actually, in the final position, Firouzja was just a clear pawn up for nothing, but he offered the draw and it was accepted. There was no reason to play on. A draw secured him the win in today's match. So that means Alireza Firouzja, he is the winner of the first match against Wesley So. Magnus Carlsen, the winner of the first match against Jan Christoph Duda. So, Magnus, first of all, how impressed have you been with his play today? And also, as we heard, his tactics in that last game to go for that win.
Yeah, I know. And to play in such a provocative style, you know, it's really unheard of in the opening to put your king on out there on the E2 square in the opening where it's prime for attack. But yeah, he did it and he got away with it. And what can I say? You know, he has played fantastically so far.
Delayed bomb cloud variation, Ivanka.
Yeah. Maybe could we take a look at it?
Sure.
What Magnus was talking about here.
So actually on move 10, Magnus in this position, it's just a standard position, not too much is happening, same pawns, same pieces, but maybe Magnus uncomfortable by the pin on this diagonal. Instead of playing what normal humans would do, maybe just pushing a pawn forward, trying to destabilize this bishop, maybe just pushing another pawn forward, just kind of stabilizing the position, Magnus thought, why not? I'm a point ahead. I'm the world champion. I can get away with it. And he brought his king up the board.
Wow.
Not castling, giving up the right to castle. But most of all, he has got out of this diagonal. He's freed up this knight to move next. And actually, later on, the fact that his king was in the middle never came back to haunt him. His king was always actually a great piece in the centre of the board. Fortune favoured the brave in this one.
Wow, fantastic day 1 in the quarterfinals for Magnus Carlsen. A bad day for Wesley So, and we are joined by Wesley. What happened today against Firouzja, Wesley?
Yeah, I'm used to bad days. I mean, this was clearly not my tournament, but a big shout out and congratulations to Firouzja for playing so well. He's always been an impressive player, and he's very resourceful, very good in tactics, and also very well prepared in the openings. And he's only 18, so I think he has a lot of potential. I'm excited to see his play in Norway. But anyway, I mean, I was playing badly the whole tournament long, so kind of. But actually, I had some chances. Like, I shouldn't have lost the first game. That was very stupid. Because I should have just taken his queen with my queen. So that was clearly unnecessary. And yeah, in the second game, I was just moving, and then I became slightly worse out the opening, and then I blundered the pawn, the knight d5.
Yeah.
But in any case, it doesn't matter whether I lose with 3-6 or 2.5 tomorrow.
Of course, Wesley, we are a little bit strict with you because you've been so fantastic in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, so we're almost surprised to see you in 5th place in the preliminaries, and of course surprised to see you lose a match here. So what is the difference here, this tournament compared to other tournaments for you? Are you feeling not your best form? What's happening?
Yeah, clearly I'm not my best form. I don't know. I guess I played. This is my 4th tournament in a row. And also after this one, I have another important Chess 960 tournament with very strong players, including Garry Kasparov. So now I'm in St. Louis. I have a few days to prepare for that. Obviously, I want to win the tournament, but also I'm waking up every day very early at 7:30 in the morning. I don't know, but I'm feeling a bit tired, but I'm ready to play in. And also the preliminaries was very exciting, but this tournament is stronger than the last one.
Definitely.
And the preliminaries was very exciting. I had some very exciting games in that stage, and I don't know. I still have another chance tomorrow, but I didn't prepare too seriously for today. I just want to play some chess, but I wasn't able to play good chess today. I don't know. I think it's just as Gary said, it's a long season, and players have been playing. But I don't know. Those are just all excuses. But
No, very understandable, Wesley. You're playing a lot. And of course, another chance tomorrow. So best of luck in the second match tomorrow.
Thank you. It's better late than never.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for joining us, Wesley. And we're also joined by the winner of this match, Alireza Firouzja. A dominant performance. Huge congratulations, Alireza.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
What does that feel like against the player that has been maybe the best player so far in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour to just crush him today? And we're having some technical issues, I'm hearing, that we're not getting sound from you, Alireza. I don't know if you're hearing me. Okay. Still no sound. So trying to fix the technical issues so we can hear from the man of today, Alireza Firouzja. Hopefully we can fix the technical issues, because what a day. What a day for Alireza Firouzja. 18 years old, crushing Wesley So.
I know, and in a beautiful way as well. You know, we saw him be ruthless, efficient at the same time, and I've been very, very impressed by his play so far. Because, I mean, yes, Wesley has played a lot. Yes, you know, he talked about all those excuses, but Wesley has been extremely powerful throughout the whole tour.
Right.
I mean, we don't see him lose, and we never see him lose 2 in a row to the same opponent. So that's a reflection of Alireza's talent.
And let's try again. Alireza, can you hear us now? And can we hear you?
Yes, I can. Yes,
Perfect.
yes, sure.
Now we hear you. Yeah, congratulations
I was
again.
saying, the first game of the match is always very important. So the game was upside down, but okay, the end game, the time trouble, I managed to somehow get the win. And then, it was up in the match, so it was pretty easy for me. So after, because he played very strangely, these calls for the structure, so...
Impressive stuff, Aaron. And Alireza, what is sort of the difference in this tournament and previous events in the tour? Are you playing better than you've done so far in the tour, you feel?
Yeah, I think so, because the tour, I played terribly. So, I think now I am getting in the better shape. Also, the last preliminaries, the previous tournament, also was pretty good. Okay, the match didn't went well, but... Okay, I am happy now. It's my play.
Yeah. And do you have a different routine than before? Or are you doing very much the same things?
Oh, no, all the same things. But I don't know. Just, I think people are also a little bit exhausted, maybe. I was hearing Wesley interview now. You were talking to him, and maybe that's the reason. I don't know.
So, assuming that Wesley does come back tomorrow with more energy and throws everything at you, what's your approach going to be to the second day of quarterfinals?
I don't know. I was never up in a match for the second day, so I will try to understand what it feels, and I will think about it. So.
Fantastic. We've been so impressed by you today, Alireza. Congratulations and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. What a day. I keep forgetting he's only 18 years old. I mean, so impressive.
Mature guy, mature play on the chessboard. Yeah, the world's at his feet.
Yeah. All right. The day is not over. Even if 2 quarterfinals have ended with winners. Magnus Carlsen, winner of first match against Jan-Christoph Duda. Alireza Firouzja, winner of the first match against Wesley So. 2 quarterfinals is not decided yet. Lenya Dominguez, he's up by 1 point against Vladislav Artemiev. He only needs a draw in this game to be the winner of the first match. Can he get it?
It's still early days in this one. All the pawns, all the pieces still on the board as well. And first thing I notice is that Artemiev, he's taking risks at this early stage of the game. He's played the modern defence. That means that black is not actually fighting for the centre at all. White has been allowed to occupy the centre with pawns. White has been given a free hand to develop pieces. But black, look at those 2 black bishops. They are on the longest possible diagonals. They're fianchettoed nicely. Black has pushed pawns on both sides, both flanks. And that means that black has the flexibility to switch play depending on where white castles the king, potentially. And with this last pawn push, black is just stopping white's knight from jumping into that key f5 square that we've mentioned several times today. Black's knight will come out, and maybe black will decide to castle the king, or maybe black's king will stay in the centre. Artemiev, he knows this is a must-win situation with black. It's extremely difficult against an elite opponent to do that, but he's doing all the right things. Just keep the tension and wait till your opponent gets low on time, and you will get your chances at some point.
Yeah, and I have to say, usually I'm a big fan of occupying the centre with pawns, but having studied some of Artemiev's games, I knew that he is an expert at just waiting in these cramped positions, waiting for that right breakthrough, and he's expert at taking those chances when they're presented to him. So I think Artemiev will be very, very happy with his opening. I also think that Dominguez is also a principal player. He likes to occupy the centre. He will also be happy. So it's just a question of who is going to be the most effective. And David is right. It's going to boil down to those final seconds.
Yeah, so I expect the next few moves to involve white maybe moving the queen, white deciding which side to put the white king. Black's just going to wait, stay flexible, and depending on where white castles, will push some pawns. And personally, I really like this type of position as black in quick games because there's less pressure on you. Your plan is clear. You're just going to develop and kind of sit and wait. For white, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of burden on what to actually do. And those big decisions I mentioned, which side to castle especially, that is not easy. And it's rare to see actually Dominguez think so long as white. And it's only move 11. Yeah, I think maybe he will be regretting later on. If it does become wild, if it does really spice up, he'll be regretting not just playing a more modest structure and more modest setup with white, just to keep things really solid, just to protect your pawn centre. Right now, the one thing that white has done that could come back to bite him is actually push lots of pawns on that right side, because now, if that side ever opens up, if that's where white decides to castle the king, then he feels overextended, simply. So, yeah, Dominguez, he needs to make a move over the next couple of minutes. He doesn't want to fall too low on the clock in this really nervy situation where he only needs a draw.
So do you think Dominguez will just simply castle his king? Wow. OK, he has just
Principled
gone
guy.
for it. Yeah, he's quite an aggressive player. So he's pushed forward with his pawns and the immediate tension in the position. And so the first move that I would look at is, like, what's going to happen if I just capture the pawn?
Should we check out all the, the various pawn structures here?
Let's do that.
Because these mean girls are in operation. And, OK, we did see a capture. I was wondering if you just leave those pawns to survive.
The mean girls.
The mean girls, yeah.
Oh.
I wanted to leave them all alive. Just push a pawn on the other side and say that, OK, you've got mean girls, but I'm going to start undermining them from the side. But instead, we saw Artemiev trade. And now one of the gang has fallen. But white still has a very nice, strong centre, so something to hold on to here for white. But black, at some point, needs to strike, because if you just wait too long, if you just develop your pieces, for example, bringing out the black knight, once the white queen steps forward, you can never, ever castle the black king in this direction. It's just too open, and also you will have a weak pawn. So I think that now, at least now, maybe on the next turn, black needs to strike out, and that will involve, at some point, pushing a pawn. I don't think black can wait too much longer. It involves risk, but that's the situation Artemiev is in. He needs to risk anyway. And, for example, if he pushes this pawn now, white doesn't really have time to go and take this pawn because black is simply going to strike in the centre. And if white ever takes this direction, then at least you get a really nice open bishop for your I mean, for all your hard work, you get one really nice piece. So black will recapture, for example, and also you have a nice square in the centre of the board for your pieces. Maybe white will just block things up, but again, at least you have a nice square for your knight. I think this is what Artemiev needs to do if he wants to win this game. If he waits too long, if you don't put, in this position, if he waits too long, if you don't push a pawn now, 2 squares forward, then I think you might not get that opportunity again.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. I think you absolutely have to make that quite thematic pawn break and just accept that there will be complications. I was just a little bit curious as to why white didn't have time to capture that pawn with the bishop.
Yeah, so if I just take you now with my pawn.
Move
attacking
my
this knight. Okay, but it feels a bit shaky for white, no?
Yep, I can see it being shaky for everyone, but it was just the kind of question that people would ask. Well, hang on a second, can't you take it?
No, good point. Yeah, good point. So this pawn's under attack, this bishop's under attack, and if you ever, for example, trade off this really strong black knight in the centre of the board, then this bishop is unrivaled on dark squares, and actually white is just suffering here. White is suffering big time because this knight is under fire. This bishop is just controlling everything. You can never fight for the dark squares for the rest of the game. So, if this black pawn pushes forward, I don't think white can get greedy and snap off this pawn because simply you lose too much time. You've wasted too much time with this bishop, and now you have to lose more time with your knight.
Yeah, and so this basically...
Okay, he doesn't initiate.
He doesn't initiate that. Maybe it just wasn't on his radar just yet, because...
Okay, so he's playing a more slow approach, so just bringing that knight to a side. Next, he'll probably push his queen forward and then aim to castle the king in this direction. But, yeah, it's slow. It's slow. It takes 3 or 4 moves. And, for example, if white just brings the queen up and maybe castles next, if black does the same, then if both kings are on the same side of the board, I don't think white needs to worry so much. Black ideally wants the situation with kings on opposite flanks so he can attack. And I think white has quite a nice position here. You can bring the rook to this line at some point, target a backward pawn. I don't really see black getting too active, getting too excited here because, I mean, there are just too many bad pieces, too many inactive pieces sat at home on their start squares.
Yeah, and I really like the idea of just moving my rook that's on the right-hand corner, just move it 2 squares, put it on an open line for the white pieces, and... Yeah,
and if this position arises or something like it, then I think it's very safe for Dominguez compared to what it could have been. Maybe here, he's got 2 plans for white. You bring the queen up and castle your king to the left, or you get a bit ambitious and you push pawns to undermine this flank of the board. It means you won't castle there, but it means black probably won't castle on the left either. So 2 differing strategies here for white. The one thing I wouldn't do, though, is castle on the right side of the board. It just looks too open, despite the fact that white has a lot of pieces on that flank. OK, big moment now for Dominguez. Where is he going to put the white king?
Do you know, I suspect he's going to go to the right.
Now I've said that.
Yeah, exactly.
Commentator's curse.
Exactly.
And in the other one, Mamedyarov is in a must-win situation to tie the match against Levon Aronian. Aronian has won 2 games. Mamedyarov won 1 game. This is game 4, bar slightly over to Shakhriyar's side. And he has to win this game to tie the match. Same situation for Artemiev. He has to win this game to tie the match.
The good thing for Mamedyarov is he's got the white pieces, he's got his type of position as well, which is quite tense, but he can attack. So Mamedyarov, so far in game 4, he's done everything correct.
Okay. Yeah, and fireworks between those 2.
Always. I remember Levon Aronian saying when he plays Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he has to bring his tactical A game to the board. Nothing else will do. Very fascinating position. OK, and David, you called it. The queen has stepped 2 squares forward. And white is getting ready to castle the king to the left.
Yeah, I think that's the most natural move, the queen not doing too much. And OK, maybe he'll still castle on the other side, but at least he's keeping his options open. You don't want to commit. You don't want to tell your opponent which side you're going too soon. You want to leave it till the last minute, in this scenario at least, because black, his plans are less clear if he doesn't know, if he's just playing the guessing game about where the white king will lie. And, I really like that decision for white. I'm slightly surprised to see the evaluation bar go down. I think that was the most, that's the first move that came to my mind at least. And the onus is still on black and how to develop I showed that line with black moving the black queen and castling it as well himself on the long side, on the queen side, to the left there. But there might be other options. Black can develop a knight as well.
Yes. So whilst Artemiev is considering his options, I just want to give a few answers to our quiz of the day, where we're asking, do you have any superstitions you swear by? And Sam Oburia says that they have a superstition related to online chess. And this one's quite quirky. He says, my chess superstition is that when I play online and win 3 games in a row, I have to restart my computer before playing another to get rid of any accumulated bad luck.
Ooh.
Anytime I don't do it, I lose.
Wow.
Oh, good one. Oh, I see David now.
Maybe I'll try that.
And I also quite like Jaxie, who gives a very no-nonsense answer. I don't believe in superstitions. I believe in good moves. And yeah, good moves are what are going to save the day for you.
Yeah.
So there is still time to enter our quiz of the day. And you can answer our question by tweeting us using the hashtag ChessChamps or by going onto the Champions Chess Store Instagram page, posting your answer there. And we have a move. And Artemiev has actually chosen to develop his King's Knight.
That's provocative,
Yeah.
Ivanka. He's attacking a pawn. That black knight is attacking white's pawn on the g4 square, but that pawn can push forward. You can push that pawn forward to attack the black knight. You could also defend it. You can make an argument for that as well if Dominguez just wants to play safety first chess. But there we go. The most instinctive move, the most natural move in any situation is to push a pawn forward. And that pawn push has forced black to move his knight again for the 2nd time in a row. It feels like that pawn push was probably part of white's plan anyway. So, okay, big decision there by Artemiev. And now black is threatening white's pawn. There's a bit of tension between those 2 pawns. So do you capture? Do you not? Ivanka, you look excited.
I capture. I capture.
Okay.
What about you?
Yes, the same.
Yeah. I got to get excited because it's like this dark square bishop is often one of black's potentially the best pieces, because sometimes it can just cut across the board and be a terrible nuisance. So if white has the chance to eliminate this dark square bishop, I would just do it in a heartbeat.
And you can do that by playing pawn takes pawn.
Exactly.
Black has to recapture with his bishop.
Right.
And now you just trade these pieces off the board.
And
it's about to happen. The bishops are looking at each other right now, and most likely, I mean, do you castle your king or do you put your queen on a dark square
I wanted
first?
to put my queen on a dark square first, just to cover any potential squares. Because, I mean, if you castle your king, I'll never forget this rule. I was working through some old exercise book by the Danish grandmaster Bent Larsen, and he suggested some move. And yeah, it's like king on an open life, unsafe, but king on an open diagonal, unsafe. So I'm like, okay, protect the lines and diagonals.
Definitely don't want to allow that check. So that is why your move, Ivanka, has been played by Dominguez as well. Hitting the black rook, but most of all, just covering the dark square. So you gain a bit of time. Black's rook has been forced to retreat, and now this pawn move, I think this is the key. Pushing forward, controlling this black knight. If you castle the king, then again, black gets active. Black hits your queen, brings his knight into your camp, and this queen, once it's dislodged, will lose a lot of control over the dark squares. So pawn push, control your opponent's knights. That's the key.
And a round of applause from me for that kind of move, because it's such a kind of grandmaster move, pushing that pawn, dominating the black knight on the circuit.
And now if black plays too slowly, then actually this pawn is a potential winner. This pawn could start marching up the board in an endgame, in a middle game, and it's really going to paralyse this black rook.
All right.
Looks good for white.
And the queen?
OK, so black's just getting ready to castle the king to the left. White's going to do the same, most likely, and then it's a really tense middle game. I still prefer white's position, but Artemiev, at least he doesn't have too many weaknesses as black. He still has to watch out for white's pawn, as we mentioned, that H-pawn, but no weaknesses for black.
I want to remind everyone that there are some special events going on Chess24 during this tournament. First of all, there is the Aimchess Arena tournament. That is going on every day before we start the show here. So every day from 4 to 5 p.m. CET, you can head over to Chess24 and play an open arena tournament, and there will be prizes for amateurs. And not only that, every day after the Aimchess US Rapid finishes, there is a Aimchess banter blitz going on Chess24. And I actually checked today after the show, Alejandro Ramirez will be doing some banter blitz on Chess24, and he's a really funny guy. So that should be a lot of fun for you guys.
Yeah, and talking of Alejandro Ramirez, he's another coach of Fabiano Caruana. He's worked many times with Lenia Dominguez. Yeah, so maybe you'll get some insight if there are any Dominguez fans out there onto how Dominguez works on chess. Definitely go check out that and ask Alejandro.
Yeah. Okay, maybe he's sitting, waiting for his banter blitz to start and cheering for Lenia Dominguez here now. He only needs a draw.
I'm sure he will be cheering for Lenia Dominguez. Okay, so Lenia actually, well, everyone was looking right. He looked left and made a sneaky pawn move, actually. I like this disruptor move because, you know, Black had some plans of perhaps putting the king on the left side of the board in safety. And Lenia says, no, I'm happy to live with my king in the centre, but so should you.
Yeah, interesting. And now Black has a real dilemma. Does Black trade a set of pawns? Does Black take that white pawn that's just moved and ruin his own pawn structure? Black will be left maybe with an isolated pawn. White's knight will recapture and White gets a bit of activity there. Or does Black block it up? But if you block it up, firstly, there's a lot of responsibility. You gain space with your pawns. They might become weak later. But also, once both sides do castle their kings to that left flank, there's no chance of a Black attack on that side.
Right.
Yeah.
And any pawn break that Black makes, it's going to come with great cost. And I'm also thinking, you know, Black in an ideal world actually just wants to castle the king to the left and swing the other rook to the right and then put pressure on those open lines. Can't do that safely now. Love this move by Dominguez. Very clever. I'm going to put that one in my bank as well.
Yep.
It's all about storing patterns, you know?
Yeah, OK, he does block it up. I'm surprised by that move. I would have probably just traded a set of pawns there and hoped for the best with Black. But Artemiev decides he has to block it up. He has to kick away that white knight. And Dominguez, he's paused. He can retreat his knight. OK, he does. I thought maybe you could consider being a bit flashy and pushing a pawn to attack Black's knight, counter-attacking against the opponent's knight. Instead, no, it's blocked up on that flank now. And will we see White finally commit his king? Looks like Dominguez about to whistle there on the camera. Probably he quite likes his position. He whistles while he works, right? So White's king, I'm expecting to commit, and it surely will go over to the left side. The other flank, or leaving the White king in the centre for too long, I don't know. I don't see any benefits behind it, simply. OK, he finally does make that decision. Sensible. Okay. I think timed it correctly, timed it perfectly. It's move 21, but it's never too late to castle, as long as you still have the right to do so.
Wow.
You need to keep your king safe, and
now I
expect Black to do the same.
Yeah, Black has to do the same, but it's a little bit loose around the Black king.
Maybe. At least he has a lot of pieces protecting the Black king.
That's
if
true.
the Black king castles over on that left side. Even if worst comes to worst, even if some pawns drop, even if your opponent's forces break through, you have pieces around to defend with. So
yeah.
I think it's just more the top priority, the most urgent priority is to get Black's rook in the corner, just get it into the game, swing it over to the right side. That's the only way to do it.
OK, so if he castles, I mean, like, I'm just going to suggest the most materialistic move, which is, I'm thinking, to slide well, it's not possible. I just want to get my queen over to the b5 square. If it gets there, then, hey, I've won some pawns. But that's not so easy, actually.
So you want to bring the queen across?
Yeah, but it's not so easy.
You said it wasn't possible. Why is it not possible?
Because the queen can come out and give check. Okay. There are consequences.
So you want to prevent the Black queen from coming to give a check?
So I need to prepare this idea.
So how can you prepare the idea? One thing you could do, one thing I always recommend every player to do if they castle on the long side, if they castle to the left here, is to just slide your king one square closer to the corner. This is something that Magnus told me just the other day. He said, always put your king closer to the corner if you castle this way, and maybe Black will do the same. And the benefit here is that if later on, if Black does the same, for example, if you do decide to go greedy and try to capture the pawns, as Jovanka mentioned, then at least Black's active queen move, it won't come with check. So you will have a way to reply against this. The White king now feels completely safe. It's not sitting on an open diagonal. So that's the move I would start with, and then depending on what Black does, yes, this is one plan, to go for the black pawns with your queen. Maybe you could just line up your rooks against black's weak pawn here, black's backward pawn on the F line. At some point, you need to start deciding where to put your minor pieces.
Ooh, David,
Yeah.
your crystal ball is working. It's a great move.
Okay, I agree. I'm going to toot my own horn and say, yep, it's a great move.
It is a great move.
But Dominguez found it because it is the most natural. Just if you see nothing else concrete, nothing else direct to go for, if you've castled on the side, just tuck your king away. Please tuck your king away. It's going to be safe. And long term now, there's going to be hardly any issues with the white king. So white can concentrate his army elsewhere.
Okay. Lenya Dominguez, he only needs a draw in this game. Artemiev sitting in the dark there, just really, really fighting hard to get a win in this game to tie the match.
Yeah, and he's taken some risks strategically, but he needs to take more risks kind of dynamically now. He needs to go for it and initiate something, because if you just give white a free hand to just slowly maneuver around, white is completely fine. And okay, first step, improve the black rook. Sensible.
That's all very well and good, David, but take a look at white's minor pieces. Every single one of them are protecting each other. So they're really...
That's why white's just moved his bishop out of the island of the black rook to a protected square. That was the only undefended piece in white's camp, other than the queen, but she can fend for herself.
Again, a nice strategy from Dominguez. All he needs is a draw, and so he's just playing a safety-first approach just to neutralise any potential activity that Artemiev could have. And now, I mean, I could even think about swinging the rook over onto the G line, and I would ideally choose the rook.
Okay, so black
That's in centre.
Black actually offered a trade of queens there, and Dominguez didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. He just retreated. He said, no trade for you. And I like that decision. If you traded queens there, then black's rook would have got active, and I don't know, there would have been fewer pieces potentially to start attacking black's weak spots. So keeping the queens on the board, there's no downside really. White still has this idea, as you mentioned, Ivanka, of bringing one of the rooks across, probably the rook on the D line, swinging it across to this G file, and potentially attacking black's queen and black's rook, challenging for an open line. So sometimes you can keep the queens on, sometimes you can take them off, but there's always pros and cons. Here, I think it's a decent decision from Dominguez, and Artemiev, clearly he was struggling for a plan. That's why he wanted the queens off. Also, remember the Aimchess stats. Artemiev is one of the best in endgames. That's why keeping the queens on. Maybe Dominguez, he knows his opponent's strengths. He studied Artemiev's games for sure, and keeping the queens on can be a good decision. That's another reason why top players, they don't just look at openings. They look at all the possible stats, all the patterns in their opponent's play.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, the top players are really adept at choosing their openings and choosing their styles just to discomfort their opponent. I've spoken to David many a time, and I've kind of said, hey, your opponent didn't choose the most critical line when you were playing your Caro-Kann. And he said, that's because I chose the Caro-Kann, and I predicted that my opponent would play in a timid fashion. And I was like,
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting.
I knew he wasn't brave enough to sacrifice a pawn, so I kind of bluffed him, and he played an inferior move. And okay, meanwhile, that's not an inferior move. Black's king tucking itself away to the corner there, and white's rook, not the rook we expected, but one of white's rooks trying to challenge the black queen now.
Yeah. And now there's a threat on the board.
Yeah.
The white knight sitting on G3 is going to move itself and attack the rook, the queen.
Yep, so discovered attack from the white rook to the black queen. So that tension means that the black queen is nearly guaranteed to run away right now. She has to step away from this this X-ray vision
and she
of the rook.
She moves to the F6 square, and now the queen is again on the eye line of its counterpart.
Yeah, so a pin. The white bishop can't move. The white queen behind it would drop to the black queen. So, yeah. A lot of tension here. White's queen, though. If you're pinned, why not move the piece behind it, get out of that pin, free up the white bishop? You don't want that tension to last too long.
Yep, absolutely. I would just move my queen.
There we go.
And there you go.
Back where she came from. And Artemiev, if he offers a trade of queens, we already know the answer, but that would only repeat the position. I don't think Dominguez wants a trade of queens, but he's covering all the dark squares with that white queen. Once you've parted with your dark square bishop, might as well use the queen to cover all those potential weaknesses, all those potential holes in your camp.
Right. And you mentioned that Artemiev has to take some dynamic risks. How?
I was thinking at some point he had to start pushing some pawns, but I don't see which pawn to push yet. Actually, I just like Dominguez, the fact he's pretty much shut down all of the potential black pawn pushes. If black pushes a pawn in the centre, no matter which pawn you push in the centre, white will just say, no, I'm not going to open it, I'm going to block it. And yeah, Dominguez playing that kind of frustration role right now, just saying to Artemiev, I know what you want to do, I'm going to stop all of that, and it's going to be difficult for Artemiev to break through.
Okay.
That being said, the clock times are ticking down for both sides, so anything could still happen.
And another clock that is ticking down is the Kahoot quiz, the Kahoot challenge that we have for you guys now. I see it's about 30 minutes left of that challenge for today. So if you head over to kahoot.it and you put in this pin, then you can test yourself in the Aimchess Kahoot quiz. And it's going to test your strengths and weaknesses as a chess player. There's a bunch of puzzles there that will test you. So go ahead into kahoot.it.
Maybe some of the viewers, they can tweet in screenshots of their results, how they get on.
Ah, we'd love to see that.
On those quizzes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that last move by Artemiev, that is all of his experience playing online blitz and online bullet for the last 10 years. Black's just king, just putting itself on the side of the board and just waiting, just forcing Dominguez to burn a bit of time making a decision, and now offering the trade of queens again. Artemiev, he really, really wants that endgame. Would you go for it now, Jovanka? Would you trade queens or retreat?
I would retreat my queen. I perhaps wouldn't retreat to the same square as before. Instead, I would perhaps move it. No, I changed my mind to the same square.
Okay. I would probably take queens off this time, because I see that once the queens come off, white can actually capture a pawn on that left side, and white can create a passed pawn of his own. I feel that maybe this endgame is slightly more favourable than the version it would have that would have arisen a few moves ago. I would offer a bet, but I'm scared that Dominguez is going to keep the queens on. Okay, big moment for him. He does keep the queens on. I'm glad I didn't offer the bet. You were right, Jovanka.
Yes. Well, one of the consequences of black capturing the pawn that's now available is that the white knight will improve its placing, and black's king is not entirely safe there on the left. And yeah, I mean, I just think it's a matter of taste. I think both moves were quite good.
Yeah, and again, maybe in his mind, he knows Artemiev, huge endgame stats according to Aimchess, and therefore no queen trade. Why give your opponent what he's good at? And now I expect probably the pawn has to capture the pawn. I don't think you should let white take you on this left side of the board, because white will start opening up some lines. Big decision for Artemiev. This tension now on the left side with those pawns on, especially the pawn on c3, the white pawn on c3. It's not in black's favour, that tension. Okay, he steps back with his king where it came from just a couple of turns ago. He's lost a lot of time now. White can trade a set of pawns and maybe even relocate the white queen at some point. It feels a bit shaky. Whose king is going to be weaker if that left side explodes open, if some lines get opened up?
Yeah. It's a difficult question, David. I mean, I'm also wondering whether white can actually just use this king move actually to go forward. Okay, he's actually captured a pawn. Okay.
So, yeah, very sensible stuff.
It is definitely sensible. Now, I wouldn't recommend that white go pawn hunting immediately by attacking that pawn with a queen, because this will have the consequence of stepping away from the e3 square, and the black queen can then dive in. So I wouldn't recommend that. But it's in the air.
Okay, so you mentioned Jovanka dropping the queen back. It looks very tempting, but black's queen would now be allowed to penetrate and enter white's position, attacking the bishop, and a double attack against the pawn as well. So this would actually win immediately for black. So dropping the queen back, attacking this pawn would be a huge blunder. So instead, what should white do you think? There's also one tactical option, Jovanka. Bring the knight forward. You love knights on f5, right?
We do.
Knights on f5 will thrive. The reason I say this is because you're attacking the queen, but you've also suddenly attacked an undefended piece. And this will be very tempting to me. You're attacking the rook and the queen at the same time, so the queen would be forced to pretty much step back and defend her rook. But this trade of rooks maybe would lead to a bit of a safer position for white. He doesn't go for this. I thought maybe the white knight would step back and kind of now head towards black's pawns. And I think if you only needed a draw, this would be a very safe approach. But Leonid Dominguez, instead, in this position, he just brings his rook across. And, OK, rook on a semi-open line. Looks pretty good as well.
OK.
Let's go back to the players. This is going to be decided on the clock, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Dominguez actually has less than half a minute. Wow. And if I were Artemiev, I would almost be tempted to dive into the position with my queen and to the d2 square, and then see if I can cause some mischief.
Okay, I guess I can just kick it away with a rook, no?
Yeah. I'm kind of hoping that the queen will hang around there for a while.
Okay. I could also evict you by bringing the rook from the g-line over to... Yeah.
Okay, then I have a change of heart. It will be doubling along the g-line. Okay, but we have a move.
That's potentially what black's aiming for. You mentioned doubling on the g-line. Black's rooks, if they stack up... OK, white's queen now dropping back. Now that the black rooks actually block the diagonal of the black queen. Note how Dominguez, he's so sharp and sensitive to the changes in the position. This move was impossible on the last turn.
Okay.
Now it was possible, but Artemiev, this is what I mentioned. He's played strategically quite nicely, but now it's time for dynamism, and that means pushing pawns forward, opening lines. It might backfire, but he needs to take these risks if he wants to win the game.
Yeah, and 10 seconds for Lenny Dominguez.
Yeah. Difficult decision, actually. Do you capture the pawn? Do you move your queen? And see, he has captured the pawn, and pawn takes pawn. And now I'll be thinking about moving my queen to this square.
Yeah, so the white queen now kind of creating some tension on this diagonal against the black rook, against the black queen, but more importantly, controlling an open line on the d-file, maybe trying to sneak in to start checking the black king if possible. Multi-purpose move there. Looks really nice, actually. Black's queen suddenly misplaced. I don't really understand why black planted his rook on the same diagonal as the black queen. OK, suddenly black's pieces are clumsy, and has he opened it up at the wrong moment? He needed to do something like this, Artemiev, but he also needs to back it up correctly. Suddenly, the black king looking like a target. White's rook on the g-line is going to swing across. Both of white's rooks are going to start relocating themselves to the centre, to the left side, and if white can, you know, mobilise all those pieces, then big attack incoming.
And he has gone under the minute on the clock. Artemiev as well in the fight for a win. Must-win situation.
And for me, the biggest threat in the position is the fact that the white queen can now just dive into the 6th row and give a check. And once the queen starts coming close to the black king, it's going to be very awkward. But this is a very neat defensive idea from Artemiev. So he reinforces protection of his rook. But at the same time, he clears the 7th row for his rook that is sat there on h7.
OK, so the white queen did jump in, as you mentioned, Joanka. It did deliver a check. I mean, that's what they say, right? If you see a check, you might as well play a check.
Wow.
It's when you have not that much time left on the clock. But now you have to follow it up. White's pieces...
OK, he takes the pawn.
OK, white's pieces aren't coordinated. Is that a mistake from Dominguez? Because now the white queen is under fire, and no matter where she goes, black's queen is about to jump into white's position.
Oh.
I think that's just a decisive blunder.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Now, look at the white queen. She's forced away, and black's queen is about to enter, maybe decisively.
OK,
There we
she's
go.
in.
Black's queen is threatening to come across and capture white's pawn on b3.
Okay.
And look at the white king.
The king has to step
No
forward.
defences.
He has to step forward to defend the pawn.
Okay,
But
black's pawns are coming, black's pieces are coming.
Yeah, exactly. So the king tucks himself away on the edge, but Artemiev now is in ruthless mode because now he's opening up the 3rd row for queen.
Look at all the black pieces. They are pouring forward. Just one slip by Dominguez, misplacing the white queen on the wrong side of the board, and suddenly the white king is defenceless. It only has a rook to defend it, but black has so many attackers. Black has a queen, a knight, pawns.
Okay.
Dominguez offering this queen trade. It's not going to happen, though.
No, it's not
endgame anymore.
You can simply also go pawn takes pawn, check, and force the white king back.
So close for Lenny Dominguez to take a shocking win in the first match. Is it slipping away now?
It's not over yet, but as you see, plus 12 according to the engine. That shows that black has a tangible way to either go for checkmate or to even just win material, just to grab a pawn, grab a couple of pawns. Yeah, this one's over. White's king is just defenseless if black plays pawn takes pawn right now with a check.
Yeah.
And Artemiev, he's just calculating, putting the finishing touches on. Dominguez, he took the bait. There was a pawn. He grabbed it. It was poisoned, though, and Artemiev set this trap. He saw it 3 or 4 moves in advance.
But, David, it was the clock. I mean, we can't criticise Dominguez too much because he had just had 5 seconds left on the clock and panic mode was activated.
But if your opponent offers you a free pawn and you have to you have to double check what's happening. It was pretty obvious, actually, the trap, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It was pretty much black's only hope in the position, and he fell into it. So, the clock situation, of course, not great. But, OK, the trade of pawns now. Black's knights are about to jump in, and
Well, we've seen Dominguez perform a miracle before. What are the chances here for rescue?
I think this one is going to be even more miraculous.
Yeah, exactly. This is now a problem now, because after the rook comes in to intercept the check, queen takes rook, and then that's followed by a knight check, and it's all over.
And Artemiev shaking his head here. He got lucky, basically, in time trouble, a blunder.
Yeah, he knows that Dominguez was playing great until this one slip.
Yeah.
So maybe he's shaking his head. He's like, oh, I got away with it. It's been a difficult day, but there we go. Dominguez resigns, about to lose some material.
Wow. Oh, that is such a shame for Lenia Dominguez. He was this close to a super shocking first match win against Vladislav Artemiev, who was the winner of the preliminaries in the Aimchess US Rapid. But Artemiev, he is the winner of this last game, and that means they are tied in the first match. And everything will be decided in the second match tomorrow. One game is still going on in this first day of quarterfinals. We're going to head into that between Levon Aronian and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Aronian is up by 1 point in that match, so it's a must-win situation for Mamedyarov to tie the match. And we're going to head into that very shortly when we get it ready. How do you think Lenia Dominguez is feeling now, Yamaka?
Yeah, he'll be feeling very, very disappointed.
Yeah.
And, OK, well, we absolutely have to take this position because it's just crazy.
Look at White's king. Look at that king, a Spartan king leading from the front. But is it going to survive? Is it going to win the battle for White, for Mamedyarov here? Aronian, he's going to try and go after that White king. If we do a quick counter material, though, White is actually 2 pawns up and a rook at the same time. So if Black is unable to checkmate this king, or at least perpetual check it, then White is simply going to win. So right now, I think Aronian is fine. He just has to continuously check this king. And can the king hide, Jovanka? I don't think it can.
Can it try to work its way backwards, having come all the way to the front?
OK, it sidesteps. Black's queen now can give another check to the king. You don't want to take the white pawn, actually, because then once the white king moves, the black queen will be pinned on this H-line. So Black's queen needs to be really careful where it checks.
OK, but there's only one move for Levon Aronian to play, and that is to give a check with his queen.
Yeah, give it diagonally, move to the F7 square. That's the only move for Levon Aronian. He has to find it if he wants to save this game.
Yeah. He's got no other choice, so he might as well play it.
Yeah.
Because the whole point is, if you do capture that pawn with your queen to give a check, the white king will just step backwards, and then you will see, whoops-a-daisy, that the queens are aligned together, and the black queen can't move.
Yep. So you have to leave White's pawn on the board, that H7 pawn. It acts as shelter for the black king, actually. It's a bit of a double agent there.
Okay.
So the white king stepping away from this check. Aronian, we should mention, did find the only move on the previous turn. So White's king is running away, and Black has to be super accurate now. Where do you check from? Do you have to check diagonally to stop the white king kind of zigzagging its way back to safety? OK, he checks from the front. Where is this? How is he going to save this game now, Levon Aronian? I don't see it. How is he going to save this game? OK, he brings his rook back. Wow. Really nice resource there. He's actually threatening checkmate in one move. That black rook is trying to come the whole way across the board, take White's pawn, and trap the white king. Has Mamedyarov blundered? I missed this move.
Yeah, I missed it too. I was just looking at the checks, but it is a beautiful mating motif.
And now White only has one move to save the game. Process of elimination, he has to find it. He will find it, because every other move pretty much allows checkmate. Black's rook coming the whole way across the board and trapping White's king on the H-line. So you have to give up right now White's rook for the black knight. He's done it. He's given check, given up the white rook.
But David, how do you still save the game?
Have to run away somehow.
How? Because if you step backwards with your king, the rook will come down to give check. And
wow, difficult move here, Jovanka. White still only has one move to save the game, and is this human? I'm not so sure. It's so difficult. White has to use his bishop. He has to ignore all the threats against the white king, use his bishop, and take Black's pawn on the F4 square. That is so difficult. I don't think I would find that.
And with 15 seconds on the clock as well.
That's just allowing the rook to take the pawn. I mean, it's just crazy.
It's difficult. Maybe by process of elimination, he finds it.
He finds it. You know, Shakhriyar is an amazing tactical player.
Okay, so that bishop is recaptured. If black actually took the pawn and gave check, white's king would have moved out the way. We would have seen white's queen disappear, but white would have had a rook, a bishop, and some pawns. And white would have actually been close to winning there. So Aronian, wow, the king going forward again. This king has been on an adventure there and back again. Just, it feels like it must be checkmate soon, but...
Okay, but where's
the killer blow? And, okay, only one move delivers the knockout blow.
Okay, and it's
he finds it. That's check.
King takes pawn.
Okay,
and then...
another check. The king, wherever it goes now, if it goes to the G line, the black rook's going to check it. If it goes back to E3, the black queen is going to take a pawn with check. So now this feels, it's game over.
Okay, and now
black
the rook will come down, check.
And it's actually checkmate next move. At the very least, the black can just take the white queen. And that skewer, that check, forces Mamedyarov to resign.
Wow, and that means Levon Aronian, he is the winner of this game and also the first quarterfinal match against Shakhriyar. Mamedyarov, all games in this one ending up with a winner, a spectacular quarterfinal match between Mamedyarov and Aronian. This final game, fireworks. Let's take a look at it.
So one thing that I've learned about chess is, yes, you should look for checks first, but if they don't work, look for other moves, look for better moves, look to create threats. And here, I was getting carried away. I thought white was winning. Maybe the black queen, if it checks, would allow the white king to run away to safety. White's king would hide behind its pawns. Note that this check could simply be blocked by a bishop because white's rook defends. And this would have been winning for white. Instead, Levon Aronian, he looked deeper, he saw deeper. Instead of giving this check, he thought, okay, let's create a deadly threat. And this won him the game. This rook doing nothing, he brought it back, tried to come across and trap the white king on the H line. And actually, Mamedyarov, he found the only way to defend. For now, he took this knight, and after the recapture, he took a pawn as well. But after black took the bishop, here, he could not defend any longer. With only 10 seconds on his clock, he had to take this pawn, and white would survive with a draw. Instead, he brought his king forward, and the king was simply unable to hide in plain sight. Really nice attack there by Levon Aronian.
All right, impressive stuff. What a tight game by these two players. And the first day of quarterfinals is finished, so let's take a look at the results from the 4 matches that we have followed today. Vladislav Artemyev, he was able to make a comeback in the final moments of the quarterfinal match against Lenia Dominguez, tying the first match. Alireza Firouzja, though, dominant against the fantastic Wesley So. Huge shock in that one. Alireza with 2 wins and 1 draw. It was over after only 3 games. Alireza Firouzja is up by 1 point in that quarterfinal, and the same situation for Levon Aronian, as we just saw. Winning 3 games here today, Levon Aronian, 1 win for Shakhriyar. Mamedyarov fireworks in this quarterfinal, so Mamedyarov has to make a comeback tomorrow, winning the second match to take it to tiebreaks, and so does young Christoph Duda after only 3 games today. Magnus Carlsen was the winner of the first quarterfinal match, and here it is. Half a point for Vladislav Artemyev and Lenia Dominguez tying the first match, but Wesley So, he has to make a comeback tomorrow to take it to tiebreaks against Alireza Firouzja. Same situation for Mamedyarov and for young Christoph Duda. And we're joined by Levon Aronian after winning the first quarterfinal match. Congratulations, Levon.
Thank you very much. Hi.
So our experts here predicted fireworks in your quarterfinal battle against Mamedyarov. What was it like playing this first match here?
I think it was a lot of fun, especially the last game.
Yeah. How happy are you with your performance? But winning 3 games, spectacular.
I can't say I'm too proud of my play, but the game 3 and the game 4 were good. I showed some resourcefulness because in the first 2 games, I don't think I was playing well.
Okay. Well, how happy are you then with the result? Winning 3 games, and on the paper, it looks like a dominant first win here.
I don't think we ever have dominant matches with Shakhriyar. It's always very sharp. I think both him and I, we enjoy playing aggressive chess, so I think it's a perfect match if you want some exciting games.
Exactly, we're loving it.
And Levon, you mentioned it's always sharp against Shaq. Is that what we can expect from you tomorrow, or will you try and maybe play a bit more solid just to secure and consolidate your lead now?
I think it's not really up to me, because Shaq is type of a player that can create a mess out of every position. So I never shied away from it. I always look for a chance to win with either color. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I have a question. So you always play such adrenaline-fueled games, you know, everything hinging on sharp calculation. I mean, how do you keep your emotions in check when you're playing such high-speed chess?
I'm actually very emotional, and I just get so excited that I want to see some tricks. And often I get my colleagues who help me from time to time. They say, should minimize the amount of fun you're having from chess. It damages your chances, because sometimes I am very impractical. But I guess you can do it in a rapid format where there is less time to get the punishment delivered.
Definitely delivering so much fun chess for the viewers as well, Levon. So we're thanking you for that. And I want to ask you also about the overall tour standings, because we're heading, of course, into the tour final after this. Now, you are in third place before this tournament. Are you very aware of all situations and how many points you need to sort of minimize the gap up to Wesley So and Magnus and have those bonus points?
Yeah, well, it's very complicated.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm, as you guys probably know, I'm not the type of a guy to read the regulations.
So I did some calculations before the tournament, and I think we ended up with you 3 or 4 points behind Magnus and, behind Wesley before the start. So, I mean, if you go to the final here and win it, gaining 40 points, then you're definitely going to close that gap quite a lot, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's, I'll try then.
Yeah. So more motivation. Levon, thanks again for giving us so much entertaining chess, and good luck tomorrow on the second day.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks for joining. Levon Aronian, he doesn't read regulations, and he's giving us fireworks. We gotta love it.
Yeah, he's an entertainer, he's a rebel, he's everything, and we love watching his chess.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe he's a player also that has superstitions. I don't know. We've been talking about that in the question of the day.
I suspect so. You know, he has been known to draw on the strengths of Pontic to help him.
True.
So, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
And, of course, it was all about superstitions today. And before I read out today's lucky winner, well, I'd just like to read out 3 answers that we really liked. And Jim NG has a theory. He says, I'm not superstitious, but I think Wesley is not playing well because he's not wearing his yellow pajamas.
Banana chess!
Maybe, Jim, maybe. And Litan says that they crossed their fingers for good luck because it was believed that making a cross with your fingers was a way to beg God for protection. Yeah, it's a common one. I do the same as well. Magnus Carlsen is awesome, says that their superstition that they swear by is making their dog sit near me and I kiss him for good luck. And I ask for his opinion and advice. After all, a dog is God turned around, unless he's on a lunch break.
Oh, wow. Our viewers are so smart.
I know, but the winner of our competition, well, that goes to Sam Aburia, whose chess superstition is online, and it's that when they play online and win 3 games in a row, they have to restart their computer before playing another to get rid of the accumulated bad luck. Anytime I don't do it, I lose. Yeah, that's a good one there, Sam. And you are today's worthy winner. Congratulations.
All right. Well, 3 players will have to restart their computers before tomorrow. Then we have 3 players in the lead. It's tied between Artemiev and Dominguez Perez. But in the other ones, we could have some drama tomorrow in that one as well. So let's hope for some more drama tomorrow. We're loving these quarterfinals, you guys. And we'll be back, as always, with second day of quarterfinals tomorrow. Hope you have a good one. In the meantime, bye.